last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, officer.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, officer.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, father. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and I see a bunch of you all in here tonight. It's so nice to see Holly S and Connie. We have Lori, Prayer Warrior, Show Poodles, and Tony. Thank you, Tony. I will try to have a good show tonight, guys. I always try to plan something good for us, and at the beginning here I just kind of want to focus really quick on something that came out from At Night. So, and I want to shout out to, oh yes, of course, Sharon. She's always sending stuff. Everybody that sends stuff, guys, I so appreciate you very much. But a good friend of mine sent this over to me. Either way, Just very nice of them to include me in, because sometimes I don't get a whole lot of stuff. When I'm focused in on something, I'm not kind of looking in other places, and so I really appreciate it. Hey, Cal Gal, good to see you. And so tonight, I just want to talk about some of the division kind of going on, and it's been happening for a while, and I have some theories as to why that might be. And I have a special guest that's going to come up here and just talk about her experience, and we can kind of compare notes and discuss some of what's been going on lately, because I feel like if we put our head in the sand too often, it can kind of cause issues. But I want to address it just so you all know kind of what to expect in the chat here in our community, kind of what I'm going for with the channel. And everybody is always welcome, guys. You're welcome to your opinions. And I really enjoy the feedback, right? Even if it's not something that I believe myself, I do appreciate it. And I want to hear from you. And so when I say that, oh, no worries, Mama, no worries, Mom. But and when I say that, I just mean I really want everybody to feel comfortable here, but I also want everybody to kind of be clear on what I think that we should try to do to kind of combat this however we can. Hey, Criminal Med, good to see you. Really good examples of how we can kind of try to brainstorm on how we can set a good example too. That's one of my main goals of the conversation tonight. And I don't want to talk bad about anybody. So for tonight, and I know that sometimes I'm a little bit relaxed when we talk about other creators, as long as it's not something bad. But just for tonight, if we can just kind of refrain from, except for the panel, kind of discussing it, right? And I know that's a little bit hard to do, so I'm not going to be, too crazy with it, right? But I just kind of want to set a precedence for the night that, we are going to discuss some tough topics, and I don't want anybody to feel bullied or attacked, because the exact opposite is why I'm doing this live tonight, is to kind of bring awareness to the bullying and to just ask it for it to stop, because I don't think that it's fair for anybody to have to deal with it. I don't agree with it at all in the chat. I think you guys and my mods know this. We're welcoming in here, right? When someone comes in here and we don't know them, or maybe they might say their opinion for the first time that might differ, we want to kind of allow that, as long as it's not trolling behavior, right? Because we all know the difference. We can kind of feel when we're being trolled, right? It's kind of a creepy feeling. Hey, Crochet, good to see you. And Debutante, good to see you. Good to see you. So, it's one of those things where nobody likes to experience it, so why do it to each other, right? But then also, just refrain from talking about other creators tonight. I know that we might bring up some examples. I know that there's many creators that are discussing the topic, and I don't think that it's a bad thing. I just think that I have some differing probably opinions that I'm seeing out there. Hey, C. Taylor, because I did try to go places and see what other people were thinking and saying about what was going on. I also went directly to the source. And one thing that is kind of a little bit bothersome with my experience and the bullying and the nastiness is that no one really likes to go to the original video where things happen. They don't want to rewatch something. They don't want to look at it and say, okay, well, let me re-examine this really fast from the source. And so I did do that from the source yesterday. And then I went, in and I supported people who I believe deserve, my support. And it's been very hard for me lately to trust people and to, know who I should root for, who's rooting for me, because that's important. And I always want to spread that message of valuing yourself and knowing your worth. And I think that's a big part of it, is when you realize that there's certain people out there that are not on your side and they're not rooting for you. But it's really great when you find out about the ones that do, right? And then you focus your energy and attention positively on that, on those channels, right? And so I did that yesterday, and I just showed love, because my opinion on this, however controversial or maybe there might be people who don't understand it, but in my opinion, when I look at Sebastian's army, I see a lot of people who have really good intentions, and I see the same common goal. And so I try to be very objective and kind when I think about, my opinion and how I share it with all of you. And I just want to say that I think that each and every one of us has a part to do in finding Sebastian, right? Everything that we can do, every little thing that we all do is part of the bigger Sebastian's army, right? We're all a big team, right? And it's not that we want to go against another team or anything like that. We just are a team, right? Because we are looking for news clips that we find that might look like Sebastian, because we're looking for him every day. We don't know what happened. And so every little bit that we can do to help, to share his flyer, to post his flyer, to talk about him in a positive way, in terms of, not saying that he shouldn't be found because of A, B, and C, because, we kind of discussed that last night. And we've even seen the victim, Sebastian Rogers, being bullied by other channels, right? And to me, that's a huge no-no. You don't do that. You don't do that. Hey, Scranton, you don't do that to a child who's missing. You don't do that to the family of the child that's missing. But in this case, it's a rare case, because in my opinion, we are seeing that happening from the stepfoot and the mother of Sebastian. We're seeing them going to the people that are doing this. We've seen stepfoot lie on Sebastian, and say people wouldn't want to find him if they knew what he did, which is like the lowest of the low. I don't understand that thought process, and I never will, and I don't want to. I'm not seeking to understand it. What I want to do is bring it to the forefront and show you all and discuss it with you about all of the things that we're seeing happening in this case, to a father of a missing child, to Sebastian himself, and then this very big tangled up mess between all of these creators, and then people who really don't have a whole lot to do with it. I don't have any skin in this game, like zero, except for finding Sebastian, except for bringing awareness to him. Those are the only things that I worry about every single day. I'm not worried about the bullies and things like that, but then I also get all of this hatred towards a person who I am helping, who is our friend Jana, and she's getting this hateful crap posted on a TikTok. And I'm going to show it to you, because I try not to give weight to some of the things that are sent to me, but this disgusted me so much that it has to be shown. And it's not going to keep on continuing. It's going to stop at some point. But when you involve people who have nothing to do with the reason why you hate me, that's disgusting to me. And that is where I draw the line. Hey, Forrest. Hey, Shadow. Good to see you. Thank you for everyone that's coming in. Natalie from California. Good to see you, hon. So I just want to discuss that. And then I want to bring someone else in who has different experiences, or some of them are similar, but it's definitely pertaining to tonight. But first, what I want to do before our guest comes in is I want to read this to you. Now, this is credit to Hindsight, our friend Hindsight 2002. Mods, if you could drop her link for me, please. Pretty please. And this is from At Night Private Intelligence, the last known footage of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers at the Texas Roadhouse. Oh, sorry guys, and I might have to I might have to start that over. Okay. The last known footage of Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse. The video captures a moment frozen in time on February 25th, 2024. 2025. Oh boy, I don't know if I'm going to be able to read this. Okay, so you might have to read it on your own tonight. I apologize. That was a hot mess. But you know, hey, it's life. This is live TV. Okay, so here we go. And I'm just going to play it through and you guys can read it, okay? And if I can do something on the replay, oh crud, I have to plug my phone in. I just realized it's about done. Oh, unalived rather, sorry. Don't ding me, YouTube. But either way, see, this is why, because I have to put it up more like this, otherwise this cord does not fit in here. Give me 1 second, guys. I apologize. Come on, lightning bolt. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's weird. Sorry, that's awkward, guys. Oh, shit. Sorry. Okay. But I'm going to go ahead and put this on for you guys. And this is from our friend Hindsight. Again, you'll have to read it for yourselves. So only credible first-hand information. And I'll go ahead and do my best to guys to kind of enhance the footage as much as I can, cropping it in, maybe focusing in on different areas. Hey, Hindsight, thank you for being here. Thank you so much for this video. And then, of course, Dog says, let's focus on the facts. United, we will prevail. And that's, you know, the message that I'm kind of trying to send tonight, too. Thank you, Hindsight. We always love having you. Hey, Chloe Jade. Good to see you, girl. Good to see you. And happy Saturday for everybody that's not in the Eastern time zone. Hey, Mitty. Good to see you, hon. Good to see you. And paying attention to Sebastian's mannerisms is really important too. I did read that, up in the comments too, right before we got to the video. And hey, Ann Reynolds, good to see you. That's really important. Hands in his pockets, right? And then look at how Sebastian's posture is in that video portion right there. His arm is outward, right? Like what we saw in the photo. And I can't shake that. I just can't. Prayer warrior, that's so funny. I know. I'm sorry. I'm a late, and then I stay up late into the morning, sometimes I don't get, or I'll take a cat nap and then I'll wake back up and, who knows if I sleep, but, again until, a couple hours later, I'll take another cat nap. So, hello, Miss Sharon. Good to see you. I'm just so grateful for this footage too, I'm just so grateful to have it because it's great that they're putting out new information, right? Hindsight says it's also extremely interesting to see when they note what he's looking at, which is when the two men are at the back bar from the SUV, in my opinion. I see. Yeah, okay. Right. Well, and it's absolutely odd to me that Katie was looking in that direction at that very moment, and then when she looks over and kind of smirks, it's almost like she's glad something is happening in the scene, right? It's almost like she's taken a moment to be like, okay, things are going how I want them to be going. She turns to the side there. Before she turned her head all the way, over, to the bar area, and you can noticeably see her moving towards that direction. It's those little things that we can pay attention to, that could be really important later on, and that's what I find to be interesting about these new videos, out there. So, and then also just, sticking to the facts of the case, I think was a really good message by Dog, and just making sure that we're all kind of, keeping in mind that not everything that is out there is going to be factual. It's a lot of speculation. Thank you, Chloe. Thank you so much. Yeah, and so staying united is kind of one theme I wanted to kind of bring up tonight. And I think that when we stand together, we're more likely to succeed than if we fall apart. So one topic that I kind of wanted to get into is there's people, unfortunately, in this case that, in my opinion, are hindering people talking about Sebastian. They don't really want people talking about Sebastian, in my opinion. And hey, Brenda Sue. Yeah, and that's okay. That's okay, Brenda. So yeah, I mean, Justin was saying earlier that the Texas Roadhouse video has nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearing because it still pertains, but it still pertains to something. Well, and see, that's where I will say I am in internal conflict, because I feel like there's something weird about the Roadhouse, right? And I think there's something weird about Yellow Jacket, and so I'm definitely getting that kind of weird vibe of what's going on at the Texas Roadhouse, and how does it connect to the 3 a.m. lights, because I am I'm like 100% positive, and I hate to say that. Let's just say 99.9%, 99.8% positive that the 3 a.m. lights are the key to what happened to Sebastian. And then in the same way, I'm looking at the Texas Roadhouse footage, or the fact that they went to Texas Roadhouse, as something to consider and focus. And it takes my focus a lot. Maybe because I'm so sure about the other, um, about the 3 a.m. lights, but then again, for both to be true, it would be kind of odd, right? What is the connection between this Texas Roadhouse, right? And because here's the deal. If we just receive the Texas Roadhouse footage, and I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, okay, well, this is Texas Roadhouse footage. This is the last time we see Sebastian. Um, I could just look at it and think, okay, well, the interaction was strange between Katie and Sebastian. And this is kind of how my thought process went from the beginning. There's some workers out there, but what's the guy doing? He doesn't seem to, have any food or anything like that. You could identify the workers very easily. Again, I've worked in restaurants, so I understand the whole dynamic, and I can identify people easily because of that, in my opinion. But you could see that the one guy was a food service worker. You couldn't really tell what the yellow jacket was doing. A lot of this stuff you have to slow down and watch a billion times. You might catch something. But if I was just watching it and I didn't have any feeling that it was strange or odd, then I wouldn't give it a second thought. It would just be the last footage of Sebastian, and oh man, okay, this was the last time. Looking at his demeanor, I would be more focused in on those things, which I am. But and initially I was, but then I'm also seeing a lot of strange activity and interactions in the Texas Roadhouse that make me believe that there could have been something going on. And so it's in the back of my mind. But then again, like I said, with my main theory, it might not work with that theory, right? Because I believe that somebody took Sebastian out, and I believe that because of the flashlight video, dubbed the flashlight video that Nick Barris released, you can see subject go out, subject come back, right? So just in seeing that, I can never unsee it. Okay. I really can't. And unless somebody told me, hey, that wasn't footage from the same night or something like that, then I can say, okay, well then, maybe that's incorrect. But as it is, hey, Sharon, thank you so much for your kind emails, Sharon. And, and things like that. Prayer Warrior says, and it's odd that LE didn't release Texas Roadhouse video for a last scene pick video. I mean, I can't discount that, Prayer Warrior. I really can't. It's odd, isn't it? It's odd. Yeah, I agree. LE didn't release the Texas Roadhouse video for a last scene, or even just, the one that we had. I didn't erase that one. I know I didn't erase that one. Okay. This picture. That picture is exactly what he looked like the night that he went missing, right? The night before, okay? Say it happened in the early hours, right? The night before he went missing. That's Sebastian. That's him at, 15, just turned 15 in December. So, hey, Detroit Rock City, good to see you. Good to see you. Pamela Roberts says, Katie said something to upset Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse. He wasn't happy for a kid who just had a special day. I agree with that too. And in the beginning, before we kind of see this interaction, I was almost just thinking he looked exhausted while he was eating, right? Because we saw that first kind of him eating and just kind of eating pretty fast, but then also just kind of slumped over and not really um, full of energy. But then again, you think about the day, getting up, breakfast, talking on the phone, going here, running around there, going to the grocery store, dropping off groceries, going to the arcade all night, and then to the Texas Roadhouse. And it's super busy in the Texas Roadhouse, right? And I don't know how many of you were in here that night, but I have a video that was sent to me by our beautiful Freebird friend, and her son is autistic, and she sent me a point of view video from the Autism Society that showed the point of view of a person who has autism and what it's like going through a busy mall. And I can only imagine that would be why Sebastian was covering his ears. Now, it could have been a different reason, but all of that stimulation is like, thank you, overstimulated, Brenda Sue, thank you. All of that stuff. Hey, Susan Kemp. All of that stuff is too much for even for me as an adult, I just think that sounds exhausting. That sounds, maybe I'm lazy. I don't know. When I say that, it makes me sound lazy as hell. But, I'm like, boy, oh boy, that's a full day, and then maybe not for everybody. And I get that. And maybe on the weekends, people people do activities, a bunch of them in a day. But I just feel like, or what I think is that when you have a child who's on the spectrum, it's very difficult for them to handle all of that stimulus, and C. Taylor says, LE probably didn't have that video yet to put it on the release. Well, and I would hope they did, but maybe they just, because they didn't release anything. The only thing that we really saw was the search maps, right? And they've showed the search maps before, and which kind of leads me to believe it's kind of odd that they're just showing those search maps in that way, just kind of, oh, here's the search maps. Because we know that you searched, we know how many times, well, based on the news, we know how many times they searched, how many times they searched the same radius, and that they were going out a little bit further than that radius, and then they scaled it back. And so I don't know. It's very odd, because they haven't showed us anything else other than that really solid, and then they talked about on day 4 these reports that they have, that they were logging and keeping track of everything that they were doing, but those were never released either. And I don't expect them, to do that, but I'm just saying they haven't given out anything, really at all, except for Nick Barris leaking. We've got leaks, right? We're working with leaks only. And Sammy says, I agree to Joyce. I also doesn't think premeditated, but I do. Oh, Jay doesn't. Yeah. It doesn't think premeditated, but people who say it's nothing aren't really talking. Yeah. Taking the time to look. Right. I mean, I think that if people really took the time to look at everything, it would be a little bit different. They would come away with a different point of view on things, Sammy. So I agree, and I appreciate that too. And that's another thing that see, and I agree, Justin, I agree with on that, but then that's one thing that I'm thinking it is premeditated, but then I don't discount the other, that it could have been something where, I mean, Katie, who was the one that was in the house with Sebastian, only snapped, right? Or an accidental over medicating situation. The only reason I kind of veer away from that is because unless it's intentional, right? Because if it's intentional, then it's going to happen quickly. But if it's unintentional, it would be something where you would find, your poor baby in the morning, and oh my God, I over medicated him, and then you're, oh my gosh, what do we do? And you panic and da 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 da, just a scenario. I'm not saying Katie ever did this or would do this, right? But I'm just saying in that scenario, that's what would happen, right? And then, oh my gosh, what are we gonna do? And so, just being another human, we can kind of understand that dynamic. But then again, if it was something where she intentionally over medicated, then, that's a whole nother story, because that's going to be very, very fast. And if you're doing that, you're going to be checking to see if your handiwork is working. You know what I mean? Yeah. Lori says, I don't know. She said something to him for not, but maybe he's just feeling miserable because of how she is acting toward him. He was holding his ears. Well, and that could be another thing too, Lori, definitely, that something was, maybe they were arguing in the vehicle and he's just like, da 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 da, I'm not listening, kind of a thing, or, trying to block out whatever, or, there could have been loud music in the vehicle and he still had his hands, up too. I can't discount that. Oh, you remember that, Detroit Rock City? Lori. And Shadow says, I always thought that was too much in a day for him. Yeah. Then making him go to bed at 9 p.m. Yeah, exactly. Well, she said she let him stay up a little bit later than usual. So I'm guessing his bedtime was like 8 or 8:30, maybe something like that. Or I don't know if a little bit longer for her was like, 15 minutes, a half an hour, a whole hour. So that was interesting too, because we never really do get a straight answer from Katie. That's what's hard. In my opinion, Lori. And Natalie says that really was a jam-packed day, especially for people that claimed to be homebodies. Well, and it was a jam. I think it was. Like, I would have never wanted to go out to a restaurant after that whole day. I wouldn't have. I'd get a pizza or, whatever, stop at the grocery store. Or if they went into the grocery store, another thing too is if they went to Costco on Saturday and BJ's on Sunday, those are two wholesalers, right? Too much food for only the two of them, and buying in bulk for only two people. Even buying in bulk for even three people is a lot, right? It's just a lot. I don't know. I think they bought like that because they were gonna, haul up in the house, and they knew they had to buy like that because they didn't want to have to go out for anything. But then again, I don't know. Because if you went to those two stores, you'd have plenty of food at home. Why would you just go out? Unless you didn't feel like cooking anything, right? But then you hit a drive-through, or I don't know. And Little Miss Sharon says, Lady Freedom, can you confirm what SF was saying? Was he saying that the fast getaway car is a regular during the week? Yeah, so it was my understanding that he's saying that it was a delivery, a newspaper delivery person, and that the newspaper delivery person is the one that's, used to being in the neighborhood. It wasn't like a foreign car to the neighborhood because people knew of this vehicle. But my problem is that he's expecting us to believe that when the neighbors are saying this is a strange car and it doesn't belong in our neighborhood. It's very odd, like, that he would expect us to believe that, especially when we see it. And even in Chris's video, hauling ass down the street, and then it turns around really quick, and then, slows up, goes around and parks, activates those lights across the street from where we see the camera in the flashlight video. It's so, yeah, that's my understanding, is that he's saying, oh yeah, it was just a paper delivery. Like, there was an Uber, and then it was this paper delivery that happens to two houses. Two houses gets the paper. He also said that it was a delivery every night, a nightly delivery of newspapers. But then again, Chris from Mob Crew is saying that the neighbors told him that they only deliver this paper on Thursdays. So it would have already been delivered by Sunday. And, so, and then also SF is putting these screenshots out and blurring images when he puts them out. So it's very, strange. It's okay to show who the Uber is, but it's not okay to show who the 3 a.m. car is. It's just odd. And it's some sort of a silver gray sedan, from what we know, to be true about that. Hey, Trishy, good to see you. Good to see you. And Natalie says, I can't get over after grocery shopping why spend $60 to go out and eat when KP wasn't even getting anything anyway. It's nuts. In my opinion, she could have made Sebastian mac and cheese or something simple. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. And, I think it would have been, something that they would have had on hand, because it's like they already went grocery shopping twice. Exactly. It doesn't make sense. And then also just the fact that you're kind of bringing him into an environment where he's overstimulated again, overstimulated. Yeah, Joyce says, I totally believe it was premeditated, in my opinion. Yeah, and I mean, I believe it was too, just because of the CPS stuff kind of solidified that for me, Hey, Maleficent, good to see you. Good to see you. In my opinion, it was premeditated planning. Yeah, and I think it's because too, they covered their tracks pretty well, and that's another reason I kind of think that it wasn't a spur of the moment thing, because just the time frame, even, I mean, even that small time frame, not saying that they didn't have people that could be over there lickety split to grab, take care of things and help out, take care of things. But I just, yeah, I have trouble fitting that into a time frame sometimes. It's not like it's impossible. It's just that I'm not sure, Um, Mitty, good to see you. Good to see you. And Joyce says music plays outside the Texas Roadhouse kind of loud too. Yeah, thank you for the reminder of that too. Yeah, too much for his ears. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I think a lot of it too, just all the people, just kind of based on that point of view that we watched when the young man was walking through with his mom at the mall. It was just like, all of the sounds all together at the same time. And it's elevated, is kind of what it's like to be, um, on the spectrum and kind of in a busy situation, because you're noticing everything at once, and it's overwhelming to the senses, right? To their senses. And so I think that is the biggest problem, about going to those loud places. And Katie even said, and I can't remember which one it was, but she said Sebastian doesn't really like to go to the hibachi restaurants as much because of the clanking of the, you know, on the grill, because it's a big flat top grill, you sit around it, but the chef will be like doing all this stuff and clink, 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 and, throwing you this, toss you this over here. And that clinking is something that he doesn't like. And then plus it's probably, a large group of people too, and lots of people talking, and, it's just overstimulating. Yeah, way too much, Chloe says, for one day for him. Yeah, and I agree. It would, like I said, it just feels like a lot to me too, so, because they just went all over. And Hindsight says, in my opinion, I'm prayerful that he is somewhere waiting to be found safely. Yes, and that's another thing that I struggle with on theories. I'm hoping that maybe it was just a situation where they took him someplace. It's just so hard, and I don't like thinking the other direction, but there's times where I admittedly I do. Hey Meow, and we have Nicolation. Sorry if I said that wrong. I thought he didn't like his mom's car album. Okay, so he may not have. There may have been some music in there where he's like, I don't want to hear this, and teenagers are like that. They don't want to hear any music besides their own. So I totally understand that. Yeah, I just would have ate at home, Connie. I really would have, because it's just like I would have been kind of zonked out from the day. Um, oh, okay, hindsight. That's interesting too. In my opinion, those snacks went with him. And it's very possible. It's very possible that they were bought to take with him, right? So buy them in bulk, and that way he's set, right? I mean, that makes sense to me. It really does. And Ace says, well, first he said it was a neighbor kid in a boyfriend car. Exactly. Thank you, Ace, for reminding us of that too. He did say that. He's like, we know exactly who was in the car. We know, who it was, what they were doing, and then he was also saying that there were kids out there playing like a flashlight tag or something like that as well. So he's given us several different scenarios, and none of them have been like the solid truth that he said that he knows who they are, right? So it's very strange, like that he would do that and expect us not, to remember all the times that he's said different things. So thanks, Ace, for reminding us of that. And I mean, that's another thing too, guys. YouTube, a lot of people have short memories, or they don't see everything. So it's hard for them to remember every little detail. And in this case, you could go to a variety of different places and hear different information. So it's really hard. Yeah, Shadow, I agree. He doesn't say anything true in my opinion, and I don't even listen to him because he's a butt. Thank you, Lori. Yeah, because he's just a butt. Natalie says, Lady Freedom, what are your thoughts on the new photo released of Sebastian sitting on the floor in front of a laptop? Interesting, considering he had no access to online. Yeah, they can't be honest. I find it to be very odd. There's a couple of things in the photo that I think are odd. And I will pull it up, I think, because I have both of them. I'm pretty sure. Yes. So here's the photo, guys. And let me pop this down really quick. And I'm sorry I didn't crop it good this time. But basically it's Sebastian. He's got the wires and things for the laptop. You can see the corner of the laptop right behind him. And then on all the way to the left of your screen, you're going to see the cell phone sitting next to him. So there's a cell phone, looks like a little smartphone. And then Sebastian, and then in the background, all the way to your right, you're going to see the laptop. And, he looks happy to have it, because he's probably about to set his video games up or something. Or maybe he was doing some homework. I don't know. But then in this photo, we see this. And this is a spot on Sebastian's neck that has been blurred out. Because it appears, and it's my understanding and how I feel about it, is that they were trying to cover up a bruise or some kind of mark on Sebastian's neck, on the back of his neck. Maybe somebody grabbed him back there. His phone, Detroit Rock City, yes. Well, that's what they said, Shadow. She goes, we bought snacks, because his 15 in snacks, so she definitely bought, and those are the places that you buy it. You cannot usually, buy things in small order there, right? It's all bulk when you go to Costco. It's just like Sam's Club, When you buy something at Sam's Club, you're buying the bulk version of it. Snacks. Shadow. But yeah, I mean, that is such a good observation, though. I mean, I really do think that that is a possibility, hindsight. And, I'm very hopeful for that too. That gives me more hope, honestly. Um, you know, no drama llama. Thanks, Sasha. We're going to talk a little bit about the drama tonight. So I just wanted to put um, that into perspective. But I do think it's odd that they would try. I mean, and that's not even a good job of hiding whatever they're trying to hide on the back of Sebastian's neck. They're just not. They're not doing a great job of it, in my opinion. Because you can even see whatever they tried to do there. It's on the light fixture in the back of the picture, and you might have to zoom in a little bit more on it. But you can see whatever they use to cover it is on the back of the light fixture, for crying out loud. It's like, who are they trying to fool? Like, they think that we're that dumb. Um, it's amazing to me. Yeah, Natalie, it's like, what are they doing? And then, if it's not bad enough that we're probably going to be talking about the fact that, they told us that oh, we don't give him access to anything. Well, he's got his phone like sitting right next to the computer. So if it's either or, you're real strict about it. I would think you would, have only the computer or only the phone, or, but I think that was part of a distraction in the beginning. Hey, James, good to see you. Um, I think it's part of a distraction from the very beginning. I don't think that there was anything that Sebastian probably um, could do work. Do I think that Chris probably wanted control over everything in the household? Yeah, I can't discount that, right? I mean, that's just kind of a given. He had said that. He said that he's very strict with the internet, everything like that. Thanks, Trishy. Um, and that sort of thing. So, I mean, do I believe that part of it? I do. But I thought it was always odd that they wanted us to believe that he had very little, bitty access to it. Um, you know, Shadow, that's true. All narcissists do. Yeah, all narcs do. That's their sorry, that's their modus operandi. That's what they want. That's what they want, is full control. Um, yeah, and Natalie, and that's true. I mean, I think they were trying to be like, we're the best parents ever. And I think they were also trying to maybe hide the fact that, that they had used, other devices to do things on. Like, our devices are so clean because we don't allow that internet. The internet's, horrible, and that's where kids get hurt. And, I agree with that 100%. So thank you for that comment too. Yeah, I think they tried to come off as overprotective or something. And, because Chris was bragging about the police saying, oh, your electronics are so clean, and, all of this stuff. And it's like, well, that's because they were, that's evidence in and of itself. That means they weren't using their phones like regular people do. Isn't that odd? That screams burner phone to me. That's why I think that. Hey, Jacob Block 18, good to see you. I'm surprised they didn't try to crop out the phone and the laptop in the photo. I know. Well, it would have been really hard. And now there are certain ways that you can cut out. I mean, they could have cut him out, Sebastian. I mean, like, on the program, just cut out his self, and it would have taken everything else out. Um, oh, thanks, Mommin. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. Um, Oh, I'm not seeing. Let me see, because I think our guest is here. Oh, no. No. Hold on 1 second. Let's see, because I don't see Mommin. Okay. Okay, well, that won't help because of that. Okay, I'm texting Mommin right now, so give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Let me go ahead and see if I can't send her over this link again. Copy. Okay. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I just went ahead and sent that other one to Mommin. Because she's our guest tonight. Mommin It Up is our guest tonight. And hey Carla, good to see you. And welcome in everybody that's coming in. If I don't get a chance to say hi, I'm sorry about that. Okay, let me see, because I don't see Mommin, and she's like, I'm back here, and I don't see her. Little Miss Sharon, I do believe allegedly that CP does have dating sites on his phone. I will say there were some comparisons that I've been working on doing with what was said about the date, right? The date in question, and because we did have the person who alleges the date, the Bumble date happened in the chat, and they wanted to let us know about it. But I wanted to make sure that I was checking sources, right? And so that was important, to check the sources, and I wanted to check it kind of. Oh, thank you, Trishy. Let me check. Aw, thank you, Trishy. All right, I checked my text. I didn't have any text yet. See, and I don't see. Hey, Adam Forever 21. Good to see you. Good to see you. I love Mom, and she's so great, Natalie. She's awesome. I don't know what. Because usually it's just this link, and I don't want to drop the link because I don't want just anybody coming up. I didn't get a text yet, Trishy. Oh, okay, on the right link. Okay, I just sent it to her again. I just sent it again, which it should. Okay, I just clicked it. Okay, see, it should be, because if I go, like, here's me doing it double. Okay, you're in the show. That link should be working okay. That link should be working okay. Aw, thank you, Maleficent. I appreciate you for being number 37. Thank you. Thank you, guys. He looks younger in that photo. Detroit Rock City says he looks, maybe when they first moved in. No, or desk. Yeah, no desk or table. I noticed that too. That was weird that he was kind of sitting in the floor with it. Um, hmm. Yeah, just a second, guys. Mommin should be able to come in. Aw, thanks, James. And Carla says, I do believe they didn't want him to have access to the computer so he wouldn't talk to people about his treatment there. Well, and that's true too, because you kind of meet people online, especially like YouTube, obviously. Um, and I think that he was familiar because all the kids are so familiar, right? It's just hard to get around it. Um, I never heard where that pic was taken from, C. Taylor. I'm not even sure. It's so hard to tell. I mean, it kind of looks like it could have been at Chris and Katie's, but aw, Carla, thank you. Aw, that's so sweet. And Natalie says there were only there um oh, okay. Oh, sorry. They were only there less than 1 year, and I think he went missing. Yeah, I think they were there just a little bit longer than that. But they were definitely in the area too, because he went to the middle school that was attached to the high school that he went to. Um, Hunter, and then to Beach. Yeah, it is super creepy, Sasha. It's creepy. Sasha says something is way off. I want to hear Sebastian speak through his therapy sessions. Yeah, I would love to hear that. And I have a feeling they may be just keeping that close, just, because, here we go. Here we go. I see Mom, and there we go. Hello.
Hello. I finally
Hey, how are you?
good. How are you? I'm so sorry. I don't know what I did wrong.
No worries. It happens, and I was like, I wanted to check the link because I thought, well, maybe I clicked the wrong one, because you know how in studio there's kind of like the different options and stuff, and I'm like, well, maybe I didn't copy the right link, or maybe I did it from the previous show, but well, it's so
No,
good to see you. It's
it
so
was
good to
me
see you.
because I was stuck in my own StreamYard thing. So I was going into a nothing studio.
Oh, okay.
So
Well,
I'm
and they
sorry.
keep telling me, they're like, erase these old streams and stuff, and I have to go back through and erase all of them because I need to free up some storage. Um,
Right?
like 2 years, I think. Yes, I think so too. Do you know? Wasn't it 2018 that they closed on the house? I think it was September of 2018. Um, Trishy, that they closed on the house on Stafford Court.
Sorry, I have to open the chat.
No worries. I think that's what they said. I'm almost positive. But if you guys know for sure, just definitely let me know in the chat.
I don't know. I thought I saw.
Sometimes it's hard to see the chat too when you're a guest, because I've dealt with that myself. Um,
Yeah, I'm just gonna pull it up from the my mute so you guys aren't.
oh, okay. Thank you, Sharon, for sending me that footage too from X. I appreciate you. I didn't think they lived there for more than 2.5 years or so. That's what I'm thinking. 2022. Thank you. Thank you, Hindsight. I was thinking that sounded a little bit too long, because I thought they weren't in the home for very long. I thought it was closer to like the 2 years, like maybe a year and a half kind of a thing. So thank you, Hindsight. Um, it was 2022 that they moved to Stafford Court. And before that, I believe they were living in another home that, was kind of like a rental. You know what I mean? Yeah, Trishy says it seems right. Okay, yeah, good. Because I mean, I figured, yes, thank you, C. Taylor says. Yeah, and Aw, Detroit Rock City says, hello, Mom and It Up. Good to see you. You're so pretty.
Hello.
Oh, they owned White House. They did own White House. Okay. Hindsight says
Well,
they
I
did
knew
own
they
White.
moved quite often, and
I noticed that as well, that they were moving a lot, right? And that they were kind of, well, for lack of a better way to say it didn't seem like they stayed in one place too long. And maybe because of their military background, they're used to that.
that's what I was thinking. And then, I kind of thought it was also really hard, um, on Sebastian, right? Because I know with my boys, moving's hard. The military lifestyle's hard, right? To
Yeah.
establish, friendships, and you're moving, and then the teen years. And I didn't hear people talk. And then we also had, a lot of, stuff changed in 2020 for everybody. So he went through so much, you know, in that time period.
Well, and people are saying running CPS cases, possibly. Little Miss Sharon said. Debbie Chan says, moving because a lot of calls, in my opinion, because that would have put them at their previous residence, right? Some of those calls.
Yeah, and then it's also kind of put into the thing that I thought was weird was when I was looking over the articles and trying to get updated through a full, 360 lens, was when they were asking people to tell, what they knew about Sebastian. And I realized, well, that's hard, right? Because if he moved a lot, then that would make sense because it would be different students, different teachers, different stuff, different people.
Exactly. Yeah, and not a part of a routine that he was used to at all.
It's very hard.
NHGG, I hope everything goes well and congratulations. Yes. She says that she got a false alarm from her daughter who woke her up because she's pregnant.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah. That's great news. Natalie says, but they didn't move him to a different high school. Like he didn't like Beach High School and he wanted to go back to his old high school. Um, I don't think it was that. Do you think it was that, Mommin? Do you think it was because I don't think it was that he didn't like school. I think he liked school.
Yeah, it sounded like he liked school.
Yeah, like he liked being a part of the whole animal, ag part of school. I don't think that he had many issues at school. He was friendly with the school resource officer and things like that.
No, he didn't sound, I mean, Seth never said anything about any problems with school. That's what I mean. Like, I think a lot of it, just as a mom's perspective from the outside looking in, because we don't know, right? We really don't know what he felt, but I think we can make a good assumption that he enjoyed school. He liked being around people. And he's a teenager. He's going through changes, and it's hard to go to a new area, right? It's hard to make, you know, you get your room, you get your groove, right? You like your routine. And I know what the experience I have with my children and then some other people just regularly, a lot of times it's a trait with autism, but I think we all can fall on the spectrum, is you like that routine, the structure. So when you're used to it and there's a lot of changes, it's hard on everyone.
That's true. And kids in general like that structured, routine. Kids enjoy that because they know what to expect. And then adults, we enjoy it because we're creatures of habit too, I think.
That's exactly what I was looking for. We're creatures of habit.
Yeah. And it's, I mean, it's just kind of human nature. Some people don't mind the chaos, I think. But for the most part, we do like that.
Yeah, because the White House that was on the dispatch audio, right? If I recall. And so we really don't know if that's even accurate, that he really wanted to get back to White House. That's something that his dad would know. I
Well,
feel odd speaking on certain stuff, right? Because we don't know why it was said. Was it said to have you look in that direction? We don't know if he really would be going to White House. Does anybody here?
I mean, I never really considered that he would maybe go back to his old home, where he lived before, but that could be something that he, if he missed it, or maybe if he talked about it a lot. But like you said, it's very hard because it's one of those things where you just don't necessarily, like you said, know really the whole story there.
Yeah, because that's kind of putting people in a direction, right? Of look over there. So it could be authentic and it could not. You never know, right? So that's why I like to be careful now before I make a hypothesis on certain things, right?
Well,
Because
yeah. No, I completely understand that, and I agree. I mean, it's tough because, yeah, you want to make like a more educated guess than like just going off of whatever you're thinking, but it's hard in this case because certain things you don't know that are fact, or if that it's kind of like made up. So I understand that.
well, that's why I don't think, his behavior was amazing at the Texas Roadhouse, and we all have issues, and people are constantly talking about the behavior. And I just don't understand how he can attribute, judgment on a child that's missing when they've had so many changes. Like you said, they moved in
Mm-hmm.
2022. It's a lot. My behavior can change just when I don't have my cup of coffee.
Yeah, I hear that. I feel that. I mean, and it's like, that's such a great point. Really quick, Mom, and just because I'm not sure how many people are familiar with you, will you just kind of give us a little bit of background, because some of the things that I think that you have a deeper understanding of than some of us, and maybe there's some of us out there that do understand, but I just wanted you to kind of be able to say, a little bit about you, your channel, and kind of because you have children with special needs, so you're very aware of kind of um more than I am.
Sure. So I know I don't put the camera on much, and the reason I turn it off is because of the lag and because it gets me distracted.
No
So,
worries, no
but I'm
worries.
real. I am a real person. I'm not AI, and I have 4 children. My oldest is in the service, and then I have my baby who is a surprise and a blessing. But
Aw.
I started having a passion for content because I like to talk to people years ago. And I spent a lot of time at home because I did have a child with a different ability, special abilities. I never know the way to phrase it because it could be taken, he's disabled, he has special needs. Um, so you spend a lot more time home, and I like to adult. So I used to do a lot of stuff with talking to people. I like to hear people's perspectives and not kind of be in my own echo chamber. And we were
Hmm.
in the process of, in 2020, I had my daughter who's severe, profound with autism. She was nonverbal, and nonverbal meaning no communicative speech. So no pointing,
Hmm.
sounds and things, but that's it. And an
Well, I
over.
appreciate you making that distinction, because, and if you could even elaborate if you'd like to on that, because I think that is where, especially just when we hear nonverbal, we just think no speech. But if you don't mind, could you kind of, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, I just thought it was just something that we could all use a deeper understanding of.
Well, there's been a lot of changes, right, to the different diagnostics when we're putting, a disability term on something. So, like, I think years ago, nonverbal used to mean that they didn't talk at all. I think. I'm pretty sure that's how it's been explained to me.
Hmm.
But then as time goes by, nonverbal really doesn't mean that they can't make sounds and stuff. It's just no communicative speech, right? So there's not any communication. And
Thank
but
you.
then
Thank you
some
for, that's
people,
my understanding too.
yeah. But then I've met a lot of people, even some practitioners, like therapists and stuff, because they've changed a lot of stuff from, autism to Asperger's to the spectrum level 1, 2, 3. Like, it's had a lot of changes over the years. And so sometimes they'll say they're verbal, but that doesn't mean necessarily they have communicative speech.
Right.
So it's
Right.
confusing.
Well,
So
and
my
then-
diagnosis of nonverbal, where now she has some beginning communicative speech, somebody else can have a child that's verbal with even less communicative speech, if that makes any sense.
Sure.
It's confusing.
I mean, it is confusing. And then also there are assistive devices that can be used to facilitate communication as well.
Yeah. And so when I was home with her, and then we went into, the world kind of shut down during the 2020 days.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Detroit mentioned the COVID.
Yeah. And then it became a real struggle to get any services, like compared to what I had with my older children. We had, they had, structure. We had like reliable childcare and doctors and therapy if they needed for my one son. And then with her, we were kind of in a bubble, everything closed, and her needs got harder and harder because there was limited help, right? So we couldn't try speech, we couldn't do OT, there was no daycare, there was no school, there was nothing. And all of us went through something, right? All of us in some way, shape, or form. But the reason that applies to the content of my channel now is that I no longer had any free time because it became a 24/7 job, not just being a mom and working remote or anything. It was becoming a caregiver and also trying to study and do whatever I could to try to give her any kind of therapy, anything I could do, because I knew I had experience. I was married once as a teen, and my brother-in-law from my first marriage had very severe, profound autism. And I remember what happened with him, nonverbal, and how important it is to try to get therapy. And so my focus went everything to the kids, like we all do, right? Often, as parents in general.
Right.
And I couldn't really
schools
make
are always
content.
important, right? Always, no matter what, schools are always on our top list of priorities for our kids,
Yeah, and even the homeschool moms I met, they do like cohorts and day trips. And so you're still getting the social aspects in different ways, even with homeschool. And but we, everything was just gone, and people were afraid of each other, and families, you all know. And so it was a different time. So there was no time for me to have any of my, chit chat that I was used to from, being at home more with my son when he was growing up, because he had very limited mobility. And we ended up as a family coming to terms with the fact that we would have to sell our home, and my husband would have to leave his job, and we had to go somewhere where we could get the services and I could get private care for her. So we knew we tried to give her the right services, this right therapy. At least we tried. And we knew it wasn't something that we failed to provide, even though we couldn't, we had no control of what was happening around us. But the cost of living in New York, our taxes went to $15,000 a year. We had to move. So,
wow.
My goal was, once I moved and I could have respite again, and I had my, I could get back into content, talking to people and stuff. And throughout this process, I always had I had my following for my family stuff on my Facebook. And I was watching the areas we were looking to move. And Hendersonville, Tennessee was one of the areas, because one of the specialists for my son's rare condition was actually located in the Gallatin area. And so,
wow.
Yeah, this was just one of the areas, because it was very close to doctor that we needed for him, and that I felt would be great for all of us. Yeah. Also a better cost of living thing, all the things you do when you're looking to move. And we had a couple people that we knew within a driving distance. So at least we would have somebody we knew. And that's when Sebastian disappeared. So I was watching everything with him. I thought it was severe, profound. And autism, we have like this unity, I think all of us just in general, right, as humans.
Mm-hmm.
Our natural instinct when we see a child with autism is we pray, or if you're into prayer and stuff, or you have energy, right, positive energy and empathy, because we're often hearing of these children eloping and then they go to a body of water. Sorry, I get a little choked up when I talk about that.
Well, sure. And that was my initial thought. I can't lie. Really, that was my initial thought. Like, wow, he could have went to that calming place, right? And it is something that happens quite commonly. I mean, it really is. We hear about it a lot. So,
Yeah.
no, and
And
I
I had,
understand.
so it's just, there was a bunch of reasons that I started to pay attention, to this young boy. I thought he was a lot littler. I knew he was 15, right? But I thought he was younger appearing. And I knew conditions can cause children to look younger, right? And
Yeah, sure.
it's just a lot of odd stuff. I think we've all seen a lot of odd stuff. And I don't even know specifically the first time that I decided to make a video on it, I think was in April. But I had my YouTube channel because I used to do 1099, like independent marketing and contracts and stuff like remote work. And I would do like bigger channels sometimes when YouTube launched back in the day, when it went from like music to kind of like, radio and like this new world, was they'd have like jobs for mods, like training mods, big channels launching from things. And those jobs, you can still look, they're all over the place. And so I used to do that. So I had this channel and I had people on it that I had met throughout social media, but not people that I had worked with professionally, or I knew like on a personal level, but it was more of a YouTube level, if that makes any sense.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, so I kept my channel from that, and I always planned to get back into content again when I moved. But then I decided to make a video in April because I was so confused with what I was watching. And I thought that if I made videos, because I knew how to tag and email them to people, that maybe I could get eyes on this and get help, And it wasn't meant to turn into a channel the way that it ended up happening. I know
Right.
it's hard for people to understand that, but that wasn't my intent. And
Well, and I think
that's
you have a
why it
lot
took
to
me so long
say,
to monetize. Yeah, like it took me a while. I finally this week hit the button to monetize because I came to terms with the fact that, God does things and he does holy connections and stuff. And that's what I call it, for his purpose. And it doesn't really matter what I want, or I just do whatever and try to learn and be better, And I was
Right.
very misled in the beginning about my hypothesis, and I learned a lot. I really thought, I didn't think things like this would happen in a missing child's case. Like, I
Oh
didn't think
gosh.
that there'd be so much hate,
Right.
and that people weren't there for Sebastian, or I don't know why people do what they do, but it just was clear to me that people didn't want Sebastian to get the attention at all, except for Seth and his family and all the people that were surrounding him that I was led to find through my trying to make sure that I didn't end up distracting in any way. But I was
Exactly.
used
Well,
as
and
a
I agree with
distraction, and
that.
I still to this day have to try to backpedal away from being used as a distraction. And it's not possible. You have to just tune it out and know that you're doing what's right, and that's all you can really do. Because otherwise nobody talks about Sebastian, and he doesn't deserve to not be in the algorithm until there's justice and he's home.
I mean, that is so well said, and I agree 100%. I mean, that's what it's all about. And then on top of it, I agree with the fact that there are people out there that just do not want us talking about him. And it's not just us, and I don't mean it just you and I mean it just on a grand scale. Don't talk about Sebastian, I'm going to stress you out so bad and distract you so hard that you're not going to even, want to talk about him anymore because you're going to be so stressed out about it. Um, it's amazing. I pulled a clip the other day of Chris Proudfoot saying that very thing, that, oh, I hear it's real stressful to cover Sebastian's case. Well, I mean, that's really abnormal in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it was so shocking for me to watch and try to comprehend, because I knew I was going to be moving. We couldn't move anywhere else, right? Like, I came into this thinking that these were all regular people. I wasn't going to YouTube. I wasn't going to tabloids. I was going to a community and reading and listening to the locals and to the family. That's what I
Right.
thought. So my whole family was out there, my stuff on all my children, and, my full name. And of course, you like it, you're not like you're hiding who you are or your family when you're doing things publicly. We often make decisions on why we do that. I personally, years ago, because my son's condition was so rare, we made a conscious decision that we had to be public. That was the only way to get the FDA to let us stand there and speak with them, and, things like that. Other people, I get it, they would never do that, right? But you don't go out of your way to, I don't know how to say it properly. I'm trying to think of a good phrase, but like, just because you have your family public and you're public doesn't mean you're going to go out there and mess with bad people, right? Like, I don't know
Well,
how to
and it
put it.
doesn't give anybody a right to mess with you just because you're transparent enough to, put yourself out there because you're trying to, achieve whatever goal it is. I mean, you were doing, well, for one, I just want to kind of back up really quick and just say that I think that it is very brave and admirable that you would put your children first, and you and your husband, and just their best interest, and knowing that you need to get to a place where the therapies are there that are necessary to help your children succeed. And I think that that is what I'm used to seeing all the time, when it comes to parents with children who have special needs. I like to call people, with different abilities, right? Because especially on the autism spectrum, that's a lot of it too. Especially like somebody like Sebastian, who's super good at chess, that I could never do that. That's a way different ability than I could ever be, So,
Oh, me too.
I look at that and I think, okay, well, they have way different abilities than me because I could not do that, and so I just wanted to say I really admire that, and I think it's something that is, um, important that we highlight, that parents that have children that they need this special attention. It's not always just right where you live, right? You had to move quite a far away to get to the specialist that you needed to be around. Well, your children needed to be around, really, you know.
Oh, yeah. And I think sometimes it's hard because you think everybody would do those things, and it's hard to wrap your mind around, because that's what, really got me. Seth moved all the way here for his son
Mm,
without family, without friends. It's like the biggest sacrifices that you make without hesitation is to be near your children. And
true.
unbeknownst to me, it just really broke my heart, because even though I knew that I was only going on really bad people for whatever reason, lying, and I will never understand that. I still feel so disgusted that I really thought that he could possibly have been involved. Even though there was no way to not think that at the time. And I know that rationally. I'm not a psychic. I had no reason to think people would lie like that. And as soon as I did, I obviously made that very clear. Like, the man was at work. It's a verified fact. And I can only go on the facts of people who I know I could trust, which would be Jennifer Coffindaffer, Vinnie Politan, Nancy Grace. You go by
Right.
people that have, professional credentials and credibility, right? That's why, like, we listen to, you have to do your own due diligence, right? We have to learn and fact check things in our own way. I used to always use at least 3 sources, but in things like this, I didn't think you had to do more than trust people that are professional and people that are local, because they go to jail, in my opinion, at the time. And when I was first making the videos, they were targeted to not build the channel, but to bring attention in, to bring the eyes in for Sebastian and to get help here. And whether or not all the parents were involved, 1 was involved, 2 was involved, they would figure it out. It was just to get in there and figure this out, right? There's a car, there's flashlights. The neighbors were saying they saw the parents in the front yard. The locals are out there saying it. They're so confident in this that they're live streaming and talking 24/7 on all different channels. It was just wacky to watch. And it was sad, So I don't really talk about everything very much because it takes away from Sebastian. It's not my story. It's not my family's story. It's Sebastian's story, and we need to know where he is for the sake of Sebastian. And we need to do what's right. And we need to support his family and his loved ones. And number 1 is to not get on a bandwagon of attacking his dad, because I feel that I have seen the most heinous things imaginable surrounding this young man from a different standpoint.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. I mean, and it's very, like, it's disheartening. It's enough to make you sick.
It
And
is.
and it's just, and you just sit there, like, kind of baffled, like, I cannot believe that this man is going through enough as it is, and that you are adding to misery. It's like insult to injury. Hey, Baba Rose, hello to everyone coming in. Hey there, Lil Redo. Good to see all you
And
guys, and thank you for being here. Sasha, Miss
the mental
Machete.
gymnastics that one has to go through to try to make any exception for the redirection of focus during an active investigation when a child is missing, their life is at stake, so to speak, right? We don't know where he is, what happened to him. To take the time and effort and energy to try to deflect that onto anyone, let alone the father, is so disgusting and grotesque to me that I'll never understand that. And I know we all make mistakes. I made a mistake and I've learned from my mistake. But at the same point, it's still going on, and it's March. People are still propagating propaganda, still distracting. This is not helping to look for him. This is only making people afraid to talk.
Exactly.
It's despicable, in my opinion. It's despicable.
Well, and see, you didn't know. And see, like, when I think of it, and I think Oprah says that, like, when you know better, you do better. So it's like, if you don't know, though, it's like, but if you know better and you don't do better, then that's when it's kind of like, okay, now you're intentionally spreading this crap around. Because I do agree that some people don't know, like, and there's things that I don't know, and I might be misinformed on things because, I mean, and there's no doubt, I shouldn't even say might, I'm sure there are things that I'm misinformed on, right? Because especially in this case, but just in life in general, we just don't know everything all the time. And so, but as long as you, like, when you're, when you can recognize that you know about it, then you can change the way that you think and what you're doing. And that's the only time you can do that, is in that moment.
Like,
So
when you have months to go on, right? It's nonsensical. It's just nonsensical.
Yeah.
You know now. It doesn't matter what you want to do or what you want to feel, or if you like, oh, I like the Yankees, they like, the Mets, or whatever nonsense. is causing people to do whatever they're doing, but it's a distraction from this child to even have the attention, the focus that he deserves. Like when you find out something for a fact, it's a fact. And I'm not trying to sound like Edgar in any way, shape, or form, but it's
I
like,
didn't even get that vibe one bit.
you know what I mean? Like, I expected people to have the same light bulb moment I had each time it happened, and they weren't. They were doing something quite opposite. And
Well, and that's the thing, and I think that it has a lot to do with who is being enlisted on the other front, and I do think that maybe some intentions are that they're thinking the same goals and have that same mentality as other people. Hey, soldier girl. And so I get that. I get that part. That maybe they're thinking they're doing the right thing, but the hardest part for me to really get on board with that theory would be because of the actions and like the polar opposite actions to words. That's the problem for me.
yeah. And I guess for me, what I consider a fact when we're talking about anything that's an online, I call them online case discussions, right? Because we're not law enforcement. We
Mm-hmm.
do not want to interfere, but you have to be careful because if you do have a channel and you start to produce things, you have influence. When I was
True.
first doing things, I think I had like 700 or 800 people on that that I've met over time. It wasn't a channel of influence. I wasn't trying to make a channel of influence. So I was a little more reckless with my I was trying to get the attention of the people that I was emailing. I was trying to
Mm-hmm.
get people to see how easy it is, and you could easily edit things. You have to fact check. And I thought I did. Like, I thought I had
That's
it
important
down.
to remember, though. I do kind of try to tell people that myself, and I understand, but I also got to check myself too, and I get that, because none of us are perfect, and it is so hard. I mean, one example that I have off the top of my head that really blew my mind was Gypsy Rose Blanchard. And I know that her story is very salacious and there's a lot to it, but in the same way, the media, the local media in Springfield, Missouri, spoon-fed us all, and I mean by us all, I mean the United States, the world, on a
Yeah,
world level, this narrative that she, was this poor child who only did this because she had to, and then we find out later that that is not the case, and that her lawyers kind of conjured up more of a narrative to fit her only getting a certain amount of time and Nick Godejohn getting all of the time that he received, which I think they both should have gotten the same amount of time. I really do, now that I know the facts. But see, we didn't know the facts back then, and I felt very sorry for
exactly.
her. And that was done by the locals and I mean, everybody. It was involved in that, and it was something that I didn't even want to speak on while I was living in that area, to be honest with you, because it was so scary. Because there was a lot of people in high positions that were involved in pushing a wrong narrative, in my opinion.
No, and I agree. And I think that's what was happening is as I was watching things unfold, and I was like, okay, well, you have a lot of people saying kids are just randomly missing. It was really confusing, as it still is. And I was looking at it also in the terms of like we had different things happening with the local groups, right? There was like neighborhood apps, people saying there was, people out in the woods and people, it was just a lot of stuff. And they were saying kids were going missing and nobody cared. So I got really freaked out also, for my own safety for the kids and stuff. And,
Absolutely. I would too. I would too.
so I'm like, okay, well, this is just really awful. There's no way to figure this out because what's happening online wasn't making any sense. It still doesn't. I still don't understand it. When you live somewhere, I don't know how freedom of speech applies to certain things, right? And now, like, after everything was said and done, and when we were driving down here, and I was talking to my husband, and and I was like, now I was like, I shouldn't even have had a really need cop in Jaffa. Like, what freaked me out, I think, was knowing at the time, if these things that we were all being told and the way it was being made out to look were true, they just couldn't be. You know what I mean? Like, it was like they would definitely be in jail.
Right.
Like, so I kind of felt like, well, I should have known it just something was really wrong here with this theory. Just didn't make any sense, you know?
That's true. And I think after a while too, and even after like looking back on, and that's why I don't necessarily frown upon looking back on all of this stuff at, what we know now versus what we knew then when it was coming out, because I think that we might perceive it differently. And I found myself perceiving certain things differently than I did in the beginning. You know what I mean? Just because we've had the time to kind of,
Yeah, because I was like, really, did I like, I guess it was because, when you are a caregiver in general, you're tired, right? And sometimes you're not thinking at full capacity. And kitchen table coffee talk and hypothesis and things like that, we should really be having in a respectful, safer way sometimes. And I hold myself to a standard that a lot of people I don't think would. So for me, I was just like, this is silly of me to think. Did I really think like the dad could just become invisible and sneak out of the prison? Like, even, like, you know what I mean?
Well,
when
yeah.
I was looking back on it, I'm like, yeah, really, because he could disappear for 2 or 3 hours and not be in jail. Like, how silly. Do you know what I'm saying? Even though that's what was going on. Like, there was people saying, oh, he's in the video and they're all in it, and this one's it. Just when you look back, it defied logic that
Yeah.
would be possible, just. And it's sad that Sebastian was, and still sad sometimes is, being represented by people that should have been, in my opinion, putting him first. Like, as soon as everybody knew these things couldn't have anything to do with it, then why would you keep talking about this? Why isn't everybody saying the same thing and focusing where we need to focus, which is not on his dad? We know this now, like, at all. This is horribly wrong. It's not helping to find him. It's distracting everybody. And then in different ways, shapes, or forms, for different reasons, people, get run off. I experienced it in a multitude of ways. And then nobody talks about it. I mean, this is just ridiculous,
Well, and it's hard too, because it's hard to know like which places are getting, where they're getting the information from, and then also, a lot of it too on YouTube is very hard because there might be some people that you enjoy chatting with, who might have no idea that what we're watching isn't true, right? So it's almost like, because I know I watched something
Oh, I thought it
earlier.
was real, for sure. And I
Well,
should have
sure,
known
yeah.
better, and I really did. I thought, because the people were walking around, they lived here and they were representing themselves differently, that I didn't think entertainment and freedom of speech could ever apply that way.
Right. Well, and it almost doesn't logically, like you said, logically it doesn't. Um, yeah, that's true, hindsight. And that's the thing. And I think a lot of it too, like people will just be watching it and they'll think, oh gosh, because the problem that I've seen, the biggest problem I've noticed on YouTube, and I've only been on for a little over a year now, like barely over a year. And I wasn't getting any kind of real hate or anything like that until I started going live and talking about Sebastian every night, or mostly every night. A lot of times I'll talk about Crystal too, and we kind of go back and forth. And I also like to make sure that I talk about her on the episodes as well. And then Jana, of course, is in our chat a lot too. So it's always nice to have her in, and we'll discuss, or people can ask her questions and things like that. but I started getting a lot of that, and then it's all of this stuff that doesn't make any sense. So these people that are presenting this information online to their followers or putting it out there for people to view, it's just simply false information. And so I think to myself, if this could happen to me on this level, when I have not even 3,000 people who follow me, and I just get up here and talk about Sebastian, I feel like there is a higher level of people trying to silence anybody talking about Sebastian. That's just my opinion, and I feel it on a local level, especially kind of what some of the things that we've talked about too, from what your experience is. And I always wondered if that was part of it or if it was a YouTube thing, but I think we're seeing it on a wider scale,
Yeah.
um,
Because
in
I
this
wasn't
case.
on YouTube. I was following everything through what was being posted in the Facebook, and people would say, "Oh, this will be on in 20 minutes. Come up, over here," or, "We're meeting here and they're searching here." And so I was looking at things all over, whatever was posted, that was directly localized and stuff. And I think
Mhm.
I can understand what hindsight means, but if you're coming into it as like not knowing anybody, statistically, usually parental abduction is one of the things. So
Mhm. Oh,
when
yes.
you have, people that are walking around locally and they're hopping to different channels and you don't know that things are being deleted and they're all
Mm.
talking on the same level and whatever it is. I don't even understand what this is. How the heck
Well,
would
and
I
then
know
here's
that?
the thing
You
too,
know?
you have all of these people on in their guys, just to preface my opinion here. In my opinion, these people are lunatics. They have problems that cannot be helped by any of us. It's only a professional that could help these people, right? Because of the level of what they're doing. But it is a definite thing on YouTube where people will create different accounts. It's the same person, but they have multiple accounts and they go around wreaking havoc on these other accounts, and they'll leave one, "Oh, I'm the angel. I'm Sebastian's army. Oh, I love everybody." But then they have these dummy accounts that they use to wreak havoc, upon anybody who will listen to them. And it's very like strange. Like, to me, it's almost like that's why I call YouTube La La Land, because to me it's like you got to be, a part of the nut hut to want to be involved with people that act that way. And these creators don't understand. Soldier Girl says, right, trolls in disguise. Like, they disguise themselves as these good people that I mean, I'm dealing with one in particular that has a channel, and they have dummy accounts, and so they've built this separate channel. They're saying that they're for the missing and for Sebastian and Sebastian's army, but then they have this other channel where they just only hate on me. And they're saying things that like are not true, like I have a court date coming up in October, and people are believing these people, like, and Little Redo, but it is. It's like, what are we doing, and what are they doing? Because it's
Well,
weird
it's
that you
not,
would do this. Like,
no,
but
because
people don't
normally,
know.
no, exactly. And normally with content, that there's trolls and there's this and there's that. And I have never seen anything like it. And I know what these trolls can do. We all do, right? They pop up different places. They'll say
Mhm.
bad words. They'll, get up, call into a radio show or a live or whatever. But normally they get blocked. You ignore them, right? People don't just stick
Yes.
around and waste their time for nothing. This is different because it's targeted, right? Like, it's weird. There's no reason for them to be involved. They don't care about the cases. They're not here for true crime. It doesn't make sense, right? Because they
Exactly.
constant, yeah, it's literally to get you to stop. In my opinion, it looks like there's ways to go after people for all different reasons, just to get you stop talking about Sebastian. You start focusing on this, then you get scared. Oh, I can't even have a channel. Oh, I can't even this. That's not normal. It's not. You'll
No.
get your weirdos, but they don't come together like this over and over and over for people that don't even have that big of a following, that you don't even find easily in the algorithm when you're searching.
Well, and that's the
They
thing.
go to
When you
other
said
places.
targeted, that's the word that I'm really like focused on, is it's a targeted attack. And we saw that with Seth. And that's the reason why people that
Very
probably, if they knew
targeted
that if they
with
knew the
stuff.
truth, would say, holy crap, that is, what are they doing? But then because they didn't know the truth and he was so heavily targeted that, people were believing what somebody that they
Well, it was
trusted,
online and it
because
was
it's
in
a
person, right?
right, right.
Somehow the
It's
rumors
crazy.
locally were matching up with this video that obviously we know now, like if you just use your common sense, could not possibly have shown him in the video. It's impossible,
Right.
right? Like impossible.
Right. And and I think when it comes to um yeah, they do, Natalie, they do. They have like separate accounts. And see, this is why I kind of wanted to talk about some of these subjects tonight, because I think it's important for viewers to know. I would want to know about it because I used to be a viewer just like you guys, right? So I was like, I couldn't believe it when I figured this out. But of course, you start to research when you're trying to report this stuff, and so you realize that like these people have connected accounts. And they also have, several accounts where they go so far, Natalie, is to create another account so that way they can comment on the video that they created. This is how
Yes.
unhinged and creepy these people are. Mommin, have
They,
you seen anything? I mean, because I feel
oh,
like I'm crazy
absolutely.
sometimes. I'm like, that's not true, but it is.
No, I realized that, I saw this was started in the Facebook groups very early on. You'd write something, somebody would ask a question, like it's like harmless. They're just asking for an update on, like this was early. And then all of a sudden there'd be 3 or 4 people at the same exact time, all commenting below. And that's when I was like, this is really, I don't know what's going on here, because it's not possible. It wasn't organic. It wasn't natural. And then it started on YouTube. And it's like, you're the same person, right? There's no way. It's something you have to kind of experience. It's very hard to explain, but you can tell what's an organic pattern and what's not. And then you start to learn more about people, that what they are trolling and what they consider trolling and how it's done or whatever. And then it's like, okay, but you would never have that in a missing persons case. You wouldn't you wouldn't want it
Mm-mm.
around.
No,
It
it
has
has
no
no
place
place in
here.
it. No
It
place.
has no
No.
place here. Nobody's going
Mm-mm.
to engage in that. Nobody's going to make fun. You're not going to get any reciprocation. So those types of trolls are going to end up just taking a hike and moving on to somewhere that they're getting, right, a response, an interaction, a rise
Hmm.
out of people. And it's not natural. Like you can say something, or they'll make a video, a stupid video with all kinds of lies in it, right? I've had tons of them made about me. One
I'm
was
so
the
sorry.
stalking, still, oh, just ignore it. You know that. You got to
Yes,
ignore
ma'am.
them, right? But it's so foolish, because then you see all at the same time, oh, this comment, that comment, that comment. It's like nobody
Yeah.
could see it. There's nobody subscribed. It's the person that posted it. And then you'll
Thank
hear
you.
sometimes, right? And then
Yes.
sometimes you'll hear amongst the 100 hours of whatever this person people's, in my opinion, at times, they'll even let it slip sometimes. Oh yeah, I'm on, 4 accounts. I'm in
Uh,
4 places, like silliness like that. And it's like, this is a missing child. What? No.
well, and it doesn't have any place in it. And like Natalie says, and the trolls play both sides, I think, and they do. And that's kind of what I wanted to bring to people's attention, is that like they're saying they're Sebastian's army, but they're also have other accounts where they play the on the other channels with them. And people have, and like you said, Mom, and they admitted that to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't really necessarily have known. But also, when you go back to some of them to search for them, it will draw
Hmm.
you to a new account that they've changed their name, but they used to be this other person. And
Yeah.
so that's how I kind of figured that out as well. And, kind of confirmed it. And I think they do try to control the narrative and intimidate. And that's why, because if they think if they bully you long enough, you're gonna stop. So it's really like you said, Mom, and ignore it, and then they won't continue to do it as long as they would if you were to feed their need for that. Um,
Well, typically, yeah. And that's why with Sebastian, though, that's not what's happened, right? There is something else that is having so many people want to do that, because that's not what they usually. I mean, what are they getting out of it, right? They got to be getting something. So they're not getting it from any of us if we're not engaging, and they're ignored or they're blocked or we don't, whatever. But they're
well,
constantly coming back. They're getting something from it, right?
they get like, it's like a little kid with negative attention. Even if it's negative, they think, oh, I get it, I'm getting attention though. And that's the problem with this particular person that I'm dealing with. I know exactly what and why. It's just because they wanted more subscribers, because they only had like 300, and instead of doing the hard work that it takes to build a community and put out good content and fact check and everything that goes with that, and work on editing videos and this, finding new ideas to discuss in the case, things like that, they would rather um go off the backs of the drama of and that's why I put this up here today. Before you say it, ask yourself, is it true? Is it good? Is it useful? Because in this case, it's none of this that's going on, this trolling, this crap. Where's Summer, and find Sebastian, 1-800-TBI fine. Thank you for your comment. I agree. It's not useful, it's not helpful, it's disgusting, and it needs to be viewers need to be aware of these things so that they can make a better informed decision on what they're watching, who they're listening to, kind of, hey, Justice Jane, what they're putting in their brains all the time. You know what I mean? Hey, K9 Captain Jules, good to see you.
Well, I think a profound thing for me too is there was a lot of people that, they made it very clear like they weren't here. They didn't even know, certain things about Sebastian. They're like, oh, well, I haven't even been keeping up. Then what are you doing here? If that's what the topic is, that should answer your question already. Like, then you shouldn't be around the case discussion or people talking about it. If that's not what you're brought in for, then you have a problem. It shouldn't be supported and condoned, not to be mean to people or whatever, but if you're listening to somebody and they're influencing you, but it's affecting the discussion of a missing person, that's a problem. You should already know that. Shouldn't happen. Like, you wouldn't be supporting it, and you see people that are supporting it without any hesitation. And they're claiming that they care, and it's not possible. You can't actually care about Sebastian if you are bringing people that do not have any interest in that. They're here because they don't like somebody, right? It's like, oh, I like
Absolutely.
this football team, they like that football team, I'm going after them because that has no place if you really give a darn about what it is that you're saying you give a darn about, because you wouldn't do it.
It's very unhealthy. Like, it's not a healthy situation where it's like, okay, who can find more information? Like you said, I could see, that's a good analogy for a sports team, right? There's one team over here, and I'm from Chicago, so of course, we have a couple teams for baseball, Sox and Cubs. I'm a Cubs fan. I go for the underdog, and that's just my team. That's just my team. But it's like, but I had friends and family members who were Sox fans, and I would would be fine. You know, we didn't like, you know, want to like unalive each other, right? We just wanted to, you know, razz each other a little bit, and healthy competition, and, you know, my team's going to win or something. And you know how great it would be if we had that healthy competition between, you know, the team, so to speak, and I am using air quotes, guys, team, so to speak. And we were just trying to see who could find as much information as possible that was true, right? But it's not that healthy competition, unfortunately. It's people, like Sammy says, trying to up their own algorithms. Hey, Napanoch Father, it's like KP Jules, Canine Captain Jules says that she has been rumored. Now they're spreading rumors about her, and they spread so many rumors about her that I do want to preface that too, because it's disgusting, that she was going through the Proudfoot's medicine cabinet to try to find medicines from them. I mean, what the hell is that? That's disgusting. And I have a feeling that I know exactly who's doing that one, because it's probably the same person that's doing this crap to me. Which I'm not going to name that person because I don't want to give them that satisfaction. But they even made like this post, and I had to send it to Jana because it had her book that she just wrote for her sister, and it had and it was on TikTok, and it had mole on it, as if Jana is a mole, and saying that she was a mole. Like, what the hell? There it is. I'm so sorry to hear that, Jules. I really am. That's terrible. But you know what I'm saying? Like, they're doing that to try to get me to stop talking about Crystal's case too. So it's on a different, like, it's on another level, because I know who is doing it. You know, and it is targeted, and it's a group of women that are doing this, guys, just to let you know that. And when I feel comfortable enough to kind of let it out, I will. But for the purposes of this show, I just want to demonstrate how many people, including our victim, young Sebastian, who's been missing over a year, has dealt with these trolls and this awfulness, you know? But Mommin, what do you think?
Oh, I agree with you. I think that troll people, especially if they have their own mental health battles and things, right? So there's no way to actually really stop them, but you don't have to make excuses for it, right? And I think that's what has been hard for me, is seeing that there's a lot of excuses that are made, like it's okay. And I don't think it's okay at all, right? I don't think there's a time and a place for everything. But once you see these kinds of behaviors, how is it okay? Like, for example, Canine Jules was saying about the search dogs, right? And how absurd that it took. How long did it take before anybody knew that they didn't have Sebastian scent specific? It wasn't Sebastian scent, right? And I guess, oh, sorry, hit the thing. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
That could have been stopped easily. It could have been stopped easily by the people that are with we have people that have gone to court with the parents, right? We have people that are out there doing things and presenting things, and I'm talking about, you know, not Seth at all. Edgar, whatever we want to call it. I don't know. And it could have been ended. You're looking for Sebastian. You want all the focus on Sebastian, but you guys were out there running narratives about the scent and saying dogs led here. There was other people I was watching on TikTok when I was going through a lot of the stuff I started to save, because I started to save things because I watched things changing and disappearing in front of my eyes, right?
Right.
And when I was going through some of that, there was another woman that I've never really seen on YouTube, but she was on TikTok, and she was all local here, and she's on live showing everybody where the dog tracked in another area. That was a whole different narrative over on TikTok. And they were with people that knew that, in my opinion, they already knew that wasn't factual. So when you're out here and you're representing Sebastian in a way that you know the true facts of the situation with the dogs, you had you know, the stepdad's telling everybody, no, it smelled here, it smelled there, and they went there, and you're not stopping that.
Right.
You
Like,
know, like,
why let that out there when it's false?
why
I
would
mean,
you? Yeah,
I mean,
that's a
it's wrong.
major, that's like, that's intentional distractions, right? You know that didn't happen. Why are we going with that? Why, you know? You have to ask yourself these things and then come to your own conclusions. But a lot of the stuff has been supported, and it makes it worse, you know, I feel like, because it could easily be called out and shut down if people wanted it to be, but they don't want it to be.
Well, and I remember Canine Captain Jules explaining that to us about Max, about Canine Max a lot, many times. Well, just specifically, I can remember a video that she put out and was like, look, guys, this is what Widener said, and this is what, you know, is being portrayed, kind of thing. And it's important to make that distinction because you know, one little detail that's off could kind of make us think in a different way, right? Because what we don't know uh, can cause us to have, you know, a different reaction. What we do know can cause us to have a different reaction or thought on it. So, you know, if somebody, you know, says something that we don't understand, and we really can't get clarification on it, it does breed a lot of different responses that could be false, you know, as a
Yeah.
result of that. Like the dogs. I mean, you know.
And that was so easy to clarify. Like, Canine Jules has clarified that. She has tried relentlessly. Like she said, the best thing, I think, the best way that I understood it the last time, like she said, is they can't tell us, so we really don't know, right? He can't tell us, but we do know that he wasn't on a specific trail. But
Mhm.
if he could talk, he can tell us who sent, but it didn't lead to anything, right? Definitive. But that's not the way that it was being presented. It was being presented like, yes, it was on Sebastian's scent. But
Right.
it doesn't mean that it wasn't necessarily following Sebastian, because he can't tell us. But it could have been. Chris said Edgar, I don't know what, said that
Mhm.
he goes over that way all the time on one of the interviews that's still up. If you need it, I could always email and give you timestamps. How do we
Yeah.
know? We don't know, but that was something so easy to clear up. You're not saying that at 110% couldn't be,
Right.
because the dog can't talk, but we do know it's definitely not, because he wasn't scent specific.
Right. And see, for people who don't, you know, and I will be the first one to say I'm not versed in the sense, you know, to me that's so interesting, and that's why I enjoy listening to people who are, because I don't know enough about it myself, and if I can get a deeper understanding, I can do a better job of explaining it. But if I don't know, then I'm like, I have no idea, you know.
Which is
Um
why you would never run off Canine Captain Jules. You would want her to be able to explain things and help us learn, for the better influence of trying to share Sebastian, to bring the attention, the awareness, and the focus, right? That's what you would think. And
See, but it's
instead,
everybody that's
I watched
good.
her get
It's
attacked.
everybody that's good gets attacked. It doesn't matter who you are, what you're, you know, covering. It just, like, if you're good and you're for Sebastian, like if you're good at what you do and you're trying to present facts, and you're just trying to help with Sebastian, or you're getting close to, you know, maybe kind of a solution, it just seems like people are going to try to shut you down, you know. And then it becomes survival of the fittest on YouTube, you know, like whoever can be. I saw a comment from Seth the other day that said you really have to keep a thick skin, and, you know, be tough to be on YouTube, and, you know, that he's just thankful that people are, you know, talking about Sebastian. He needs to be found. We need to keep it about Sebastian. And that's something that he has said from the beginning, minus the tough on YouTube. You know, we all have to learn that at some point. It seems if you're on the YouTube long enough, you will, you know, understand that, you know. Um, Jade
Yeah.
Twins 100%. Aw, thanks, Napanoch Father. I'm glad you're here. But yeah, I mean, it's just kind of crazy. All the good people have experienced um, negative responses, but not even just negative. Like the targeted attacks is what really bothers me. Um,
Well, because it's human nature, right? For us sometimes to want to defend ourselves, right? And we want to, right or wrong when something's not being truthful, or it's a natural response. And I think that's the saddest part about this, is that it's hard sometimes not to rebuttal, right? It's hard not to try to at least, share your piece. People still might not like you. They can still say whatever they want, right? But that is the saddest part, I think, about this whole thing, is because a lot of times it goes against our natural instinct to not, speak up and be like, no, that's not true, and that's
exactly.
bad because it's weaponized. Where, what does that do? Gets the attention right off of, Sebastian again, or whatever it is that good you're going to be doing, even if it's to help the one, like something I always remember that I was always told was, sometimes it's about the one and not the many. So even if it's just one person that day, you made feel good, that was having a rough time, well, because now you don't want to deal with this and you don't want to cause any problems, you're not even going to help that one, because you're not going to go live, right? Because you don't want to cause a distraction, because everybody's off on something that didn't even happen, and we're going to talk about it for the next 6 months.
Mm, exactly, exactly, and giving too much weight to it, because I saw, Sharon's comment saying, we have to ignore it. But I think it's just the elephant in the room, and then what we saw kind of blow up yesterday. I really just wanted to discuss it with you all and just kind of put a positive message out there and let you know that there are things going on that maybe people aren't aware about. So I just really wanted to bring about awareness about, what's going on here. Where Summer and Sebastian 1-800 TBI Find says, I truly believe that if law enforcement would come out and give little pieces of truth, YouTube would not be as bad as it is, but they're never going to do that, not in Tennessee anyway. And Mom, and we were talking about that earlier before live, right? Like that if
Yeah.
maybe if they gave us a little bit of a fact sheet, right? And it doesn't have to be evidence, but if they gave us a fact sheet in their words, I think that would eliminate a lot of this. What do you think about that?
Oh, definitely. And I think we had a lot of that with at first, right? We had the website that they were
Hmm.
updating all the time, but
Yeah.
it hasn't been getting updated as much, it seems. And then they will come out with certain things, right? Like Green Hoodie. They came out and talked about that. But
Yes.
that's hard too, because they didn't say a definitive, right? I always say keywording. There's a lot of stuff in the keywording with certain things. But then I also know that now, right, Seth has shared that he talks to them often. So there could be reasons that we're not aware of, right? That maybe if they're doing certain, it's hard. It's hard to know. You know, there might be reasons that they can't present certain things or clarify certain things for the validity of the evidence. If there's ever a trial, there's so much that I've always heard, and I'm not a lawyer and I don't understand the specifics, but that could jeopardize the credibility and the validity of the evidence, right? Sometimes. So, or like
Sure.
jury tampering, right? They say, um, this thing is lagging again. Sorry,
I know,
guys.
that's why I turned mine off, because I figured I was like, maybe if we could
That's what
alternate.
I'm
Well,
trying to see. Okay, there we go. Now the chat just went, it doesn't make sense. I got to really get to the bottom of this internet stuff. It doesn't make sense to me. I never used to have these issues. So it's hard. It's hard for me to, like, I would love that. I think we all would. But would that even make a difference with this? I don't think so, to be honest with you. From personally, I don't believe they care for the facts. And I know facts has become kind of a redundant word to throw around, but I don't think people are real. Not everybody wants the answers. They're going to keep doing this, and that's just heartbreaking.
Well, it is, and that's another major point. I'm glad that you said too, just to kind of reiterate. I mean that is the biggest problem for me is well, one of them is just all of this misinformation that's coming out, and they just don't. Um, I don't know. It's just like it's like we don't have the correct answers to even make good assumptions off of, and so that's what makes it really hard and frustrated. But we're all going to try to fill in the blanks, just knowing that we're all human, and that's kind of how our brains work when we're thinking critically, is that we're trying to find solutions and make it make sense. But it's hard to do that with all of the information that's kind of like an overload, because a lot of it doesn't matter. A lot of it's irrelevant, or it's just maybe like some assumptions that we're going off of. um
Yeah. And it's just a shame because I feel like they would just, certain people would still just keep going anyway, even if we had a much more updated TBI website, right? Because they still have a lot of stuff on there, but I don't think it would really change much other than help a lot of us maybe with our discussions. Because I know it gets, sometimes people are like, oh, how many times are you guys going to go over this? But
mhm.
I don't know, maybe, hopefully not much longer in Sebastian's home, but what else can we do, right? We have to do something. And
Right.
there's new people that are coming on that haven't seen things and haven't talked about it, right? So I don't see the harm in going over certain things. I do understand that it can feel redundant, but
Well,
I
and
don't
that's
know. I don't know if that would really make a big difference. What do you think?
I mean, I think it would a little bit, but I also think that I agree with what you're saying. I mean, I think that no matter what, we're going to have these people out there that just don't want to do that, work, and they'll spread lies, and they're like, well, I'm still going to get views even if I tell people, because and the thing that is really sad is that I believe that they don't value their viewers like they should when they do that. It just kind of like, it's a no-brainer. They just think that they're that, if and not to be hateful, but like they must think that their viewers are dumb and that they're not going to do their own research, and so they just figure they trust me. It doesn't matter what I say, they're going to believe everything I say, which isn't right. Um and then we have, like Trishy just said, they've made up lies about her, and she's, you know, um a great person, a good mom, and she helps out a lot of channels, doing the right thing all day. And then, of course, again, we see the attack. You know what I mean? Because that's their MO. They're attacking people. And, the discord between the green team and things like that, they love it, guys. When they see any kind of drama or any kind of little, tiff, within what they call the green team, they just jump for joy, as in they, um it's like, very like kind of evil devilish behavior, in my opinion. It's like, ooh, bad wins, yay. And I mean, they rejoice on it. It's the sickest, weirdest thing, and it's very twisted. um Earlier I saw Detroit Rock City, what they did to Sinner. I mean, what the heck is that?
See, and what I think, like, what I don't understand about it and why I feel that it's very targeted and it's almost like a bunch of distractors, right? Or,
Mm-hmm.
as I called that PI, a fixer, these characters, is because they could make more money doing the same thing elsewhere, in my opinion. It
Right.
doesn't make sense to me at all that it's just the views and the clicks from this case. I don't, and I respectfully, and maybe my opinion will change in time with other things, that I don't feel that way from how I've seen it in the last year. And there's so many places and things that they could do to have their drama and have their whatever, right? In bigger numbers, because a lot of people are not going to want to sit around when they care about a missing kid or any kid or in general, because it
Right.
has nothing to do with the missing child you're talking about.
It doesn't, and that's the thing, and that's why they create these separate channels, and it leads me to believe that that they've been doing this for a while, since they are very good. Like this was
Very good.
like this stuff was orchestrated against me just after the Nancy Grace. Um
It's very organized.
it just started up, and it's the same person who started a lie, or one of the lies I know in particular on Canine Captain Jules. I will say that it is the main the ringleader who is the biggest creator of the bunch, and then some of them aren't creators, they're just mods, um who have like to insert themselves that way they can feel special and please the creator, this particular creator. And it's just it's so it happens so fast, and the next thing you know, they have a whole entire channel that's just dedicated to a smear campaign, and it's not even like the truth. And that's what's bad about it, is that if it was truthful, it would be a different story, I guess. But they all know that doxing is illegal, but they're still doing it.
Well, and a lot of the channels, right, where they put up these videos that they love to make these fake, nonsensical things, right, that they create, they're not monetized. So, yeah, it might give content to maybe a channel that is or whatever, but
That's a great point.
they know that they'd be struck and they'd be taken down, right?
Girl,
know
they're
it's
not
not
even
gonna go.
monetized. They don't even have enough subscribers to be monetized, and the other one only has like 50.
Yeah.
And and a lot of it is troll accounts that they've created, that way they will subscribe to the channel, and then they can go in the comments and write hateful comments and not look like it's them doing it. It's really sick, and it's really time consuming. Think about how much time
Yes.
that takes, you know what I
A
mean? But
lot.
this is somebody who is retired, and things like that. Hey, hope floats. um and it's just crazy that I don't think people are aware of it. I definitely would never have been aware of this had I not been a creator or experienced it myself. And I knew that you had experienced similar things from the same group of people, and so I just kind of wanted to, or not the same exact ones, but the main one.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Again, I don't want to
They know
talk
how to
about
do it,
creators, but
right?
I just want people to be aware. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Would you say, mom? Would you say,
No, I
mommy?
was just saying they know how to do it. And
Oh
it
yeah,
doesn't
they're
take long for them to share it with, somebody else that maybe they become friendly with or whatever. And to me, it's just, it's not right, but it's just a different level when it comes to Sebastian, because I've seen it go on for a long time in different places throughout the whole case. And it does nothing to help him. And it hurts you, and it hurts anybody that it affects people differently. It's not just emotionally, right? It's also
sure.
like you have your people that for whatever reason that they hop on a bandwagon, say they just don't like the color of somebody's hair or whatever the reason. It's
Well, it's
dangerous.
my biggest thing too, like when I was being critiqued, is I've never said that I was like a beauty influencer. I never tried to get on here and be like, guys, do you want to know what this lip is? Like I've been I've been very honest with what my channel was from the beginning, missing people, because I used to post a lot more too, and I need to be better about that. And then it's just working the two cases. I kind of get too involved in things, but it's also a lot of these distractions that I just kind of wanted to get off my chest. And that way people are aware. And, I think it's important to do the anti-bullying for everybody, like even though, nothing is going to work perfectly. Not everyone will get on board with it, but at least if people are more aware, they can be like, I'm not going to get in on that stuff. I'm just gonna hope that we can all, I think it was Josh from the lab said, "Can't we all just get along or something?" I saw that last night and I thought, yeah,
Yeah.
really, can we just please, but but I know it's hard. If somebody's upset, their feelings are hurt. I have enough compassion and empathy to understand that. But in the same way, that doesn't give you an excuse to, troll and,
No, no, I don't think, we can. And the thing is, like, we're all different, right? We're not all going to get along all the time. And we're not all going to like each other sometimes, right? That's just life. Doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with somebody or they're a bad person, or we just might be different, right? We might have different interests or different beliefs or whatever it is, but we can be adults and we can be, we can give each other grace because none of us are perfect, but within reason, sometimes we have to, treat things a little more, or for me anyway, I'm speaking for me, and I don't know about you in the chat, you can tell me, but I try to think more about, okay, who am I talking about? What is the purpose of this? Because that's really what matters, right? So if I'm going to be talking about Sebastian, then yeah, I can talk about certain things and share my experiences. But if I'm talking about him at that moment, then I'm not going to make it about me. I'm not going to make it about my family. I could share my opinion, right? But the priorities, I guess, of it, right? Like, we could all be in agreement. We're here for Sebastian and do things, like adults should do them, right? If that makes sense. Sorry, guys, I need another cup of coffee. I'm gonna have to sneak out and grab a cup of coffee.
No worries. No, I completely like agree with what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying, because it's like, even if you don't like somebody, the general rule of thumb is to just ignore them and not spend much time on it, because you're wasting your own energy too when you're doing that. Um, so I totally get it. It's odd that people would choose, like, to go every morning and get their cup of coffee and say, "I'm gonna start my day with somebody I hate." Like, that would never occur to me.
That's
Um,
so bad for your mental health, first off, right? If we're watching stuff that makes us upset constantly, that's not good for you. You're in a cranky, or as I call it, you're crankified, right? Because
you're
you're triggering
crankified.
yourself, right?
That's a great way to put it. And you're putting yourself in the position to, really kind of upset yourself, right? Just by, like, watching the other people that you don't enjoy to watch. And so why would you put yourself in a moment of discomfort and displeasure if you don't have to? And I think it's more or less something that, I hate to say it, but there's some people out there that really enjoy the chaos and the drama, and they would rather do something like that. But I don't understand it, just for, like you said, because I don't think it's healthy. And I don't think, he was so funny, Detroit. He makes me laugh. The Josh does. He does, because he's kind of like a typical guy who he cares. Obviously he cares a lot. He's very smart. But then he is also funny to where he's like, okay, come on, guys. Like, what is this? What are we doing over here? Are we really doing this? So it was hilarious. I
Well, it's
picked up on that.
confusing, right? It was like,
Super
um,
confusing.
yeah, he's funny, and I think that, his heart is, he shows that he tries really hard to be I think all of us, I like to think all of us do, but we realize obviously that's not the case, right? We have slews, sadly, of people that's not what they're not here for, with grace and empathy. But at the same point, I mean, like, you got to learn how to, I don't know, reel it back in, right? Sometimes we get sidetracked and we take everything personal, and we all have lives, right? And um there isn't there isn't like, I don't know, like, one of the things that people kept telling me in my comments constantly, right, was like, there's a list of people, the green team list. I'm sure you've heard that constant nonsense about the green team list. There
Well, see,
isn't
that's what
one,
kind of like that
right?
was weird to
Like,
me. Like that's where I got super confused too, because I'm going, well, who's this green team list, and how come I don't know about it? And no, I'm just kidding. But it's like one of those things where it kind of took me back, and I thought, okay, well, is it a good list or is it a bad list or what kind of list are we talking about? Then come to find out there is no list, right? Is
oh,
that kind of
it's everybody's working in different ways to try to help with whatever it is that they think they can help, right? We have all different people that are just trying to come together and make a difference for Sebastian for all different reasons. And there's been this really horrible thing that's gone on for a long time of acting as if, there's these two teams. And overall, there's not, right? There's
right?
there's probably 150 teams then, right? Because we're all here trying to figure it out and figure out how to handle keeping his name out there and do it in the right way, right? It's hard. It's hard to understand it, and we get frustrated. But it's not malicious, There's no malice that I've ever seen coming from you. I've never seen malice from Justin. I've never seen malice from Josh. I've never seen where the confusion comes in for some people, and it makes me sad to see it, because I think there's so many misunderstandings that we don't have to have. We can clear them up, right? We don't need these misunderstandings. And we need to remember, I remind myself a lot, I need to remember certain things they're not appropriate for me to talk about. It's kitchen table coffee talk, right? We can have our little discussions, but we have to be mindful of all the people that are being affected when we're having them on lives.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I couldn't agree more, and I don't think it's fair to the viewers, to the people who pay for memberships, to the people who are here every night to hear about Sebastian and Crystal, on my channel, but other channels, maybe they're going over there to hear about little Elijah Vu, or maybe we're talking about Harmony Montgomery, maybe we're talking about, just the whole slew of people who have had injustices, and those are the people that need their stories out there, but
Yeah.
we're not doing that. It's not fair to our viewers to listen to the drama that should be kept behind the scenes. If it's caused behind the scenes, then keep it there, but people are going real life. And absolutely, Soldier Girl, we need unity, and that's major, right? That is not just something that we're saying, right? It's not just what Dog was saying about, united we will prevail. United, if we don't unite, we'll fail, right? But if we do unite, that's when we're going to prevail. And it sounds cliche. It sounds like, oh, well, that's in a perfect world, but it really doesn't have to be that way. It just takes everybody's conscious decision to be like, you know what, this shit needs to stop, and I'm not going to be a part of it. And if it's going to continue, then I'm not going to watch it, or I'm not going to participate. And it is hard when you like to go into certain places, because maybe you're you had a rough day and your favorite chat is up and people are in there and you want to say hi to everybody. I mean, I've had that too, where I'm like, oh, I can't wait to go see my people in there, all my friends, all the people I like to hear what they have to say about these cases. And it takes your mind off of a bad day sometimes. But when you can't even go in there without hearing all of this nonsense, it's like, who wants to be a part of it, but then some people will stick around for it because they think, well, at least I'm here with a community, but if it's a toxic place, that's the fine line that I think we're walking when it comes to all of the stuff that's going on lately. It's just kind of that
And it's
fine line.
well, yeah, and it's not fair too. It is a fine line. And I think it's unfair because we have no idea what happens off the air, right? You don't know if somebody's been friends with somebody or if they've talked to somebody, or you're going based on that person's emotions. and how they feel, and they could be valid, right, or invalid. We don't know what their emotions are and what they're feeling and what their reason is. But at the same time, there could be 5 other people, that they're not, you don't hear the other parts of it, so you don't have a clue, right? You don't know what the full context of what's happening. And I just don't think it makes much sense to have it play out with Sebastian or anybody, as like, that's not going to help us when we're trying to get his name out, when we're trying to just circulate it so that the one person that might have something on their conscience or unknowingly hears about it and is like, oh, and I'm going to call it in. Well, no, it's not going to happen now, because now, and I'm not saying this to anybody, I've done the same thing. I'm just saying in general, I look at it like this, because now we have just spent how many weeks on our own problems for no reason, because somebody lied or somebody did this, or that time could have been on strategizing on the weirdness of the cars at Texas Roadhouse, or going back over Nick the Hat's videos because they were intriguing. They made you think, right? Or talking about interviews, or going over Coffin Daffer or you or Justin, or we're not doing that because we're on drama. And a lot of people, they run from it. They don't care to hear it. And how's that going to help spread it around enough to try to get to that one person's phone on that one person's TV that's watching it? An autoplay comes on to some random live that may hold this tip, right?
Right. And people like don't know about it because they're focused, the viewers are focused on finding, for the most part, are focused on finding Sebastian wouldn't dream of, uh understanding many of the elements that we've talked about tonight. But in the same breath, it's almost like they don't give a crap to listen to our drama. They don't. I don't think you guys do want to hear it. I really don't. And like Soldier Girl said, Justin handled it perfectly because he played it, and he also said, and I remember this very specifically, because it's just true to who Justin is. He said, look, I am not mad. I am not hateful about this. I just wanted to settle the score. And also, when people are attacking each other, sometimes you're backed into a corner and that's the only thing you can do. But at least he was able to say, like, look, this person said some negative things about me. I'm not upset. I'm just, addressing it, and then we're going to move on because we're not going to keep on dwelling on it.
Well, when we put
Aw.
stuff out there
Thanks, Soldier.
publicly, you're put in a predicament where you have to address it sometimes, and you don't want to, and you have no choice now because it's out there publicly, right? You have no choice. And I know we all can do it. We all make mistakes. The trolls love it, right? The hate bashing people. They love
They
to
do.
go over and make things up. Oh, so and so said this. I just heard it. Never even happens, right? We see that a lot.
Never happened. Never
And
happened.
yeah, it happens all the time. They fib even. But
Well, Lil
just
Redo
send an
dealt with it
email. Just
too.
reach out to each other. Like, we have to reel ourselves back in and not put it out on the lives on the internet, right? And I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad. It's hard to navigate. I get it. I've been there. This is really difficult. But we can rise above this. This doesn't need to happen. We don't need to have 2 days on something that none of us understand, nor should we, in my opinion. Some things aren't our business.
Right.
It's not my business to go asking and making judgments. I'm not the judge and jury of anybody's relationships, feelings, or whatever.
Right. Yeah, none of us are really. None of us are even on that good authority.
It's not
to
what we're
be
here
that.
for either.
Yeah,
we're not here for the drama. We're not sitting here doing drama stuff. It shouldn't. I don't get it, right? I don't get it, and I don't want anybody hurt. And I know what it's like to be attacked. We've all been there, but We
Well, how
gotta
about when
find a
you
way
get
through
close to
this.
the truth? Like in my
It,
opinion, Lil
yes,
Redo, like with what she just said earlier about, how she was doing what everybody would do, accused of making a fake picture. They doxed me looking at my social media and my home. How violating. It's violating.
it's awful, Little Redo, and I'm really sorry that you experienced that. I'm sorry everybody's experienced any of this. Nobody should have to feel this way, especially for just trying to, converse. And that's what I was saying. Like,
Right.
there's some things you can have your kitchen table coffee talk and you're chatting, and you don't expect it to be used against you, right? Because you're not out here to cause a problem. But there's just a lot of really disturbing stuff. And the only way to combat it is to unite together, to remember that there's a lot of good in this world and there's a lot of good in this case. And you gotta just back away when you start to see patterns that aren't good, right?
Well, it's so disheartening too, because I will tell you throughout this case, even I have heard people tell me, like, hey, I have to back away because it's very stressful for me. And, I have a child that I lost a child, or I have a child who has autism, or I have a child that it's just too hard for me to listen to all the drama and people not putting Sebastian first. And I completely understand that, I mean, it also upsets me because I think, don't give up on him because of these ugly trolls who all they give a crap about is themselves and lying. Because that's the hardest part, is these, good people don't like the ugly. They just don't like it. They think, ooh, that makes me feel gross inside and I don't want to deal with that. And then they go and they find something that doesn't make them feel gross inside, and
Exactly.
that's where we're kind of at with people, I think in general. Like, I don't think my viewers want to hear this crap. I don't think your viewers want to hear it. And I
No.
think, like, if we're in a good community of people, we're just not going to want to do that. But I do think that it's important to be aware of what's going on, because it's getting so ugly that before people decide to leave the case, think about maybe leaving the hate channels. Before you leave Sebastian's case, all I'm asking for you guys to do is consider leaving the hate channels alone.
Yeah. Or taking a break from something if you know somebody might be trying to figure things out, right? Maybe they're not, maybe they might be misled, take a little breather, give them time and, you know,
Well, and it really bothers me when I know someone is honest and trustworthy and they were only trying to help, like someone like Lil Redo and someone like you, and there's many, many other people out there like that, Justin Smiley, some of the people that I look up to too. It really upsets me when they're, discredited, or even to the point where at this juncture, when, and you guys all know, I'm not afraid to pull out corrupt law enforcement officers and give them the riot act like they would us if we did something wrong, right, on my channel, because I have done that, and I don't have a problem doing that if I discover corruption or if I perceive it that to be that way. But I don't think that it was fair for Brandon Carter to get bashed when he didn't, especially at this juncture, when he doesn't deserve that, in my opinion. And I think it's only going to cause more division if we do that. I mean, what are your thoughts?
I think what perplexed me is the natural reaction when you, like, I could understand the natural reaction if it was new, right? But then it wasn't. It's something that was already discussed a lot on several occasions, and that's just blown me for a loop. And it doesn't help right now. Of I can't empathize with it like I thought I could, because they already knew. It had already been discussed. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. So I don't see how it's going to cause any. Well, I mean, it hasn't caused any good, right? I mean, we're on day number 2. I mean,
Right. Yeah. And I
you
just
could
think
just
it's
get
important
off the
to.
live and take a breather and think about what you were doing this for, right? And talk to one another. And if you don't want to like somebody, you don't like them. All right. It doesn't need to be a public thing. I don't understand. We have Cough and Dapper. We had a father screaming from the rooftops for the FBI to get involved for months, right? We had discussed this stuff verbatim, and maybe you missed it. I don't know. But then to find out that they're saying no, they didn't miss it. I don't know. I don't get it. It's confusing.
It's
I don't think it's
confusing.
helpful right now.
It doesn't help. It doesn't help, and it's super confusing, and then it's like we can't even blame people for, believing the misinformation when it's so rampant. Like, it's not even like one or two things that have been that we've been misinformed about. It's many things, Thank you, James and Lori. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. And I appreciate you all kind of bearing with us on a conversation that kind of isn't anything to do about what true crime is, but it's very prevalent in this case, and it's also spurned this new filing where we see many of the people who are the usual suspects here, just still wreaking
And
havoc in the case. And I think that it's important to recognize that and discuss it a little bit here and there. um
well, yeah. And you mentioned that, sometimes people have different accounts, right? And things like that. And they'll come in and they'll push stuff. And that's what I saw a lot of. And that's what's really sad, right? Because you have these people that are pushing stuff that's just completely distractions for their own purpose, right? And then they're laughing and they think it's funny.
mhm.
And it's sad to me because I don't like to see anybody hurting. I know you don't like to see anybody hurting,
No, no.
but they
No, and
sure do.
many people don't. You're right, though. Many people don't like to see it. It's just like it's a small group that's really doing a lot of damage, in my opinion,
Yeah, really. It's absurd at this point. Like it's just really absurd.
Yeah, and it gets to the point where it's like, okay, so what can we do about it? I mean, i- what can we do to kind of make people think twice, and even if it's somebody that that maybe you like to listen to, but how can we, because that's my biggest thing as a creator. It's like I never want to tell people, hey, don't listen to that person, because I want you guys to make your own opinions, and you guys are smart enough to do that. Like, I definitely think people in the true crime community are super smart, like outside of the box thinkers, but then also kind of know some of the patterns that we see, and so it's kind of like you're a little bit more keen to it. But it's still hard if you're getting misinformation spoon fed to you all the time.
Oh, yeah. And I think that once you already know something is, you know, done, it's done, right? So if you see somebody that's bringing something up that isn't actually factual, you just nicely redirect it. And then if they don't want to hear it, what are you going to do, right? Like, if I don't, I mean, the way that I've always been, and I think it's just like what we were taught when we were little, right? It's like if you don't have nothing nice to say, you don't say it. And
Hmm.
if you don't like something, you just don't watch it. I don't like, and you can come back, right? Or you can try to help that person if you feel like they're really misinformed. But if it's playing out on a live, it's hard, right? It's really hard because it doesn't need to. And I think that's what makes it hard for all of us.
It does make it really hard for, and also it can be maddening to, get all that information together too. Like Loretto says, people are afraid to report info because there are too many numbers and emails listed, um, who they can contact. It should be one central number and one email. And, and it is frustrating too, because so not only do you have to kind of take screenshots and figure out what's going on with them and then explain to what's happening, it could be a really crappy process to have to go through, and frustrating too, because you just kind of want it to stop and you're like, oh, I got to do all this now. Now this is taking time out of what I was doing before. And, um, you know, Yeah, no problem, Sharon. Thank you for being here always. And that's another thing. It's just people, I think too, everybody has their own thanks, Lil Redo. Everybody has their own lives, like you were saying earlier, real issues that we deal with on our, in our own lives. So it's
That
very
was always,
strange. It's just strange to me people would give it energy.
well, yeah, and that was another thing that I never could understand too. It's like we have a lot of stuff in our own lives, right? A lot of times we may not even talk about it, like I said, because sometimes if you're sharing a story or you're talking about Sebastian, you don't even want to bring in your stuff, right? To take away from whatever it is that you're doing. And you're not going to know what's going on everywhere. It's not possible. I could like you and Justin and, even Brittany J, and a bunch of channels and Grizzly
Hmm.
True Crime or whatever. I may not be able to listen because I don't have the time. So I'm not up to
Exactly.
date on certain stuff, right? And but if there's something that I needed to ask or I was confused about, I'm going to reach out to you. I'm not going to assume it. I'm going to try to figure it out, right? I'm not going to go on and be like, oh, yeah, I know. I think that's the hard thing right now is that I think a lot of people also don't realize that, right? We have a lot going on, all of us, all of you in chat. And when we're coming together, we want to come together and feel like our time being used, in a positive way and not in a negative way. At least that's what I want that for my channel, right? I want my subscribers to be of like mind. And if they're into negativity and not trying to be productive and things, then I'm not the right fit. I don't need it, like,
Right. Well, and I've said that too a lot of times, just like the quantity doesn't matter to me as much as the quality of people that we have in the community, because it does, it's, and like Trishy said, everybody wants to feel included and supported in the spaces that they frequent, and you never kind of want to leave people out either. But in the same way, it's like you also can't let that insidious toxicity infiltrate your happy chat or the environment that people are in, because we almost have to protect our other viewers from that, and I
mhm.
want to work hard to do that and identify who these people are and kind of keep them away from everybody else, but I don't want to leave people out. So it is kind of a double-edged sword, right, where um we don't want to leave people out, but we also don't want it to, you know, um, like tarnish our community, because that's what happens just in general in real life. It happens, you might have a group of friends, but if a new person comes in and they're not the nicest person, they can start manipulating and turning people against each other. And some people strive to do that very thing. Um, they just do.
Yeah, it's sad. And I just don't think that it doesn't make sense to me why you would want to support it. It's not telling people, oh, who to pick and who to choose. But if you trust somebody, right, you should be able to see with your own self, a pattern. And if you notice a pattern, then you can just nicely disconnect it. But if it's going to be
Right.
used to cause division and put people off track, then maybe ask yourself, maybe I shouldn't repeat it. I'm sure we've also had that, right? We've all had that where people come running, oh, so and so said this or so and so did that. And that's not constructive, right? Justin, I remember him talking, he stays out of drama a lot. I think with Sebastian's case, what makes it hard too sometimes is that some of it isn't even really necessarily drama because some of it's like directly connected, right? If it's court
Hmm.
or it's certain things, but you don't care. You don't want to know because it's nonsense. It's drama. So
Right.
if you're the one that's constantly running and telling somebody, like we all get emails, I'm sure you get tons, and they're like,
Oh yeah.
oh, here's a link, they talked about you at 3 hours and 10 minutes or whatever. I don't
Right.
want those. I don't care to hear it. Right.
It's super smart not to. That's the biggest thing, you know. It's I think it, and to just with my situation, the only reason I've paid attention to any of it is when people like in my community, because my community members are being targeted, and you know, they're tagging because I blocked these people from tagging me, and so I don't see it. But then and so it's because they didn't get a rise or a reaction there, they have taken to tagging my community members and emailing my community members, and I still don't understand how they're getting people's emails either. Like that doesn't make any sense to me, other than the fact that they were taken from the mod email. But um, just very, very strange that like they're doing that. And so I kind of didn't have a real choice but to look at it, even with the stuff that was said to me about Janet today. And then another one of my mods was like, hey, they tagged me in this, and I'm like, they did? And I'm like, oh, that's psychotic. Like, what do you have to
Yeah.
do, you know? Like, because I'm like, I'm so sorry. And they're like, no, I'm sorry that they're doing that to you, it's horrible. And I'm like, yeah, but you know, at one point I put myself, you know, in that community, and I was in the community that this is coming from. And so and the people that are doing it. And so I feel like it's my personal responsibility, not, you know, not that, you know, I'm not trying to blame myself either, but in the same way it's like, but my community doesn't deserve that. That is some very low stuff that I just kind of feel like I just want you guys to be aware that you know, I know who's doing it, and I know why they're doing it, and it's just for attention, because they didn't get the attention they wanted um from people
Yeah.
that they wanted it from. You know what I mean? It's just but I feel like that's so sad that they're having to like see this crap every day and get tagged in it. Like I've never even heard of that happening. Have you?
Oh, this is all that's what makes it so yucky, for a lack of better words, for me when I'm looking at a lot of it. It feels just so targeted because of Sebastian. And I know it's hard for some people to understand
Mhm.
why I say that, but it's because once you start to realize that some of the people are with the very people that are saying they care so much, you think that they would put their foot down and say no, right?
Right.
And you need to stop doing this. And it doesn't matter if you don't like that person or whatever. This is what we're doing, right? It's about him. And that is what I can't get my mind around. Because if that's what your focus is on, then you're not going to want people to chase off the little bit of people that are in Sebastian's corner and doing what they can for him, right? It doesn't
Right.
make sense. And at the same point, no, you can't control other people, but you shouldn't want people to do that if you actually give a darn.
Yeah,
It's
you
not
should
saying,
tell
oh,
that,
you
like,
have to
especially if they
choose,
look
or,
up to you and you're a bigger creator than they are, like, and you've been
yes.
friends with them for 10 years. Like, you need to step it up, girlfriend, and stop pretending like you care when you really don't care. You're just in it for the crap. And you're trying to help your friend who's a friend of 10 years get more views on drama. Like, that's the level that we're at. And it's just like
Absurd.
completely absurd. It's absurd. And it's like, um, you know, and they know who they are and what they're doing. So, but I just want the community to be aware that if you do get some kind of like weird, you know, stuff like that, just know. But I agree with what you're saying, that it's happening in Sebastian's case, and I honestly have grappled with this for the longest time. Over the last, because I didn't realize how bad it was until it happened to me, and that's a lot of times how it kind of is. But like, I mean, it's getting old, Detroit. It's so old, and it's
Yeah.
like it's so juvenile, and you know, but it's like, I mean, I know that I've been grappling with saying it, you know, but there's just certain people that want Sebastian's case not to be talked about at all. Um, you know, and unfortunately, I believe it's coming from, you know, the parents, and then also the locals that are involved with the parents.
It's sad, but there really is no other explanation that I can come to at all at this time, and not in a long time, because it all keeps going back to the same thing, right? And it's horrible.
It is horrible. And, and it sucks that you have to rethink that kind of stuff, KJ, and welcome in. It just upsets me. And they call themselves adults, Lori. And, and that's the thing. Like, I could get if my followers were in the group of, like, 18 to 25 or, 18 to 30 even, but like my demographic isn't that. And then also the creators that I'm talking about are well old enough to have, understood what's right and what's wrong, and they know damn well what they're doing is wrong. So I have
Yeah.
no sympathy for them when we have a child who's missing and people want to hush everything up. And they're more interested in, fighting with each other and creating all of this, because I'm going to tell you right now, it's time consuming to do what they're doing. So they're definitely not doing what they're doing for Sebastian, because if they were, then his story would be out there more often, and they wouldn't be sharing things from hate channels and going on hate channel panels and everything else for attention. And so that person can play their video and they can get their moment, and maybe 200 subscribers off of whatever crap they've been putting out lately. It's just kind of sick that that's the way that they're handling their channel, and I can't not say
'Cause I don't
anything
think it's a
about it.
real channel to them, right? Sorry to cut you off.
No, I don't think it is. I think they're doing it out of boredom because they're not making money off of it. So what do they have to gain besides the hate, being hateful, because it makes them feel good and powerful, but I think it's more so that they're just so damn bored they need a better hobby. And I did say that in Justin's last night. I said they just
Yeah.
need to get a better hobby.
Yeah, he's not a hobby. He's a missing boy, and it's
Yeah.
hard. It's just awful. I mean, it's gone on for too long. There's too many of the same pattern to the same people from place to place right? Like, and it's enough. It's long been enough. And for example, this is a little off topic, but one of the biggest indicators to me that I notice when I feel like somebody's not being authentic, when they're coming in with questions, because I understand, depending on where you come from, right, where you find out about the case and what you stumble on, you could be getting like totally different facts, and you'll think they're legit at first, right? So
Right.
I try to be open-minded sometimes to people when they come in, or they'll message or something. And what I usually can tell right away if somebody's in there with like honesty or just complete distraction purposes is the reward now. In the beginning, it used to be they would talk about Nick or dog and what they're doing. And I couldn't believe anybody would be mad at what they're doing, because there's already a low percent of the population interested, right? We have like 30% of people are into true crime and listening to stories and things, but it's a lot less when it comes to missing kids, because it's so sad. And, certain things involving children or are disabled and most vulnerable or seniors, right? So we already have a small demographic in terms of how many eyes are on a case. So you want to find ways to bring in more audience, right? Because you want as much attention for as many resources, or to find somebody with information.
Exactly.
And people used to go after them when I'm like, well, what they're doing is creating they're creating more interest, right? They're not doing anything wrong. They're creating more interest around this case. And I couldn't understand how anybody would be upset about that. And now I've noticed it's all about the reward, right? So we're going to sit there and we're going to pretend this reward doesn't even exist. Who would ever do that? You would want, if money was holding somebody back, if that was the facts, right? If that was the case.
Right.
Why would you ever downplay it. It doesn't make any sense. What
Well,
would you
and like we
care
were
if it
talking,
ended up not being paid or not? What would you care?
why, yeah, how would you feel good spending that money either way? I mean, see, that's where like we were talking earlier, and then you had brought up a really good point about how, Dog and Nick really revived and brought in, life to the case, momentum. Um, you know, Nick would post things like, almost as is in a riddle, but trying to get us to think about it. And this is what I'm presenting to you. What do you think? Which, even though I was like, dang it, Nick, at some points, but then I also recognized, like you said, what he was doing in a positive way to bring a wider audience, more attention. But
Keep us engaged, right?
keep
So
us,
that we
yeah,
can
yes.
get Sebastian's name out without causing lies. There was no lying involved in it. There was no, interference. It was to spice up things in a way of getting people's wheels turning. And it's absurd to me. Like the unity around everybody being able to, get those green light bulbs, right? Things like
Mm-hmm.
that. How
Yes,
could
that,
you
thank
not
you.
want that?
Yes. Yes.
If your child's missing or somebody you care about's missing, why wouldn't you want that? Why wouldn't you be so thrilled about that? Why
Oh my
wouldn't you want
gosh.
the news, the info, and then like I said, and now I noticed it's all about the reward doesn't exist. Oh, it's not real. That's absurd. I'm sorry, and I'm overusing absurd tonight, but you would
But it
never
is
downplay this. Why would you
right. It
downplay
is.
it? In order to get the reward, right? Because there's obviously boundaries and things.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to, right?
Lots of
And
stipulations involved.
exactly.
Yes.
And the same with the 50,000, it's up to 50,000 or whatever. But in order to get to it, that means you're getting answers when you're getting Sebastian home, or you're going to have justice, right?
Right. Exactly.
Why
And that
would you
would mean that
not
we
want
found out
that?
what happened to him and who was involved, right? Because it's always contingent upon like a conviction, right?
Why would you ever not want such a thing? That to me scared me, to be honest, right? Like that made me really sad for Sebastian and for Seth and for everybody involved because I'm sorry, there's no good explanation that I can come to at all for why you would not want that.
Well, and it's just like it blew my mind that they were so upset about the picture that we were all kind of enhancing and, trying to figure out what it was and get a better look at it. But then you have not even, it was a very, I don't even know how exactly long it was, but it was a short time later, about a month, not even a month later, they come out with this footage that was enhanced by, um, uh, to my knowledge, Steve Fisher. And he did such a horrible job on this
Yeah.
enhancement that it looked
Well,
worse when he enhanced it than it did when he just left it dark. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just stating
no,
my opinion,
I'm sorry, it's not funny, but if you don't laugh, you're gonna cry because
I know, I know. I'm the same way. That's how
this
I cope.
is this is the PI that's supposed to be helping you find him. Are you kidding?
I mean, I would be upset if I was really trying to find my child and that
And, and
nonsense was like,
one, yeah, anybody that knows InstaShot, for example, I love InstaShot. Anybody that
mhm,
knows any of this knows that there's something very wrong, but also you're gonna flip and sit on something.
right.
Are you kidding me?
Well, and he said, yeah, he goes, well, that wasn't supposed to be released until the year anniversary. Well, what the heck does that have to do with finding Sebastian? Shouldn't we be releasing, if you're going to release it as soon as possible so the public can help? If
Well,
that's the goal, right? Because I'm guessing that's the goal, or is it just to say, oh, don't look at the prod feed anymore? Because
the
if
huge
that's the case, that's
distraction.
not again, that's not helping Sebastian. It's helping the feet.
No, you would
Um,
never sit on anything. And if you had that in front of you, what in the heck? You wouldn't be looking at it every second of every day, trying
I
to
mean,
look for anything and everything.
exactly.
If you think your child disappeared or vanished, I'm
Or
sorry, there's just
they're
too
like
much.
saying that, he just left from the house. So like even if we were to play devil's advocate and say, okay, you think that he just left from the house, but you don't find it odd that there is a flashlight video that is given by the neighbors. You don't find it odd that there were people in between of your house that came from the direction of your house with a flashlight allegedly. You're not worried about that one bit. It's nothing to see here. I mean, what the heck? And then also, on top of that, there's a picture that emerges that does look like the shape of people that was alleged to be caught from the same camera that caught the flashlights, and it looks like they're carrying somebody out, and you're not concerned at all. Like, that just like screams guilt in my opinion, and I'm not saying that they are guilty because they aren't. It's all, alleged in my opinion, and innocent until proven guilty, right? Not the other way around. But why are they not worried about examining that either? They made fun of it and told us that we made it up and said Bullhorn Betty made it up, and she took it from
Awful.
Idaho 4. Like, what the hell is that?
It's not good, right? I mean, how could it be okay?
Mm,
You're
it's
looking for
not.
your child, you want to find him and you want to bring him home, or you want to have justice, you want to have, peace or whatever. You would never do anything. We all know that, right? It's just common sense at this point. It's common sense. There's too
Right.
many things that are just not okay. It's just not. And it's disingenuous, for me to say that there is any exception. I mean, I would be flipped in, like I would have flipped out. First off, none of this I would ever have done anyway. And I know people can say, oh, well, you're not in their shoes, you don't understand.
Hmm.
No, but to a certain extent, we do understand because we know that initial pull, right? We know that feeling as a mom or a dad of how we are with our children. You have talked to other people that are going through the unimaginable, and none of it. No, you're just not. You're just not. I mean, there's no, how could you sit there and sit on something like that if you thought it could be helpful to finding your child or somebody you love? You couldn't.
Right. You couldn't. And then to attack people like Joe Lesniak, who's just trying to help the father of a missing child. Like, who does that and thinks it's funny to try to sabotage his livelihood when all he's doing is helping? Truckin' for Autism says only true facts is Sebastian got gone, no facts or truth of how he went gone, then fabricating evidence of stating its facts or tell it right, how to see it or see it through Sebastian's eyes. And it's one of those things where that's the hardest part, I think, for all of us, is because we have very limited information on facts. Truckin', so thanks for being here and thank you for your comment.
And Miss Machete said something way to go. I was just looking. She was saying, I just think it's really weird that CP said as much as we would like it to be flashlights. Yeah, I mean, there's certain things, right? Like
Hmm.
Trishy said, 120,000. It's true. There
Hmm.
are certain things that you can't ignore.
It's
As
hard
a
to
human
ignore
being,
it.
it goes against your natural instincts and your logic, especially
100%.
the attacks, the trolling, the slew of, comments all at the same time, and then the deductive reasoning that you just know as you start to realize where it's coming from. Right, Trishy? Like, it's just, you're right, Trishy. Like
Absolutely.
120,000 red flag. It's very,
Absolutely. And that's really well said. And that's it. And how many videos do we have to, make in comparison and show the lies from the proud feet. You know, it's not like we're sitting here trying to hate on somebody or make something up against them. We have proof using their own words. That's what really gets me, you know. It's just frustrating because it's like, you know, how many times do we have to, you know, remind people of that kind of thing, you know? It's kind of it's kind of discouraging in a way, but I'm trying not to let it discourage me to the point where, you know, I don't want to talk about it anymore because I think that's exactly what they want.
Yeah. And that's another thing. It just defies common sense. If we don't keep his name out in the algorithm and we don't find ways to keep the momentum surrounding Sebastian, what will happen?
Well, and see, Katie's talked about him falling to the bottom of a feed somewhere from the very beginning, as if she didn't want it to happen, yet she's done nothing to keep him out there, in my opinion, except for, you know, her husband calling in and, you know, creating drama like the stuff that he pulled on the other creators channel that does Turtle Island. He called into that creator's live instead of calling in when that creator is talking about his stepson being missing. He calls in when he's doing kind of like a game show, something fun for his viewers. And that to me is very hard to reconcile in my brain as well, because, you know, I would be not only embarrassed, but I'd be pissed if my significant other did that and my son was missing. I would definitely not be pleased, and I would make it public that I was not pleased with that, and I'd apologize. But you know, they're the ones that want that public apology, but they can do whatever they want and never apologize. And it's frustrating to me.
No. If you're sitting there befriending people that you and then you never talk against it, it's like it's ridiculous. You know, if you're going to sit there and you're going to talk to people off of that have channels, you know what they're saying and doing with their channels, and you're supporting it, and you don't call it out, and then you're participating in it. It's ridiculous. There shouldn't be a game show about missing children. And I know it's not necessarily about missing children, but it sure seems to revolve around Sebastian right
Well,
now.
that's true. Like, but why, you know, why would he feel compelled to call in at that moment? You know, in that
Yeah.
moment, it is so weird to me. Like, I would never imagine like you know, just even a stepfather. I mean, you know, because I hate just being like, well, he's only a step parent, because I get that there's a lot of great step parents out there, and you know, that are every bit of part of the family and the parenting, you know, force there in the children's lives. And so I hate to say that, because I feel like, you know, they might feel a little bit bad on that front. You know, do I like when he, you know, says things like, you know, when Katie calls Chris his dad? I think that's kind of a little bit insensitive to how Seth might feel. But
Yeah.
at the end of the
Well, I just
day,
think it's odd when people do it only when, I think if a child wants to, that's fine. But if they already have one
true.
of their parents or something, it just, to me, it's kind of makes no sense. I mean, if they already have their dad, they have their dad. Unless
I
they,
agree.
you know.
Yeah, it's disrespectful at the very least, you know, on Katie's part, and you know, to Seth, in my opinion, because in my opinion, I feel like Seth has always been a good dad to Sebastian. They were always together. He took good care of him. You know, there was never, it seems like, a whole lot of issues, um, except for the divorce, which, you know, things happen during divorces. We're not always on our best behavior, you know.
Oh,
Um,
of course not. But that's not about our child. That's different, right? That's why
exactly.
family court, sadly, it's hard with DV and things, because
Yeah.
the way that they have it is not good, right, for DV situations. But it's also because a lot of times divorces can be very ugly, but they never do affect the way that you would ever treat your child. But one of
Amen.
the biggest things, like, that I realized that was really just, I couldn't wrap my mind around is he wasn't, like, you're already setting a narrative, right? You're already saying, well, he's a dad, right? But he is gone all the time. He's not there every day. Like, the way that you set the stage doesn't even go along with the reality of his relationship to Sebastian anyway. He's not there all the time. He's going away on work. You're not even going and using your nice camper as a family, and just doesn't make sense. He's not home with him like that. Right?
Right. They didn't even
The way
like
they
feel compelled
represented
to be
it.
that way. Like that, you're so
Yeah.
right, you know?
But that's the way it makes you think. It makes you think like, oh, he's there every day, and you know.
Right. That he's part of that family unit every day, but then we find out that sometimes, you know, maybe he wouldn't come home on the weekends. There's other reports saying that, you know, he did come home on the weekends, and sometimes he'd even come home, you know, Thursday night. But still, it is an odd dynamic when you think about the fact that, you know, there wasn't that, hey, let's get together as a family every weekend, even though dad works out of town, you know, or stepdad. It's strange, you know, and like you said too, they never, you know, we never hear of Katie packing up on a Friday after she gets off of work, and her and Sebastian going down, let's go see, you know, our step Chris or whatever, let's go see him, and we're gonna go do some of the family fun activities that those parks have to offer a family. I mean, they just do. It's a fun environment, you know.
Yeah, it is. It can be. A lot of those places are great.
Yeah, for you know, just family fun, and you know, getting in the outdoors, go on a walk, you know, go for a walk, you know, fix something outside, you know, build a campfire. Those things are all enjoyable activities.
Those are
I understand.
vacations for a lot of us. That's what a lot of you
Yes,
do for vacation. So if you had that readily available, you know, you think you would be utilizing it.
I agree.
Only
I
because the
agree.
delivery was, this is a job, right? They were setting a narrative, in my opinion, to make you think, you know, right out the gate, that it's just interesting how it all plays out. Oh, it's just sad. And, you know, it really is. Didn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. And I feel like, you know, that's one thing just to always keep in mind and consider, that we are seeing this kind of a narrative
KJ.
pushed by the one side, you know? It's just
Well, always, because when you still have the same people that seem to be causing, you know, BS, for lack of better words, and they're still doing it, and people are okay with it, right? Because they're not calling it out, they're not cutting ties or anything.
exactly. Exactly. Yeah, they're not cutting ties. They're not, you know, doing anything to help the situation, in my opinion. And then also, anytime they do go online, it's always like super controversial. Like, even if it's super subtle, like calling into that show, it's just always something that, like, kind of, you know, make everybody go back to be like, oh my gosh, they're guilty as hell. And, you know, and it's like, but they're doing it. It's the weirdest thing. Um, it's the weirdest thing. Really quick, Mom, and I'm gonna play the if you want to go grab a cup of coffee, I'm gonna play the party that we hey Kaika that we have whenever we hit
Oh,
100
perfect
likes.
timing.
So
Yay,
'cause
100
thank you
likes.
guys.
Perfect timing.
Yes,
I'll be right back.
yes.
Go grab my drink.
Yes, ma'am. And then I just figured it'd be an opportunity. I'm going to run to the bathroom too while you guys watch it. But thank you all so much for the likes. I really appreciate you all being here with us and talking about the subject. I know it can be something that doesn't really have to do with finding Sebastian, but it's also something that I wanted to bring awareness to, and just, you know, kind of, you know, campaign for stopping the craziness. But here we go. Here's some craziness that is good crazy. And here's our Lady Freebird party.
Weezer, there's someone I'd like you to meet.
That looks like an autopsy.
Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion. I'm so mad I don't know what to do. I want to know why. Lord, I wish I could understand. I just want to hit something. I want to hit it hard.
Hit this. Go ahead, Malin. Slap her.
Are you crazy?
Hit her.
Are you high, Clary?
We'll sell t-shirts saying I slapped Weezer Boudreaux. Hit her. Weezer, this is your chance to do something for your fellow man. Knock her lights out, Malin.
Let go of me!
But y'all don't say that.
Malin, you just missed a chance of a lifetime. Have a chickapin parish and give the eye teeth to take a whack at Weezer.
You are a pig from hell.
Weezer! Weezer, I was just kidding. Come back. Oh.
Weezer, what brings you here? Shut up.
Not a very Christian thing to do. Oh, and now you gotta lighten up.
If you can't say anything nice about anybody, come sit by me.
Looks like two pigs fighting under a blanket.
A girl is fair game until there's a ring on it. And I mean a wedding ring. An engagement ring just means she's ready for one more mistake. Okay, this is perfect. Watch this.
Sometimes I wish I was smooth like Zahid. Of all the people I know, he's the best at girls.
Thanks, Weezer. Nothing like a good piece of ass.
And that's how you do it. Now, I'm gonna go hide in the back because that guy said he's gonna kick my ass and he has a neck tattoo, so...
I am pleasant. Damn it! I just saw Drum eating in this morning at the Piggly Wiggly, and I smiled at the son of a bitch, for I could help myself.
Honey, time marches on, and eventually you realize it's marching across your face.
Thank you, Kaika, for dancing to the party. That's too funny. Yeah, guys, just a little bit of comic relief. I know it's hard to talk about some of these subjects, so I just kind of wanted to make a fun video. This means I can make coffee, KJ Mac. Yes, yes. And I appreciate you all being in here too, guys. PI from Blue's Clues. Aw. And that reminds me too of Summer's case. You know, she's just such a precious little girl, and apparently she really liked Blue's Clues. The people that I have kind of helping me with research on Summer's case, excuse me, Summer's case, I'm not as versed with her case. I mean, I'm very aware of it, but I know that there was a lot that happened, you know, much like Sebastian Rogers' case. You know, lots that happened on the internet streets that kind of I wasn't aware of, I wasn't around for. Yeah, Detroit. So I kind of brought that up earlier today. Has anyone heard about or heard anything about Crafts and Paints? I was trying to, hey, just a girl who loves frogs. Good to see you. I was trying to kind of go over notes, and I haven't compared them fully yet, with kind of what was said on Justin's chat versus what was said on my chat. Yes. Oh, thank you, Trishy. And, you know, there's some similarities, but I feel like there may be a little bit more differences than similarities. And then also, I hate to kind of talk too far on it if I don't have any kind of a receipt to verify it. And you know, there's certain things, guys, and just know that if you tell me, hey, Lady Freedom, I'm sharing this with you so you know that this is the truth, but I don't want you to share it on the show. I will honor that and respect that. You know what I mean? I'm not going to go off and say, okay, sure, I won't show it, and then go ahead and blast it here. You know, that's not the point. But my main point is kind of, you know, even though I am not the biggest fan of Chris Proudfoot. He's not my buddy. You know, we're not going to go to coffee anytime soon, nor will we probably have a conversation even. But I do think that it's only fair, and I don't want to even mistreat him or treat him unfairly because I don't hate the guy. I don't like I hate what he did to Sebastian. Let's just put it that way. I hate what he did to Sebastian. I prefer him not to do that. Prefer him not to tease or make fun of him publicly or otherwise. But at the end of the day, I just don't think that that's right for me to do to Chris if he didn't really go on the date with this woman. Um, the double-edged sword that I come into is that I also don't want to make this woman feel like I don't believe her story, because I think that we all have a story and it's important for us to be heard and valued and, and that sort of thing. But I also don't want to, spread any rumors that, because, again, before we say it, let's ask ourselves, is it true? Is it good? Is it useful? I don't see that it would be useful unless it happened before Sebastian went missing. Because that says that there was some premeditation going on that maybe the law enforcement agency really needs to look into. Um, yeah, Sammy. I mean, oh gosh. Well, and so I'm trying to stay in a very, I'm trying to be responsible, I guess, with that information. But in my opinion, it doesn't seem like it is as credible as maybe we were thinking in the beginning. But I would just invite Crafts and Paints to just send me an email and show me the proof. Um, of it, and then, I wouldn't show it on here, and we could discuss it further. But until I kind of get more of a definitive answer whether it's true or not, I just don't feel comfortable even throwing Chris under the bus. I mean, we know he's a corn dog. We know he likes to flirt with everybody, and and that, and we know that there is possibly, and there's been rumored that they had an open relationship. But I also don't want to spread misinformation. So I'm very hesitant with that. Um, and thank you, Detroit Rock City, for asking though too, because I know people were curious and I just haven't gotten really enough information. Hey Island, good to see you. I just haven't gotten enough good information yet, guys. I really haven't. Detroit Rock City says, I was wondering, or Adam Forever 21 says, Detroit Rock City, I was wondering, the same, popped up for a week everywhere, then gone. Right. Right. And, and I didn't want to scare that person away, Adam Forever 21, when it comes to, coming forward, because I think people are afraid to come forward in this case because obvious reasons. And they did express that to us right when they were talking to us, but it's still, I don't know. It's one of those things. It seems kind of strange. Perfectly imperfect boy mom says, yeah. And not that it's not, part of what Chris's kind of repertoire has been. We've seen him do it. But I also don't want to accuse him if he didn't. So, um she's been making her rounds on channels, and odd if you're scared, Yeah, that is odd. That is odd, Adam Forever 21. It is. And a lot of people were very skeptical when she came in. And I'm sure it was that way in Justin's chat too, which is a good thing to be, right? Because, even if we don't particularly like someone, it's good not to just jump on that. Again, I mean, it's the same thing that we're talking about tonight. So I would just feel terrible turning around and doing that to Chris, even though I know he's the man that we kind of love to hate based on some of the things that he says, right? I get it. But in the same way, it's just being respectful to him, um, even if he's not respectful to us, because it's just the better way to be. Um, I wonder which picture is on there too, Island. That would be one of the interesting things to figure out in the fact finding, right? Like I wonder what kind of debonair shot he would have put on there, allegedly. um That's funny. But and just joking in good humor like that doesn't bother me, but when it comes to, like, being, like, going in depth of what may or may not have happened, I just don't think that's fair to him without me having some kind of proof. Um, Sammy says brain flashes from KP throwing minus to P bending into truck to clear a spot. My mind isn't confused about CP or and KP's poor behavior, except why such poor pretending, but other people participating. Right. Right, Sammy. And those are good points. I mean, and that's the thing. I really do believe in that photo that we were putting out and we were examining. And, and so many people sent me wonderful um versions of kind of what they did to enhance the photo to make it more visible. And so, and I think that's just normal par for the course things that you do when you're trying to figure stuff out. Um Miss Machete says, I like your your Vogue moves, Kaika. And let's see here, guys. Sorry, I lost my spot here. Yeah, good, very good standard. KJ Mac says, true, good, and useful to go by. Yeah, and I mean it's just kind of easy to just ask yourself really quick. And I know that we're never going to get it all the time right, right, guys? I mean, there's times where you hear something and you're like, oh, okay. It's like why I watched the Gypsy Rose stuff, even though I know that she took her mom's life, and it's a really weird situation to be watching somebody excuse me, who's out of prison for doing something like that. But then she served her time, right? Okay, so people can argue that, but it's still weird that I would put my time into watching something like that, but I do it, right? So I do need to take my own advice a lot too, KJ Mac, because it's like why am I putting myself through this? Why am I watching it? But it's just something to think about every day, especially because it's so hard on YouTube. It's easy to kind of get pulled into that. And Trishy had mentioned that earlier. It can get the best of any of us, and then before we know it, we're sitting there listening like, oh, okay, and none of it's really making sense, but we're still listening. Um, Oh, yeah, Kaika. Yeah, I'll be
Sorry.
back. No worries, Mommin. I heard you had to go get a bottle.
Yeah, and then my little girl popped up.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
Murphy's Law, right? Isn't I gotta shut the door, it gets loud.
It's
With the
Murphy's Law.
fan. That's how it is. Like when, they can go to bed really early and everything is quiet and I'm laying here, and messing around and saying hi and chat and stuff. And then when you're doing something, they need you. Isn't that what they call Murphy's Law? Like my Nana used to say that all the time. I gotta Google it and see where that saying came from.
Yes,
I
it's
don't
like
even know what it specifically, really came from.
well, that's true, because sometimes you'll look at different quotes and stuff, and it'll be like, this person said it, and then it'll be like, well, actually, it was said by this person, but in a different way. It's kind of similar. Um, you know, it's just kind of but yeah, it's just kind of the way that things like, just a kind of a cause and effect type of a you know, how
Miss
things just
Machete, what happened to
happen.
your mouse?
Oh, a mouse.
Oh, your computer mouse. Hey, some people have mice as pets, so I was trying to be.
I was thinking that too, or like a little mouse, like a little, like a pet mouse.
I think she means the computer.
Well, and that's true. Healthy skepticism is necessary in this case. If it's true, it's just another distraction. Or excuse me, if it's not true, it's just another distraction. Exactly. And Detroit Rock City says, I don't blame you at all until you get real confirmation. Well, and I feel like people have been really inserting themselves into the case too, like even just making stuff up. To kind of, just so that way they could say, well, I have this information, this inside information, but it's really just a lie. I've
Yeah.
noticed that too.
Well, that was one of the things that, I couldn't understand when everybody was going after, when they were trying to whatever with me, right? And I was like, none of what you're saying makes any sense. Like, I'm not trying to make money. I'm not trying to go on people's shows. I'm not trying to mislead anyone. Like, I didn't get like what their goal was, right? Because it's hard. Now I see things. I see what you've dealt with. I've seen 10 things can be true at once with this, right? It could be one person gets their feelings hurt because they want to channel, and then but they're in the same group with somebody else that is mad because they wanted you to do something, or it's just all these different weird targeted things that I didn't really get at first. Now it's starting to make a lot more sense to me.
Well, and that was my, like, understanding when I was trying to find out, like, what was going on. Exactly, Trish, you're not even monetized. I mean, and that's the thing. It's
I
just
just hit
talking
it.
about Sebastian in general. That's what blew my mind, Mommin, because I thought you were monetized. I really just
Oh
assumed that,
no,
and maybe I shouldn't have.
nope, I just put it in today.
Good. I
It took
want
me
you
a long
to.
time to
I think it's a
decide
good
that I felt
idea.
comfortable. Yeah, because I didn't feel comfortable for myself, right? We have our own battles sometimes from different things that sometimes we get overly, you know, sometimes we have our own boundaries for things that may not even be healthy for us. And for myself, I realize there's no point in this because it's not hurting Sebastian. It's not hurting anybody for me to make the best of what happened. Because I wanted to do my channel again. It just happened in a very different way. And I can still do it respectfully, right? It's
Well,
not,
I
it's been
think
a
it would
whole
take.
year, right? So it's not now.
Yeah.
I don't think the only person, to be honest, that matters and their opinion on any of it, and I've said that and I mean that, is Seth. That's it.
Right.
And I don't know him, and I don't know, all I can say is, though, it's his child, it's his son, and he's the one that out of everybody, that if anybody got annoyed, it would have been him. So,
Right. Right. Well, and I just feel
and
like
he's
if
always
you
said
were.
the opposite, right? He's never bothered me. He's never reached out and said
No.
anything mean. Nobody around him has.
I don't think Seth is very I don't think Seth has that mean bone. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying he's perfect. Please guys don't, think that I'm saying that, but I just feel like or I think it's more than a feeling, but it's like I just think that he doesn't have that mean bone. I think that he is a loving person, and I think that his, like, loving nature is why Sebastian is so loving, is my opinion. You know what I mean? I just feel like he takes after Seth a lot, and I don't think Seth would, now don't get me wrong, I'm sure he gets pissed off, and just like the rest of us, and some of us, the nicest of us, when we get pissed, right? It's
Yeah, of
like
course.
I'm the nicest person ever until you piss me off. We hear that, people say that, and it's funny because I think, yeah, I'm like that. But yeah, we're kind of all like that, but I really don't think that he's got that kind of meanness in him. I don't.
Oh, and if I feel uncomfortable for whatever, I can shut it off for certain videos, right? You still have access, and like, oh, and one thing I did do as a test, because I was trying to show people that there is something organized happening with some of it, in a bad way, in my opinion, because of the fact that people don't send the money the way that everybody thinks they send the money. And I had put it up, the Cash App and the Venmo, so that I could show it doesn't work like that.
Mm-hmm.
My friend Mike, that has been around YouTube for a long time, nothing to do with, true crime. I don't think hardly anybody that was on my channel, it was all different things, from animals to gardening to, you know, um, health, and all kinds of different people that I met.
Mm-hmm.
He sent $5, for a fourth of a New York coffee. Like, it was just funny, but that's all I've ever, that was it. And oh, people, it's just a shame, because I don't get it. I don't get it. And I think it's healthy to have a discussion like we are tonight, but it can also be unhealthy, right? Like you said before, when it goes all the time, right? Like when you're, you know,
Yeah, if I was like, "Hey, mom, and let's have like a, a 2 week long live session where every night we get up here and bash the hate channels," like that wouldn't be healthy either,
Yeah. It's like
That's a good
hypocritical,
point.
right?
Yeah, that's a great point that you made, because like it's a healthy thing to say, to talk about it when things arise. But I think it does need to be addressed too, because I think that a lot of times, like even as a viewer, when I was a viewer before, and even as a viewer now, because I still view stuff obviously, but when I'm looking for understanding, I do go to the channels that I trust. And so, but if the channels that people trust aren't talking about it, then that could also, breed some misinformation, because maybe they're going to go over here and then they'll get a false understanding. So I'd kind of rather explain it, even though I know,
Yeah.
it's not my ideal subject, but it just got so bad so quickly that, and I know that you dealt with it, like in what you said earlier, organized. I think a lot of it is jealousy that, like, okay, well, the parents aren't coming and talking to me, or they don't, I wasn't the one that was able to go and present this on this show or whatever. And it's like, it's not about that though, really. It's about who Seth wants to represent his son, and that's a very important thing to me. Like you said, that's what's important to me. Not necessarily, getting upset with him for not choosing me, but I think that there's a big element of that people may not recognize right away. But I think that there's some creators that are just upset that they're not the chosen one to cover Sebastian by Seth, and Seth has to make the tough decision. And I find no malice or ill intent in his decision making process. Like, I don't take that personally. I'm going to talk about Sebastian no matter what, but like, I if it's just weird to me. I think it's an ego. I think that's where egos come in.
Yeah, and they don't have a place here, in my opinion, on these topics, right?
Right.
It's just too much sometimes. And I think that it's important. I think what you're doing is important. I think that, you've done a lot of good, and we all are human. We make mistakes, we learn. We don't even know sometimes, like, you don't even know you're making a mistake, like what I got myself into. I didn't know that the stuff coming to me with people was complete bump. You just don't think like that, but you can learn from it.
Well, you got to think too, like who does that in a missing child's case? Just sit there and spread misinformation left and right. It's like a good person doesn't think that way. A good
No.
person is like, well, I'm going to trust somebody until they give me a reason not to. In this case, it was so hard because it's like there was a bunch of reasons not to, but nobody knew what the truth was. Or some of us
No.
still don't know what the truth is. Unfortunately, we're trying to
Well,
figure it out.
exactly. It's hard to really, and it changes because people are people, and some people are doing things that I don't know what they're doing, and I'm waiting and trying to understand, and give them grace and hope. But at the same time, I mean, if we don't have discussions, then we're confused as heck. Like, for example, I don't know a lot of, and I'm not sure about you, but like, I don't know a lot of the patterns. I don't know people's regulars, who's a known bad troll, like who causes problems, who's unhinged and inserts themselves in cases. And I don't know that. I don't know who they are. I can only go based off of my experiences with how they're behaving as a commenter or in chat. So at least if we know there are certain things, sometimes we have to have these community discussions to at least give a heads up, right? Because you don't have a clue.
Exactly.
You don't have a clue.
Exactly. And I think that if somebody does have a change of heart and they do try to do better, I would be the first one, KJ Maxx. So that's a good point. If somebody makes a conscious effort and we see that through their actions, I would definitely change my tune about Chris, and I would champion him a little bit and be like, look, they're out searching. This is wonderful. But in the same way, we haven't seen that. And when we do see it, it's very disingenuous, in my opinion,
Yeah, I have a hard time with anything to do with them now.
Carla has a
personally.
very visceral reaction to him too,
Like,
you
I'm
know.
very biased now in my
Mhm.
opinion for very different reasons. I hope to God I never ever encounter something like this again. Nobody should
Right.
be going through it. Sebastian should be home as it is. But just because of the way that I was moving and how how this happened, where I fell into, this man saying my name, pretending I was trying to get on the live stream, that was creepy and weird. I'm sorry, but that's my view because I know darn well I wasn't trying to get on no live stream. I wasn't. It's ridiculous. So that to me with him is like, this is the stuff you want to do. You want to call in Turtle Island. You want to play games with, no, sorry.
Oh, I know. I mean, and that's kind of why I'm so hesitant. Like, I was gonna drop the link in the chat, but then I thought, oh my gosh, what if he comes in here and grabs it and just starts coming and yelling at us or something? I mean, you could always, kick him off, but it's almost like, you don't even want to put it out there to be a possibility. I just it's just a weird situation, and that would have been so creepy. Like, I can't imagine how that must have made you feel other than just completely kind of mortified. I mean, because that is weird,
Well,
you
it's
know?
a one way to try if somebody isn't, running off or doing what people want. That's one way to make sure that they run off, right? Is to try to lie about them on the live where it's going to be repeated all over the internet. So every time people reviewed that, they heard, momming it up. Oh, the psycho, you know,
Oh my
she's a
gosh, and that's so
suspect.
terrible. Like, that's terrible to say something like that when you didn't do anything, like your behavior wasn't the reason, because I
Didn't
understand some
happen.
people, it's a
Yeah.
describer word, but it's like you didn't do anything to deserve it is the problem,
I
Um,
wasn't trying to get on that panel of nonsensical conversation, like my truck and all this nonsense. But, I'm happy. I'd rather be a psycho than a friend. So good. That's
Well,
okay.
yeah, that's a great point. It is. Well, and Trishy says, "Yep, like when people thought I was BFFs with UA because she hijacked my X space, but I had zero clue who she was in December, not knowing who these crazies are is scary." And it is
It is.
it is. And especially because, like you said, you're in chats with people and you think, oh, this person's like, a decent person. They're usually very kind and courteous and, helpful and smart. And then the next thing you know, they have like, all these troll accounts that they use to terrorize people behind the scenes. And it's like, what the heck? And then UA, I mean, I will tell you my experience with that person is not a good
Woof.
one. It's very limited. I don't know her from Adam. I don't know her at all. But the fact that she was immediately trying to get my information of who I am and where I live was very strange and stalkerish behavior because it just never occurred to me to ever be like, well, I'm gonna find this person. And this is just a screen name, so I'm sorry if anybody, just for an example, so I'm sorry if anybody uses this, but I love cat 64. I'm not thinking about trying to find I love cat 64 just because she said something I don't like. And that was what triggered her was my critiquing. It was my critique of, I believe it, yeah, it was both of them. The Proudfoot interview, the most recent one they did at the year mark, and my live stream was sent over to her because she doesn't like the green team. The worst thing that she was saying, this creator, about me was that I'm on the green team, that I'm soft spoken, but I act like Bullhorn Betty. And I'm a soft spoken person, or, just like, but I act like her. And to me, that was like, okay, well, that's not so bad. I am, technically on the green team. What team is there besides the green? That's Sebastian's favorite color. But then, more than that, I was like, I like Bullhorn Betty, and oh well, she's out there for kids and out there for people to get justice. So okay, big deal. But it was the malicious intent behind it, because what it was trying to get somebody else on a bandwagon just to hate me, but there was really nothing for them to really hate me about. So it was a very odd situation. And then UA gets on that panel and says, well, who is she? What's her name? And the people that set this all up were in the chat deliberately giving out my personal information and doxing me so that way UA could try to, and she's calling me a bitch and she's calling me, names and being really ugly, and I'm gonna find her. What's her last name? Anybody know? And it's all screen grabbed and from
Yeah.
the chat. You know what I
And
mean?
it's a
So I
way to
have
run
proof.
you off, right? I mean, that's what I felt like. That was clear to me when I realized and everything was going on. Like I sat on that panel and yeah, you're in a constant state of mute, by the way. They
Mm-hmm.
love to do that. But I was also in shock by all the stuff people were saying just didn't even happen. Like they were just, I don't know what the heck they were talking about. Like it was insane.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear me? Hello? Did I lose you?
I just said I was just agreeing. I just said, mm-hmm.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry. But I noticed that, like, for me, they already knew my name and stuff, right? Because they were on the Facebook, half the people up there. That's how I started talking to them in the group and then on their chats. Like, but they started dropping, my name and this and that. And it was like, wow. But they were pretending not to know. It was the oddest thing. It's very odd. So I know what you mean. They do these weird, like, dox things and I don't know, like UA Crimson, she's the one that the only one that I personally feel I can say is definitely, I don't know, I don't like what she does. It's very uncomfortable. She's very out there, right? Very public with her behavior,
Yeah, she is. Like she didn't bat an eyelash to like be like, what's her name? What's her real name? And like it was weird because I've actually never witnessed anything like that in a chat ever. So when I saw her doing it, I was like, you do realize that that's illegal, right? And then the people that were giving her the information, also I was paused at them and thought, okay. And the best part about the end of that live was that by the end of it, the person who sent me the picture, who was facilitating all of this hate and the crap, was one of the people that sent me the picture that they
Yeah.
were hating on me because of. And so, and
Mhm.
at the and none of them realized it until the end. They're like, "Oh, wasn't that mini person the one that sent Lady Freedom that?" And then they went on Queen Bee, and it was like, yeah, and it was like you watch it play out and you're like, wow, so you guys aren't as smart as you think you are, because if you were, then you guys would have known the background of the person you're hating, but you don't even know my background, and you're hating with the person that sent me the photo to begin with. Like, make that make sense, Mommin. Make make it make sense for me, please. I'm begging you.
You can't because the thing is that it's a whole different demographic, and they don't know, right? They don't know what's going on. They don't even, most of the people won't care to know, which makes it even more disturbing because they don't even want to know,
Well,
right?
this
They don't have a
creator
clue
is
what's going on. It's like a
this
new,
creator is from Canada. She's Canadian, so I don't even know how she even would know who I was if it wasn't sent to her, you know? Like,
it's wacky.
Scammy says I was watching the live and they did set you up, momming it up. It was very obvious to those that know these streets.
Well, yeah, and I guess to me, I was just like, I didn't know that there was this behind the scenes with, QB and Edgar and KK, right? Like, I did not know that was happening. It was so bizarre. And I was just like, what is it? Nobody here knows anything. And I wasn't going to sit there and tell all about my personal, like, well, I'm moving there. You know this, you know that. Like, you know what I mean? It was just ridiculous. It was
Yeah, you shouldn't
ridiculous.
have to. You should never have to do
No,
that.
the whole thing was ridiculous. It was
Hey,
just
dude.
ridiculous. But that's
Well,
what they do. And how does that help Sebastian? That's how I go back to the same stuff, like this pattern, right? Why is it okay
yes.
why would Edgar and these people, like, what are you doing? Why are you okay with that? What are you doing that you want everybody You want everybody intimidated to not cover the case. That's what it seems like. And when I say cover the case, I mean just us talking, showing
Just
when they,
talking.
yeah, showing Hindsight's video or showing Dog's video, or going over an interview, whatever it is. Why wouldn't you want that?
Exactly. Exactly. Well, and another thing too is the reason why they want you to, like, they're expecting you to prove things so that way they can, make it um even worse on you. So they want you to be like, well, no, actually they don't have my real name, but my real name is this actually. And they want you to say that online so you dox yourself almost. It's like trying to use reverse psychology, but it's not working. So they're like, I'm going to put out a bunch of fake information so that way this person is going to go on there and defend themselves, and in that process they're probably going to be doxing themselves, because how else can they defend themselves? Just like when people are saying that I never had my real estate license, that I'm impersonating a real estate agent. The weirdest thing there is that they want me to, like, give them my nerd number, I guess, or they want me to come up here and show you my full name with my, um, that me graduating or me doing my continuing education or something like that. They want to present that. So that way I dox myself further and, tell
Mhm.
everybody. And I'm sorry, but I'm not Terry Lynn. She does that kind of stuff. I don't. You guys are never going to catch me coming up here showing you my medical records. You guys can, bite me.
Oh,
And I
there's no
love you
reason to
all. I
ever
love
have
you, but
to.
bite me.
It's
If at that
ridiculous.
point, I'm
It's
never doing that.
ridiculous.
I'm never going to that level, because I respect myself too much to do that. And I'm not doing that because it's not fair to me or, my family members. Like, so what are you trying to do? Get on my personal Facebook and mess with my family? Like, that's where I go with it, because I think there's
Yeah.
nothing good that can come of it, just like what you've dealt with.
And there's no
Nothing
reason for
good.
the intimidation of it either. Like, there's people for years, right? And your name's out there already. But you're not going to hand it over to a bunch of criminals, right? You're not going to walk into a prison to a bunch of Hannibal Lecters, God forbid, and hand over your full information and then open the door for them. I'm not
Well,
calling them Hannibal
exactly.
Lecters, by the way, because they'll clip that one and make a whole thing. But
Oh
that's
no,
what I
that's
mean.
okay.
Like, there's a place and a time for it. And what they're doing it for is intimidating and not okay. And then when you're going to be sitting there talking to the people that are supposed to be caring about the child the most, and one that was the last one with the child, it's not okay. None of this is right, right? And like, there's 10 million things can be true at once in this situation, and they're all
For
bad, in
sure.
my opinion. They're all bad intentions.
Yeah, there's no reason to do that. And just like they were like, well, prove that you're not related to Nina, prove that you're not related to Uncle Taco. Well, guess what? All that's going to do is put my family in jeopardy. Are you nuts? Like, maybe you're that dumb, but I'm not. Like, and
Yeah, but to
I hate
me,
calling people dumb, but seriously, like, if you can't even put together what was going on, but you're willing to do a whole live about it, and listen to, crazy people make up lies, and they get excited about their lies being believed. You can see it play out in the
yeah,
chat. It's so crazy to me, and I'm like, so you just believed what they said, and they're laughing I mean, they literally wrote LMAO, right? Laughing my ass off because they just got one over on you, but you're doing this live for them, and you feel like they were duped, and that was duper's delight. Like, I just don't. I feel
every
I
show is almost like that, right? I would think.
Yeah.
And to me, like, I think it's really because a lot of this is what people are doing. So they just are thinking everybody does it, right? All these people are like that. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who the heck you are, who you're related to, whatever. What does that have to do with anything? And I know you're not, but even if you are,
Right.
who cares? What does that matter?
Well, and
Like,
it really doesn't. And because and the thing is like, what if I was though? I would be going hard for the people that I care about, because it
of
just like,
course.
if this happened to my family member, I would be talking about it every day on no doubt I would talk about an injustice that happened to my family member. I would, because I would want their story out there. Just like what Jana does is amazing to me. Like, how much she fights, how hard she works, everything she's accomplished is like, you know, the playbook for what people should do to advocate for their family. Like, she's doing a good job, like what we should do, right? And like,
Yeah.
even if say Nina was say I was related to Nina, she's the closest one that I could say that I could understand why people might make a connection. One, I was born in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Two, I have family that still lives there, right? Three, and I don't care because I've said this before, so it doesn't bother me. But so just putting it out there, so I can see those things. But I am not, to my knowledge, Native American. Uncle Taco is. Um, Nina is part Native American and she's also Mexican. I'm half Mexican on my dad's side, right? So I can see that connection. But when it comes to somebody that I'm not even the same ethnicity as Uncle Taco, and I've never lived in Oklahoma. I've lived in Missouri, but that, you know, so if I'm his daughter or if I'm him, pretending to be myself, which is what they said. I mean, these are the crazy shit that they say.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
you know, then but see, that's all they want is for me to prove that stuff so that way they can get my real information and start wreaking havoc on my family members, and it's just bad. It's just not
Yeah.
right. Because they're wreaking havoc on somebody else's case that I'm helping out with even. You know, that's what they're
Just
doing to Jana today. I had to send her that screen grab and be like, this is what, you know, Grace is putting out.
yeah, it doesn't belong. You know, this
Well,
is just the
she did it
stuff that
on
like you
TikTok
shouldn't
thinking
be.
that people wouldn't see it. See, and that's the little sly nature of her crap, is putting it on her TikTok so other people don't see it.
It's just awful. It's just awful. Like nobody should have to deal with this stuff to try to raise awareness. You're not making tons of money off of trying to raise awareness for missing kids, right? You're doing it because it's something that you care about. Everybody needs an income, right? Everybody has to. It takes a lot of time.
Hmm.
And it just doesn't make sense.
Well, I'd
There's
make a
no
lot more
reason.
even if I went and got just like a small job at a hotel or something like that, which I have background in that. If I was waitressing down here in Florida, you know, places are hopping, you know, Friday, Saturday especially. I could just do that 2 nights a week and make a pretty good amount of money, probably the same amount that I'm making with YouTube, but you know, it's just something that I'm passionate about, and I love talking about these cases. And then also, I know this is how all of us are, is we just Sebastian stole our heart, you know, and we want him found. We want justice for him. We want, you know, I mean, because but you know what, I feel like too, I really want to tell you this, Mom, and I think that you're super smart, articulate, you're very beautiful, you're a good person inside. And I also think that if you know, don't value your time, because like you said, it takes time and stuff like that, you know. You can't put as much time into it, you know, because then you feel like, well, you know, I need to be doing this, or I could be spending my time doing this. But if you get monetized and stuff, I really believe that that's a better motivation too. And I mean, let's all be honest. You know, we all have to maintain a lifestyle too. You can't just not work and do YouTube full
No.
time, or you're not going to survive. Like, that's my way of thinking, because I could make more money at a lot of other things, yes, especially at this juncture, being a small channel. But what do you think? I mean,
Well, first, I want to say thank you, and I feel all the same about you. That was really kind.
oh
And
yeah, of course. Thank you.
you're so welcome. It's well deserved. No, I finally, you know, and I feel like there's not enough good places to go in YouTube now, right? Like it's so, it's so sad. It's sad. You and a handful of people are the only places that I found that seem safe for people, right? In a weird way. I know that might sound really out there to some people, but there's not a lot of places that people feel that they can come, right? That they're not going to be automatically like ostracized just for asking something that's just seriously a real honest question. And then obviously you do your, you're careful, right? Because you can tell pretty quick if it's real or a troll or whatever. And if I can put the time into doing that, and supporting Sebastian's name staying out there and doing other things, I would love to, but there's no way, right? Unless I do monetize, because I have to do my other work. Because I have so much with the kids and their needs. I wish all the time that it was a different way, but it's not. The economy is really crappy, There's only so much that, your husbands can do. If you want your mad money and you want, if you want to buy your, and I don't know if you do this when your daughter was little, but some of us, right, we sneak our snacks because I shouldn't have said snacks. That's forever ruined.
You're gonna have people in the chat, snacks.
I know, it's like forever ruined, right?
Dang it,
How you
Katie.
sneak your like candy bars when your kids aren't looking, and because they'll eat everything, right? You have to sneak it. You have to have your like hidden candy bar. But it's so expensive now. Like, to have these extra things, you have to bring in income when you have a bunch of children. And even if you're on your own without children, things are expensive. And
right.
So I have to be able to, and I need to use my mind. I have to have adulting time. I can't just be mom 20. I'm always mom, but I have to work in some way. And I would be able to put that time in if I monetized and really was able to spend the extra time. And you're not going to get rich off of it. But that's why today I was like, yes, I will put in to apply and feel comfortable with it, So I appreciate you saying that, because it's been a personal thing. It's for me, it's like, you have to, though, because it takes so much time if you want to do it right.
Well, and you're not doing a good job until someone says that you're a tragedy pimp. Just remember that. Because that's when you've made it, right? Is when they're like, look at this tragedy pimp over here. And you're like, well, I'm just making like $200 a month, but thanks a lot. And I get yelled at all the time because I need to get a real job. And, but it's okay. Thanks. So
right.
I get what you're saying. Well, and you feel like you can dedicate more time towards it and justify dedicating the time. And see, that's the hard. But I think your insight that you bring to the table is invaluable because of Sebastian and what he went through, what we know that he's gone through, and just your way of explaining to people how the spectrum works. Because I think still people might not understand that, like, there's profoundly autistic, there's Asperger's, there's all of these different kind of names for things, right, on the spectrum, but no two kids with autism are alike,
No. And I think Seth has told us exactly how Sebastian was, right? And he's Sebastian, right? Like they say his name, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Like, he's not an autistic 15-year-old from Hendersonville. He's 16. His name is Sebastian Rogers. And it's enough. He deserves justice. He deserves to be found. Amen. And I think one day he's going to make a profound difference on how everybody has to think of how they speak, act, and behave. That's my prayer,
See, and that's one of my biggest things that I struggle with too, is because I do want to set a better example, and I do want to link up with creators that want to set a better example, because it's never too late to do that, right? Even though you're going to have people that are going to make snide comments and be like, well, hey, didn't you make a video about this? I mean, believe me, some of the memes I put in there, I kind of look back and be like, I shouldn't have been so mean to Chris or Katie. I kind of kick myself a little bit, and I'm like, well, that wasn't very nice. But it was like in a moment of frustration. A lot of it too was when Chris was on there making fun of Sebastian, and it's not an excuse. It's just but I also think that it does take us all to kind of take a step back and be like, okay, well, we could kid around, but don't be mean about it, And hey, Jude, she says snacks, but like something like that doesn't bother me saying that about, for Katie, because snacks, she said it. It's kind of funny, it's quirky, and it's become a part of the case that we all kind of giggle about, and it's something light, but it's not mean. I don't hate Katie for saying snacks, I'm
No.
kind of grateful she gave us something to laugh about, um, I don't know.
No, it's this whole thing what's has taught me so much more. Like you can think you know a lot and you never know a lot. There's always learning and there's always things we can do to improve and be better. And none of us are perfect. We're all going to make mistakes. We should make mistakes, right? Because that's how you learn from them. But at the same time,
Yeah.
like I just feel I knew, like I thought I knew how to avoid exactly what I ended up walking into.
Right. Well,
Like,
yes.
it's ridiculous. And you can't have, I don't know, like we have our freedom, right? But we have to be careful and not reckless with certain things. And that was reckless of me, even though it wasn't. Like, even though I was going on real stuff, right? It was still reckless in terms of look what happened. Look what happened. It wasn't even true. What if that video was being played and Seth was watching it at the worst time? How would I be able to lay my head down? What if Sebastian watched one of those videos and thought, that his dad was a bad person?
Sure. And I mean, I
And
think
he was at work. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's
yeah. Well,
important
but
to raise awareness on how easy it is for people to do good and to do bad, right? And it's not to call out anybody that was misleading either and put them down or like, go after them. But by you fabricating in such a manner and presenting things locally and online, that's like influence, right?
well, it's
And then even though
intentional
I didn't have
too.
influence, that can snowball into different influence. So it's been a good learning experience for me, and I think we could all learn a little bit and have grace with ourselves, but
Well,
I don't know. It's hard to
you're right.
articulate.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. You do have to have grace, and like you said, it's very easy to like believe something that we hear, right? Because we could say, okay, well, oh wow, I didn't know that about, even, you know, just anything, any person, take a pick of a person, it's like somebody could say, hey, John did this, and you could be like, wow, I didn't know John did that. Wow, okay, well, that might change my view of how, what I think of John now. But then again, not everything you hear is true, so it's important to kind of remember that, consider the source. But it's hard when people trust the creator they're listening to, right?
Yeah,
It's
mob mentality should never come into effect with a missing child, it shouldn't.
We have that is a very important point, and a very like good way to put it is the mom mentality. That is how I mean, I view it like that. I do. I view it like a mom mentality, like and it doesn't have a place, and it's very like intimidating, odd. um this is kind of the second filing where we're seeing the same behavior from the same group, as well, like it, pertaining to Sebastian's case and what Seth has gone through, what they've said about his son, things like that too.
No, I think it's important to not, to not enable it. Sometimes you have to, you have to say it. Like you have to have these hard conversations. You can have understanding for people, but at the same point, what about Sebastian? Where was his compassion? Where is the care for him? We can have a moment and we can learn from it, but we have to be able to talk to each other and stuff. We shouldn't just get on and run with our kitchen table coffee talk. We're a year in. We have all this amazing people in chat, that are kind and they're sharing the red flags and talking about different things. And I think
yes.
that's okay, right? We have a lot of information that I don't see anything wrong with discussing it, right? What I see wrong is if it gets erased and removed. And that's what I think has been happening from very early, really early on. is to
See,
scare
that's
you off.
interesting. That's super interesting. Thank you, Trishy. Trishy says that she loves how we're discussing important things with class. I think that's so sweet. Thanks, Forrest. Thank you. But could you elaborate on that a little bit? Hey, Cassie Roku. Aw, thank you. How sweet. Cassie Roku says, two wonderful souls on panel. Good evening, Cassie. Thank you guys so much. You guys are the best. Sweet Sativa. Birds of a feather fly together for us. But can you elaborate a little bit on that? Just as much as far as you feel comfortable with, but because I think that people don't understand that dynamic either, and I'm understanding it more. But like, what are your thoughts?
What one? You mean like there's an organizational aspect of this, right? That is going right to, like, I mean, it's going right to Chris and Katie, in my opinion, like, because they're actively involved. We didn't know that. It was
Right.
not out there, right? But they're actively participating with people and their influence on their mods or their friends or their whatever that are doing these things. They go around, and it's not just being mean to somebody or whatever, right? It's going around and it's like literally distracting, misinformation, then real
Right.
life. Oh, what's their name? Where do they live? Just, then you have these troll videos, and it doesn't add up to me how you could be okay with that. It's a year he's missing, What are you
Right.
doing? So I think it's different to have these conversations. Does it mean that you're saying that somebody did something, without evidence, quote unquote? No, but how is this
Sure.
not evidence of something? And I think we should be able to talk about it, because now a lot of time passed. Like, nobody's changing these behaviors. It's just getting worse and better. It seems like it's more organized.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Because now they're coming in as a group. So then you have this one, you used to have, like you said, you have like all these alt accounts, right? And they'll leave comments or whatever. But then you're having people that are coming in and they're all saying the same thing and echoing each other. That's not, like, what are you doing? How is running somebody off of talking about a case at all going to help if it's keeping the child's name out there in an algorithm?
I absolutely feel like they are running people off of the case. Like, I have felt like that for many, many months, probably like the 2 months in, I'll say, into the case. I felt like very strongly about this, and then I'm seeing it done to me, and I'm going, "Oh, shit." You know what I mean? Because you never wanna, like, feel like you're being a conspiracy theorist or go too far with, like, accusations like you were saying, but it's just very clear that, like, there is just undercover behavior going on, alts. I think it's very intentional, organized, and the misinformation isn't being really spread without knowledge of it being misinformation. It's absolutely intentional, in my opinion.
Yeah. And I think Canine Captain Jules is one of the leading examples that I can think of right now for how she's just trying to clarify, because she does have the knowledge that so many of us didn't understand, right? Sense specific, what dog tracked where, was there a
Yeah.
dog here? Who was with law enforcement? And what happened with her just bringing in her expertise on, we can't talk to the dog, but we know he wasn't on only Sebastian's scent, right? He wasn't
Right.
specific to that. How many people don't know anything about it because she's been, ostracized for trying to help?
Right. Yeah, just for I mean, just for trying to help, just for trying to speculate on, facts. I mean, it's one thing to just kind of like, if I was to come in and be like, did you hear this person's uncle was involved in Sebastian Rogers' case, right? And you say that, but then, to not even ask any questions or figure out any kind of supporting evidence on that, all that is a rumor. And I believe Justin was talking about this last night as well. I was out to eat and I had my earbud in, guys. So, and it was a kind of a loud restaurant, but I will say that, like, I definitely heard him kind of saying something to the effect of, because I can't even directly quote him, but he was talking about how we have to remember that some knowledge is firsthand knowledge, right? Meaning, like, I told Mommin, something, and she told me something. We both have firsthand knowledge of that. But the minute that we turn around and tell, Kaika, you just popped in, so I'm gonna say, the minute that we tell Kaika something, and she tells somebody else, it becomes hearsay. It becomes secondhand knowledge, third hand. Think of the game of telephone. I don't mean to sound like CP, okay, guys, but and he did say that. But it is like a game of telephone in a sense, because the more that we spread the information, it's going to get a little bit muddier and muddier, and that's why
Yeah.
it's not admissible in court. That's why
Yes.
they don't accept, like, Mommin going, well, Lady Freedom told me this. She can't, you can't use that as valid evidence on the stand, for an example.
Exactly.
Yeah, so always remembering that, like, that was such a good point, and like I said, Justin brought that up too, remember that it's not always, the best information, especially if it's not coming from the main source.
Of course not. No, yeah, I agree. He's right. And I think that's why, like, I feel that this situation and everything that surrounded stuff with Sebastian is hard to really even discuss with things, because some of it I know from when I start talking to people here. I believe what they're saying, and I don't think they mean bad intent, but then I know they're telling me something that wasn't even true. So that was said to them locally, right? And that's heartbreaking to me. That's what leads me back to tinfoil hat. People can say all they want, but intentional, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because why are we doing that? Why would you do that? You just wouldn't.
Exactly.
Unless you want everybody to stop. And that's the only, thing I can get to.
That's the conclusion that I come to as well, and I don't like that. That's not the conclusion I want. Trust me. It's more like,
No.
I wish it was something different. I mean, I wish it was something where Katie and Chris would come out tomorrow and say, we thought that we were gonna pull one over on Seth, and it turns out that we didn't. Then we got way too far into it, and we're sorry. And Sebastian was fine the whole time. He was hanging out, getting proper schooling on the side, da 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 da. He was staying with this person or whatever. But I don't know that that is going to be the outcome that we would see. It could be. And then again, that's what you would hope for. But there's certain things when when I can come to a conclusion like that, and specifically the one you mentioned, it's like that's not the one that I want. It's just not that one. No.
No. And that's the thing is, that's why it's good to talk about everything. And thankfully, like, we're not law enforcement, right? But they're going to figure it out, right? They're going to. And we can help in the only way that we can. And if we're not talking about it and stuff, I do feel that sometimes that can be hard too, because we do see sometimes that you get results, right? More with popular things, right? When there's a little pressure or, there's more, like there's more, it's more of a reminder, which is why I've always been vocal about, have his banner places and stuff. It doesn't matter if a bunch of people know, you need that reminder. And there's people that don't know, right? There's people that don't know he's missing, and it's not going to hurt. Having his banner all over is not going to harm anything. It's only going to help because it'll keep it in their mind.
Right. And it keeps Sebastian at the forefront, because I don't think that people, I'll say that I don't think, for instance, Chris Proudfoot, in my opinion, understands that the drama, or maybe he does, and it's more calculated than that, but let's just say he doesn't understand, because he said something in the Queen Bee interview when I was listening to it the other day. He said something to the effect of, that basically the drama is okay because it's keeping Sebastian's story out there, his name out there, sort of thing. You know, and that's not a direct quote, but I think that he doesn't realize that there's a lot of good people out there that can't stand to deal with the drama, that they think it's very ugly and very off-putting, and they honestly don't want to tune in for it. But what do you think?
I agree. I agree. It's not, I think it runs people off way more. Like what we were talking about earlier with when they were coming in with, you know, when Nick and them were coming in with some of these stuff and you were able to think and, you know, like problem solve and buy green lights, right? Light bulbs or the different things like that is different, right?
Oh, that's a
That's
beautiful
healthy.
thing. It's a beautiful
Yeah,
thing.
it was
We're all coming
healthy.
together for it. It's very healthy. Yeah.
And I just don't get how, I just can't understand anybody that wants to do the drama that they're doing though, because if you look at it from that standpoint, that's the people that he's with and he's enjoying and he's co-signing, right? So to speak.
That's a good way. That's an excellent way to explain it, honestly. I mean, he's co-signing on the behavior.
Yeah, and it's just nobody I know really feels comfortable listening to people making fun of people, belittling people, talking about kids, you know.
Talking
I
about their
mean,
sex life and a true crime case about a missing child, like that to me is very weird. Like I will never understand the thought process behind that at all.
no. And it's a lot, right? It's not even like it's a lot.
Right. It's not subtle. Like it's not like, yeah, it's not subtle. It's very graphic. In my opinion. And maybe, I mean, I don't think that I'm a prude by any standard, I'm not, but it's like I think that that is very off-putting to many people where if they tuned in to watch about the Sebastian Rogers case and saw something like that, they might get like they may never want to ever come back to it. And that's what I worry about more than, you know, not
I
even to
agree
bash
though,
the other
because
channel because I don't like it, but it's not good for him. It's not good for
no,
Sebastian.
you know that people are looking for information and what are they landing on? What is his classmates? I mean, now it's just awful. And, you know, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make people feel good when you're looking for information on learning about maybe you're learning about the process of things or understanding or wanting to learn about the story of the missing child, or you're trying to learn about the process of, you know, how do they search and whatever it is that's bringing you to a true crime channel. Those are none of the things that I ever heard when you go back and skip around make sense for that
Exactly.
demographic that you're pulling in, right? It's weird. So no, I don't think a lot of us would. I don't see how it would bring in an audience that you would want, unless you would
Right.
want the audience that doesn't really want to talk about what it is that you're supposed to be there to talk about.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's weird to me that people would be acceptable hearing that along with I that's where I kind of make that disconnect as well, and I'm sure you do too, because it's just odd. It's like, who would have thought that those two things would ever be in the same genre, like, or be forced to be in the same genre, and then people are like, oh well, you don't like those channels. Well, I mean, I have a valid reason though, in my opinion, to
Oh,
not want that. And then also, I wouldn't want that for my child. I think it's inappropriate, it just at the very least. And then really quick, I just wanted to say prayers for Detroit, and I hope that your grandbaby is doing good. PCOS is tough because it affects blood sugar and stuff like that. And and then also it's just like it's very difficult to get pregnant, and I'm so sorry to hear about her miscarriages, but everybody please
oh,
pray for Detroit. Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah.
It's just, yeah, it's awful. But I do agree, no, I think drama has run people off, and I think it's hard too, though, because some of it, what I would have classified as drama is kind of, it's hard to discuss the case sometimes without talking about some of it, because it's not just, YouTube creator drama, when it's also very much a part of it, right? When it's people that are with the parents or doing the interviews, or so it's hard to separate sometimes.
Well, they're just doing such outlandish things. And I mean, I know that we're all, none of us are perfect. I mean, hell, there's sometimes, I do something silly. When I first started my lives, I dropped my selfie stick thing that I used to like put my phone up, and it was really funny. I was getting used to it. So I mean, I can't imagine having a missing child going on these TV shows and never saying a faux pas ever. But the thing that bothers me about what we kind of see with Chris and Katie is that they do it nonstop in ways that are very like historically odd for the true crime community to witness. um and really quick, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, and Justin also said that LE doesn't owe the YouTube world any explanations, which I agree with. If anyone deserves an explanation, it's the local community and, of course, the family, which is very true. And we forget that we aren't relevant in LE's eyes, or the eyes of Ellie, excuse me. And I agree with that. I really do. I think that, they don't owe us an explanation. Plus, they probably don't want us going and, be Belinda, good to see you. Um, it's, you know, I don't know. What do you think about that part of it?
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things that's not really cut and dry, right? Because like you were talking about earlier, you were critical at a certain point, and it's forever evolving and changing, right? Depending on the circumstances. It really depends. But right now, we just had the vigil and stuff. It doesn't make sense to me. Like they're limited resources available in this world, right? You know that you have all these attention on it. You have Coffin Dapper, you have Vinnie Paulton, you have Nancy Grace, you have, all this stuff that's going on. You have Dog, you have what now, and think about where it's coming from, why it's happening, who's telling you and feeding you and whatever, like if you're worried about it, and see what you could do to be proactive. But if you're going to try to get a whole bunch of people to call something in like third hand, right? Like you were saying, for example, stuff like that, that's not going to be helpful whatsoever. That's just going to tie things up even worse. Now, the one thing I do think that would be helpful in general, right, with law enforcement stuff is when they do tips and things to just have like an automatic response, like we got your email, right? But also to explain what's a real tip. I think as an influencer, you have influence, and we hear about it in the, in the halls of our House of Representatives and the Senate and local and federal all the time, right? They're always back and forth about influencers, social media, all kinds of stuff.
Absolutely.
So kind of, if you're going to be true crime, educate yourself about how to do it and, what's appropriate and what's not.
I agree with that. And I think as human beings, we're always reevaluating that too. Like we all understand like what's appropriate and what's not. But then also, when with true crime cases, excuse me, we have like that, those dynamics that are just like out of the ordinary. And then, we hear more and more like crazy stories come out all the time. And so it's it's a juggling act, I think, to kind of, I don't know, keep
I feel
that.
like there's a time and a place for certain things, right? And if there's a time and a place where all of the people that have come in to help, that are professionals, that know what they're doing, because I sure as heck don't know what I'm not law enforcement.
Same.
I don't know what's going on.
Exactly.
if they feel that way, then that's a discussion that everybody would have to have, right?
I mean, absolutely. I think it's important to do it too. I really do. I think it's very important to, especially if we see something wrong, right? It's just the same thing, see something, say something, but it goes for like every day, like if you're in a situation where you see a bunch of people ganging up on one person, be like, be friend to them, be a friend to them, or be like, oh, well, you know, maybe try to smooth it over more, be a peacemaker. I know not everybody takes that route, and and it takes everybody excuse me. And one thing Forrest did share with me, and I always try to remember this too, because I think it's important, like, just remember that it takes all different types of people, right, to make things work. And so sometimes, we might not agree with, or that's not the route that we would take, or the approach that we would take. But keep in mind that it can be important for the greater good, basically. Um, and everybody does their part. Everybody can do their part. Some people choose to do a negative part, in my opinion, and I can't discount that those people exist, but I try to be, you know,
Oh, I agree. And I think a lot of times we think we're doing something for the right reason, right? And then maybe we have to take a step back and kind of realize, whoops, we didn't know, we didn't mean it to be, the way that maybe it was, right? Like, but you have to be the bigger person to address that, right? And like, and
mhm.
want to work as a team and stuff, at some point, if somebody's not having it, then they're not having it. And it doesn't mean that you're being mean or not supportive. You can't have intentional chaos, right? So it's a balance.
Yeah, it is a balance. It is a balance. And it's also um what one thing, sorry about that, Mom. And Forrest says, "Lady, did you hear anything about the sighting in Missouri?" I haven't heard anything besides that they kind of that I don't think it is, just based on, you know, because I would think that they might email me back and be like, good siding that it was, but they haven't said anything. And I think somebody told me that there was something said, and I don't have it, so I don't know if it was or not, but that they're not thinking that it is Sebastian, which is a bummer. I wish it was different, but I haven't heard anything like definitive for us, just to put it out there. Um, but I wish it would have been.
Of course. Who
Yeah,
wouldn't?
it's kind of, it's, well, not even kind of, it's disappointing. I mean, it's like, dang, because um see, that was the scenario that you would think of, that would, maybe somebody was keeping him, safe and clean. Like, the kid looked clean and everything. Now, I think he looked younger. That was my opinion. Were you in here momming it up when we were talking about the sighting in Missouri?
Yeah, and he did seem to look younger, but at the same time, like, I could see why you would want to make sure, right? Because it was odd set of circumstances, right? He was with his grandma, but then she's in a nursing home. It was odd, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, and I don't even think, okay, so that's the thing that I wasn't 100% on. If that was even, I think it was just like a boy in the neighborhood, but I don't think that was the boy that they were interviewing. I think it was just the boy.
Oh,
It was weird. It would have been the most bizarre twist, right? To the story, but it was so bizarre that it was like almost unbelievable. Thank you, BB Linda. I appreciate you. Um, so yeah, because wouldn't that be so odd if it was just like a random footage from a storm, and Sebastian walks by and it's really him? Like, I don't know. It would blow my mind. Like, it really would. But, and see, that was the only thing for keeping me from, because very similar, like super similar features,
You handled
build.
it right, though. You called it in and made sure before you went on, right? So that you knew that it was already established. You
Oh
know, I
yeah.
think you handled it
Yes, ma'am.
fantastic. And I think sometimes, like, depending on your beliefs, you know, we get these holy connections. We get signs sometimes that we're on the right track, or to remind us that maybe, you know, maybe we should continue to talk about him. At least for me, like, that's been my biggest thing. It's like, well, what do I do? You know, how do I do this? Because I feel like this poor kid, he's like constantly coming up. You know, I constantly
Hmm.
have these reminders. And at this point, I really can't even carry my little tote bag around, you know, unfortunately, as much as I want to. And so, what can I do? And then I get these little reminders, you know, all the time. And that's my way of
Hmm.
like, no, we're doing this, you know. What are we doing? I don't know. But then God led me to a couple, you know, really great people like you and, you know, Jude and Trishy and, you know, and Justin's really good. And like, it's at least a good way to have some direction, right? Because it's hard when you don't know what you should do and what you shouldn't do. It gets confusing because we have lives, so we miss stuff, right?
Well, yeah, what I mean, and there's no way for us always to know everything, especially when, you know, I mean, there's just so many sources that we're dealing with too. You know, we're dealing with, you know, is information getting released on X? Is information being released on Facebook? Is information being released on Instagram? You know, which not a lot is. TikTok, YouTube. You know, news outlets, so just the internet in general, it's very that's what I find the most challenging on finding information fast. Like unless people send me like a small clip or the exact clip where I can go through and look and you know, because I didn't even watch the end of Josh Sammy and see that's you know, Sammy says it certainly takes a village in a um mediator like Josh from the lab last night, God love him. So he apparently did it. See, and I missed that, but I saw a little bit of it, and he was making me laugh, and you know, but I pooped out. So you know, because we gotta sleep, we gotta, you know, it's just it's a it's crazy. I don't know, it's crazy.
How it is, you know, and
It's
I
a lot
hope
of
that
info.
everything can work its way out. And, you know, I don't like to see anybody feel like they're, you know, like they're, I don't know, because I don't know what that person's feeling at the moment. I'm lost on a lot of that. But, you know,
Sure.
you don't like to see anybody feeling hurt and suffering, but at the same
Never.
time, you know, you gotta, you know, do you want to work together? Are we trying? Like, what are we doing? You know, it's hard to know because you can't have this stuff on live streams. You know, you're
Well,
not
unless there's
getting the
some
whole
hardcore
picture, you
proof
know?
too, we got to be careful with how we're being, you know, what we say about law enforcement because we do need to make sure we have receipts for that as well, which is, you know,
Yeah, for a
I
lot of
just
stuff. Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily a thing where I would feel you know, and I don't feel offended at all when they don't, you know, if they haven't gotten back to me because I will say um they send you like if you send it into the tips of TBI, they're just going to send you a very generic message back. It's nothing um it's just basically saying, you know, we received it but don't reply back or it's a no reply kind of for lack of a better way to or excuse me to explain it.
Yeah. But I guess for me, it's like, but the TVI, what do you have it to the TVI? If the TVI has it, right? And you know they answered and stuff, then I kind of don't get the whole, what would you need the other law enforcement? Because you already have, if you have one person that's already doing it, then isn't that the definition of what they don't want us to do, right? By sending it multiple places. If one
Yeah,
place
I
is
mean
already
that's my
investigating
understanding.
it,
Mhm. Yes.
you
Yeah.
know. So I just think sometimes things are misdirected, misunderstood, you know. And it's easy to just talk about it and work together and just try to do better. But you can't force somebody to, right? So that's where it gets hard. It gets hard if we have to be able to try to communicate and if it's not going to happen, and you can't make somebody.
Well, that's so true. And it's just like, I mean, I just think it's at this point in the game now, I don't know, you almost have to have faith that they're doing the best that they can do. Which I know it's frustrating a year in. I get that. But now one thing I will say is I kind of try to follow Seth's lead now, in terms of like when he came out and said that he has renewed faith in Sumner County, which I know they're separate entities, the TBI and Sumner County are, but still law enforcement, just different levels. One's on a state, one's on a local. Just for people who don't, because I know it's kind of confusing sometimes. But I honestly, when he said that gave me renewed faith in them as well, because there's a reason. If parents are complaining that they're not getting the kind of support and answers from law enforcement, I think that that's a reason to pause and for us to listen to them. And when he did that, I did pause, I listened. But then when I did the same thing when he came out and said, that they've spoke with me now, their communication is open, as it should, in my opinion, be. That's how I would want it if it was my son.
Yeah. And then I was just thinking, like, that's why it's good to talk about these things and to learn the process and what do they consider credible, what's helpful, what's not, right? What's automatically never going to be listened to. I think when we're covering certain things on true crime, it's good to go over that, to study
Absolutely.
it, know the local law enforcement's procedures and things for whatever the case is that we're studying or we're discussing, I mean, because you have a small sheriff's department. If you're sending them 1,000 tips that they're not even going to be able to use, that's bad, right? If it's a tiny sheriff's department, isn't that what this is? I don't know this for a fact. I'm just saying.
We're
but
bogging
isn't
them
that
down.
why TBI is involved? So if TBI is involved and they're helping, why would you tie up the small sheriff's department? I'm not saying it was with malice. I'm just talking out loud when you think about it, right? So if we can all talk, then it could prevent a lot of confusion and it won't tie up things for days, right? Like,
I mean,
because that's what I was
yes.
thinking today. I'm like, well, wait a second. That's what TBI is doing, right? So that's what they're helping with. So you don't need them to take the time in the sheriff's. Like, you don't need both.
Right.
Especially if you don't know if it's something that they even want, right? Because they've set parameters that I think a lot of people have overlooked in a lot of the stuff they put out. They set parameters as to what they want called in now, right? Or am I
Well, no,
am I not explaining it right? I'm
I
sorry.
think they have. No, I think you're explaining it perfectly. They definitely want.
Yeah, because I'm trying to look for because I know I read it from one of their things. Like they want information. They're never going to say don't call in a tip. But what is a tip, right? You know what I mean? Some things may not be a tip.
Well, and I hate when they would, I hate to think, or I hate if they would ever discourage somebody from not calling in a tip just because they don't think it's anything, because especially with the limited information we have, we might not know it's a tip and it's a tip, right? But that's where I kind of get, a little bit nervous when they say, well, only credible tips, because sometimes we don't know what's credible and what's not. But I think like it's just expecting or demanding a response back isn't always the best approach, because they are busy. Like you said, they wouldn't have this detective, on Sebastian's case, only on his case. They're dedicating a lot of time and resources, which is fantastic. That's what we want. So don't, I don't think it's fair. I get life isn't fair, but I don't think it's appropriate to kind of throw that person under the bus just because they didn't, respond back. And I think if I was Brandon Carter, I would be very hesitant to talk to a YouTuber in the same way of being a YouTuber. I also see the value in all of us putting our brains together as long as we're doing it, with good intentions and trying to find answers,
Yeah. And I know, like, we would never want to discourage anything, but I just mean in terms of, like, if you know something's already been done, right? Like, they issued a statement for the video, right? For the 1-year anniversary that the
Yes.
fixer, as they call him, put out a month after, allegedly. Yeah, right? He said. So that's already done. They already issued a statement. So if you're going to have 100 people call about that, that's sense, that's not what I'm saying that person's doing or anybody's doing. I'm just using it as an example, so we do know some things wouldn't be, there'd be no reason. So it's kind of like you have to decide if you think it's something important, then you send an email and, you go from there.
Absolutely. Well, and there's just, there's good ways to kind of bring it up, and then there's, ways that maybe, and we all don't do the same, we're not going to always do the same thing, or what we, maybe what I would do wouldn't be what somebody else would do, and vice versa. But I think it's just important to just remember that, I think Seth would come out and say something too. And I will say, hey, you just sent this to me. Now this is Seth Rogers. He posted this a day ago, and it says, to Sebastian's Army, I want to take a moment to personally thank each and every one of you for standing with me in the fight to bring Sebastian home. Your dedication, love, and relentless pursuit of the truth means more than words can express. Hashtag Sebastian's Army. And then he says, let me be clear. I led this mission. My team reports to me and does not act without communication with me. My team has been my support for a while now, and I wouldn't be where we are today without them. I am here, standing firm, making the decisions that I believe are right for my son. My focus remains where it has always been, on finding Sebastian and seeking justice. Hashtag find Sebastian, hashtag keep the faith. And
I saw that. That's really.
I did not see that. And I mean,
well, then that answers any worry that anybody may have, right? If people are worried about him, he's clarifying. Don't worry, he's thanking everybody, and
yes.
Well, and I want to say too, he's in control. Nobody's controlling it.
Seth that is just like exactly Seth, right? He comes in the chat and he says, thank you for talking about my son. And, he appreciates the green hearts. We know that. And he wants to find Sebastian. He wants justice. He wants us to keep the faith. Like, he's always stayed true to that. And, Mommin, what do you think about this? He's always been true to himself, in my opinion, true to kind of Sebastian's cause, but standing strong and not always knowing, who we can trust and who we can't trust. What do you think about the way Seth has handled himself? Because I know how I feel, but how do you feel?
I mean, I don't think, how could he handle it any better?
Exactly.
I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he does it.
I don't either.
That's why I believe we have to always keep the power of prayer and pray and pray and pray for him. When we're praying, for everybody, we have to include him.
Oh,
He
definitely.
showed real strength.
That's what.
Just think of
my opinion, and for them to say like things like, oh, well, Tony is telling Seth what to do and da da da. I don't believe that for 1 second. I think Seth is a very strong leader. The way that he stood up and prayed for his son in a strong, fatherly, manly way. I mean, I just don't get it. It really gets my goat. And and it's like, because I read, thank you, hey Jude, thank you, sweetheart. And,
Well, I think people get mad because they have
God
no
dang it.
control. He took the control back. I think people get upset because they don't have control over him, right? He's taken that control. He talks when he wants to talk. He's doing what he wants to do in his best interest for him and his child. He's doing what he needs to do. And people can't handle that.
And he's so strong and steadfast and calm and, like, even in a way of being commanding, which is something that you have to be strong, because I did see his comment about staying strong and having a thick skin on YouTube. But then he comes out and says something, I mean, just beautiful, powerful, to the point. Um, Sebastian needs justice. Focus there. I'm steering the ship for anybody who has questions. And then, I don't know. I'm always kind of amazed by the way that he handles himself. And, I just really am.
That's why I keep praying for him, because I don't know how he does it. I really don't. I don't know how he does it, because I know it's got to be a constant battle to be humble enough to care about other people when your entire life is about where's my son and finding your son. I can't imagine. But he still cares enough about other people, right? Like, he put that out at a certain time and
yes,
tried to calm somebody's fears, I think, in a way. And it's very it's just sad. You shouldn't have to do that.
Yeah, they just spread this crap around like it's the truth, and it's like, what the heck are you thinking? And so he comes out, but I agree with everything that you said, because it's just like, how can I don't
You
know.
shouldn't have to think about drama or YouTube or worry
No.
about people. He shouldn't have to deal with anything other than what he's already, the unimaginable that he's dealing with. Period. That's why when people are like, oh, are you still blocked? I don't care. He can block me forever. That's fine. Because he shouldn't have had to see the stuff I was saying, because he knew it wasn't true. I didn't know it wasn't true.
Right.
But he did.
But don't beat
Why
yourself
did
up
he
about
need
it,
to see it?
because it's like I said, when it's different. It's totally different when you know than when you don't, and it's so easy. And see, I think a lot of people, I think that will resonate with a lot of people, just knowing that, misinformation is spread just as easily as real information, the truth. Sometimes it's more rampant than the truth. That's where we get into a problem, and it's so important to talk
It
about
is.
it. But don't beat yourself up over it, because it's not, I'm so glad he's a man of faith. Hey Jude. I mean, and Forrest, I saw your comments. Island, thank you. You guys, I mean, you guys understand, Trishy,
He
thank
shouldn't
you.
have to deal with any of this nonsense, right? It shouldn't be about anything
No.
like that. It just shouldn't. And I
And
don't
it's
know why
so
anybody
easy.
why would you willingly want to participate in adding to any stress that he's going through is absurd. And I think, we have to have grace with ourselves, but also, this isn't about us. We're choosing to talk about somebody else's child that's missing. We're choosing that. We don't have the right to somebody else's child. Right?
No,
We
not
do
at
have a
all.
duty. Like, don't get me wrong. I know,
We have a
like,
duty
Amber
to him. We
Alerts,
do.
whatever, we have a duty to children and stuff. I get
Yes.
that. But at the same time, this is some of the stuff that happens. It crosses lines. It really crosses lines.
It totally does. It does. Hey, Mally Cat. It does. It crosses the line. It crosses the Well, it's on a moral level, but even more than that, it just kind of crosses the line of common sense, in my opinion, because, all we have to do, and maybe I need to, and I never focused on Seth because, like you said, he his time cards. There's a lot of stuff. He's always been consistent, but maybe I need to just start doing Seth consistency videos, and because, but I don't want to like, do that to him, but it's like, do we just KJ Maxx says fantastic point, momming it up. I agree. Well, and that's the thing. It's just like where's your common sense, guys? How many do I have to start doing these comparisons? Because if I do, I will, if it'll help the cause, darn it. But I don't want to have to do that because honestly, I think we need to be focusing on what was said by the people who were last around Sebastian rather than a man who's at work and got some kind of wacky 911, don't be mad, our son's missing, collectively, our son, co-parenting is, I'm referring to the co-parenting, but good Lord. It's
Oh my
crazy.
goodness, please. And then when you realize God only knows what he was dealing with, right? We don't know. It's unimaginable. And it was happening in real time. Like people were really, in my opinion, I know we have to say, legalities all over the place these days, but it was, to me, trying to set the man up for where, like, as if he knew where his son is. Like, what the hell? I'm reeling myself back in, don't worry. But
No,
it's
I
just,
no, I
wow.
agree with you 100% on that, and I think that you're a very good person to.
Freaking recording his calls, pardon my French. I mean, it's just some crazy, just, we got to pray for him.
He
Keep
does. He
strong.
does need the prayer, and anytime I do, I feel bad. Like, oh God, I'm getting trolled left and right. And I think, you know what, though, Seth's been getting trolled left and right, and said in horrible things, insinuated, assumed, spread around as truth, which is it's nothing farther from the truth. Even when we have a witness come forward and say, look, this man asked for Katie's hand in marriage, things like that. To me, it just it it's like, use more common sense, guys. I understand if you already think that your narrative is correct. I get it. We all have that, right? We all have our opinions and, things like that. But if you'd listen, you might find more information that might kind of change your way of thinking because of facts,
Okay, I'm
not
not
made up.
exactly the one to have the best. I'm not exactly the token of common sense in this case, as intelligent as I like to try to think I can be on
Oh,
things.
Mommin.
But let's
Oh,
be honest
gosh.
about the fact that I somehow literally thought the man disappeared out of jail for 2 or 3 hours.
It was being spread
Didn't get
around.
arrested.
That was being
Like, just
spread. That was being spread around. It really was. Like, that's
I
the thing.
know,
Hey,
it really
Mama.
was, but I'm just laughing at the fact that, like, I
Yes.
literally thought that he could have fought. Like, how does that even happen? Like, that's just ridiculous.
I
It's
agree.
ridiculous.
I agree. And
But
but see,
that
the
just
thing
shows
is,
you influence when you are like, oh my gosh, these people are telling, like, they're showing this. It had, like,
yes.
it's like you lose some of your common sense.
Yes. But it's not like intentional. Like, but I know that
No, not at all.
these other things are intentional. Like, see that, and that's what kind of is like, okay, well, but it's just so funny how like some poor schmuck can sit there and be like, okay, I'm gonna watch something on this case. I've never heard of this little boy, and they go to this channel and it's all, misinformation campaign going on, and they're
Yeah.
going, oh wow, okay, so they think they know the story, right? They're going, okay, so this young man, oh look at him, Sebastian, he's cute, okay, he was missing from his home, but you have all of this misinformation because people don't want to take the time to find the real answers. They're just interested in spreading around what they've heard. So it is just so like, but it's not that person's fault, right? And it's more the person who's spreading it around, or the original source. But then again, online we don't know who the original source. It's so hard because
Oh yeah, because especially now, because right, it goes all over and all over and all over, and then it gets deleted, and then it gets all over, and then more people and telephone. Like now we have
Yes.
much more
It gets
information to
deleted.
make it, yeah, and edited and erased and rewritten. And then
Mm-hmm.
now we have a lot more information, but at the same time, you can still, if you're new, you come on, you find something and you're stuck in an algorithm. You may never find anything else, right? Like, so it's what you said is very true, though. It is. And I
Well, you're
agree,
right about
KJ.
getting stuck
It's
in the
hard.
algorithm. People don't really understand that part of YouTube, and I really didn't until I started creating videos, and then YouTube will send you things like, "Hey, did you realize you could do this to get in the algorithm?" And I go, "Okay, what's the algorithm?" And I figure that out, right? This is like, last year sometime the same time, and I'm like, "Okay, so I'm figuring out this algorithm stuff." But like, d- um and correct me if I'm wrong too, because I kind of have a pretty good grasp, but it's like the algorithm is like when people you pop up and you have recommendations and it'll say, okay, coming up next, Lady Freedom, or coming up next, Mommin It Up, or coming up next, you know, um, Clutch Some Pearls. And to get yourself into that, you have to kind of create content, and the more that you create, the better your chances are getting into that algorithm on a regular basis. Is that a good
Well,
way to
that, and
describe?
I think it also is kind of specific too on what you watch, what the people that watch the same thing you just watched are watching. Because there's been times that I go to search for somebody and I could put in the name specific. I can't find them. Like it'll only show 5 things, right? And if they're not one of them, but I know they should be. So it's weird. And then I can go to my computer and they come right up because maybe I crossed paths and stumbled on them one time. So I think the
Ah,
algorithm can be complicated. And
right.
if you have people that know how to target it and get it, kind of like what Trishy just said, some of them might be louder, right?
Oh, okay, yes. I'm sorry, and I'm not paying attention to the chat. I'm over
Yeah.
here as
Like I
much
had
because
learned a while ago about the YouTube studio, the YouTube Academy that they have for free, where you could take these things for YouTube, right? And then
I
you get
need
a
to
little
do that. Trishy tells
certification.
me. Trishy
Yeah,
told me to do that. Yes.
I have to check.
Yes.
I'm sure it's still around, but it's been a while since I did that. But I know that even helps, right? And then people could get that, and then they have admins on different channels. And as long as you could just have somebody that was an admin on each channel that has that, and that'll help that channel. So there's different little sneaky things that I think should be used for the positive. But I think some people in this case have been using things in a negative manner because it's not bringing good things to the surface and factual and critical thinking, right? Like
Right.
that was my biggest thing. You're searching and my gosh, the stuff that's popping
Negativity in
up.
your algorithm, and it's
Yeah.
just based on something you may have watched even. Yeah, I know that thank you for clarifying too. That makes total sense to me too. How that would work. And of course then, YouTube is it kind of, and then the hate channels being a little bit louder, kind of knowing how to crack into that. Um Tried to listen Forrest says, I've tried to listen to the hate channels, but the foul language just makes me leave. Well, and there's no reason for it too, because I mean, I agree. It gets to, especially when there's a lot of some people I know will have the kids and maybe they're listening on the TV, and I don't know. There's times where I've swore up here, I've gotten mad, but I try not to make it part of my regular like vocabulary up here. So
Yeah.
um because it is, and I don't have little ones running around, so I don't have to watch my mouth as much. So I do try to do that up here. So thanks, Forrest, for saying that, because I know it's a lot of people say that's not necessary, or you don't have to do that. And yeah, just a girl who loves frogs. Yes, the sexy talk. That's also, we were talking about that earlier. It's very and bashing other people. I mean, and that's the thing too. There's some creators out there that I feel so bad when I see it, and I don't know how people can get excited or can't wait to watch it when somebody is just, and I'm not going to mention the person's name, but She's just drug left and right, and it makes me sick. And I don't, you know, follow this person. I don't watch them, but it just makes me sick that they're doing that to her because she does not deserve that. That is malicious. That is evil behavior in my opinion. And anybody that just continues on and on with one person, making them, you know, trying to make their life miserable, to me, I'm never going to get on board with that. I can't. I can't.
No, I agree. I just think it's awful. And then weaponizing everybody, you know, like, oh, well, I don't see this person over there and they're not supporting and this not. That doesn't mean that you're not supportive, right? You're just busy. We have a lot going on. You could still be supportive and wish people good. Doesn't mean that you're against them, you know.
Exactly.
And it's just, it doesn't belong here, in my opinion. We can have, you know, true crime drama nights too. You know, if we ever wanted to. If we need some drama, we can bring some drama. I'm sure Nick can tell us what to do to make something interesting. But
Right.
it can be, you know, with some class. There's nothing funny about talking about Sebastian's case and going over certain things, right? And I feel like we do have to bring in some lighthearted and happiness and things, but whatever that is, hell no. Forgive me, God, but heck no. That's not what is okay about it. What makes you feel good about it? It's gross.
And that's the thing, it doesn't. I saw Forrest said, you know, it hurts my spirit, and it does. It's just like that. It just it's not good for um right, this their spirit is not in God's spirit. It's like it's the same way, you know, because it's not good. I mean, so obviously we'll have that dichotomy in life, you know, good versus evil all the time. But it does seem like a conscious decision when you're bashing the same person over and over, and just trying to make somebody else like so miserable is so um it's just off-putting to me too, and I'm glad that a lot of you guys feel that way because I was curious to know, you know, I mean, everybody got sucked into reality TV shows, you know, within the last whatever decade or so, and so I get that kind of like watching people argue and da 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 and carry on, and but I just never wanted a channel like that. I don't think it has a good spot in true crime.
No. And like you said, like, I don't know. I think there's a time and a place, right, where things, you know, we are human and we are going to get angry and sometimes we're going to cuss or this doesn't fit anywhere. Day in, day out, it doesn't make sense, right? It just doesn't make sense for the subject at hand. You know?
Exactly. Well, and
There's
I
got to
think
be
that
better ways to share the cases and to find, you know, to find a way to do it without being super duper depressed. And there's got to be better, healthier ways. Like, if that's not what we even enjoy talking about regularly, like, ugh, I don't know.
yeah, there's got to be healthier ways. There's got to be a better approach, and you know, what we've been doing hasn't been working, right? So I mean, that's the definition of insanity: doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. And so, you know, maybe we could change things up a little bit and see what happens in this case. And you know, I don't think it would hurt anything as long as it's in a positive direction. Um, you know, Cassie
Every
Roku
now and
says, I
then.
still watch my Bravo shows. Well, and you know, and there's a lot of good, like, just TV dramas out there that people could be watching instead of, you know, creating it in this, you know, Cassie, that's funny. I'm like that too, though. That's why I watch Gypsy Rose. I mean, you know, she's her true crime story's already been written pretty much. You know, now she's just having a baby, and you know, it's just part of that following her still, I guess. But that's one of my guilty pleasures over there watching
And
that.
even a lot of that isn't even, you know, a lot of that reality stuff is approved too, right? Like, it's not even, a
It's
lot of people have,
scripted.
yeah, they have to sign off on it too sometimes, right? Like, it's kind of,
Hmm.
but it's just like, I don't know, it's just, I
Now,
think
Hey
like that
Jude made a good.
island thing, you know, that's too much for me. You know, we're talking about missing kids, but now we're making an island and we're throwing beach balls around and laughing and joking. Like, that's a bit much. We're talking about missing children. Like, I couldn't do
Yeah.
that, you know?
Yeah,
You can have true crime bingo. Remember how Little Red was doing stuff? Like, but that's not over an active kid's disappearance case. And, like, I don't know.
Right. Well, and I think it's okay to do some stuff like that, maybe on a members only fun live or something. But I just have a really big problem with like the somebody that comes into a true crime and then they have a channel for drama. And then they
Yeah,
go
it's
over there and
weird.
do bad things, and then they go over and act like a saint and that they care so much about these cases. And even Hey Jude says, but you don't have to be boots on the ground to help. And I agree with that, but there's been a lot of misinformation spread by a particular creator about that as well. Like, oh, I'm boots on the ground because I'm local, and if you're not searching, you're not helping. Don't listen to that. That is an outright selfish lie, in my opinion, because that is not true. We all can do our part. We all can share the flyer digitally. We can all
Yeah.
pray. There's so many things we can be doing, guys, that are positive in the right direction. But that, you know, I don't know. What do you think, Mommin?
I agree. Everybody can do something. Always, right? With anybody, any case. One of the things that I could never understand was that there is a lot that you can still do, right? Like, I always thought, why not text it to the people in your contacts, right? A lot of people said, oh, I can't get out of the house. And I was like, well, what if you text it to people? You know, they'll open it up and they'll ask you about it, you know, because a lot of people do. They want to just feel like they're doing something. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we can all do our part. Like, I really believe that. Even the people who are just, you know, talking for whatever. Like, I think we all want him to come home. I don't think there's necessarily but I guess, well, with exception, obviously, with exception, but I think the majority of people do want him to come home, and I think a lot of it does have to do with the misinformation.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that think that they kind of know more about what's going on in one front. You know, I mean, I like you said, it's a lot. It's better to trust the mainstream media that have the fact checkers, and they have the people that can go behind the scenes and make sure that everything is, you know, checking out. And we don't have that as YouTubers. Many of us don't. Some of us might. But yeah, I just think it's important to kind of um, do your own research, right? I mean, I know everybody says that, but
Yeah, of course. Definitely.
you know, that way we can make more informed decisions. We don't have to feel like we're only relying on maybe one source or another, you know. And that's kind of where I was at with everything that kind of blew up. I was more or less like, okay, well, let me watch what everybody has to say about it, and kind of that way I can make a better informed decision if I see different points of view, rather than just like hearing the source and that's it, and taking that, because there was a lot of people involved in this, and it, you know, it's always more people than you think, you know, or people that want to insert themselves into it too.
Yeah. I don't know what the heck's going on. I really don't. I hope that it could be figured out, you know, in the right way, nicely. I'm not saying that to you. I'm saying that, you
Nice.
know,
No, I appreciate the
because
message.
it's
You know, I
not
do.
coming across that way right now at all.
Niceness is not a weakness either. Just because someone's nice, and then also don't underestimate nice people, because a lot of times people are very nice, but if you know, keep pushing at them, they, you
Yeah.
know, you're not going to like the outcome. So it is
No.
one of those things where, you know, but don't ever, I think it takes more strength to be nice than it does to be mean, you know?
Sometimes it definitely can, right?
Yeah, because you
And
might wanna be like, "I'm so mad right now, but I still have to be calm," and, you know, I think Seth is a good example of that too, but, you know, and I laugh just because, you know, it's just,
right?
you know, oddly enough, it's kind of comical, but in the same way, I really don't. I think it takes so much strength, and I don't know.
I don't, this, what he's gone through is just not even comparable, right? Because I can't even, I don't think I could.
No,
Think I could?
no, I think I would be losing, losing it, and people would be like, here comes the crazy mom trying to figure out what's going on with her kiddo, and she hasn't gotten an update in the last hour, so she's down here yelling again. you
Right?
know, because it'd be hard not to, it would just be hard not to be that way, in my opinion.
No, definitely would. But I don't, like now, I'm just like, well, I don't know what's going on. What I can have empathy and I can have understanding, right? But I don't get what the problem is right now with somebody's, or someone's.
Well, you know what
To
is
watch
crazy?
me,
C. Taylor just
like the
reminded
elephant
me
in
of
the room,
something.
but.
Well, C. Taylor just reminded me of something that I thought was really, really odd. And I want to know what you think, Mommin. But C. Taylor says WSMV4 put out false information / the video on Sebastian's 1 year missing story. They had the state next from LE that LE had that video within 72 hours of Sebastian's missing. So WSMV4 still ran with it with a mad face. And what's crazy to me is that we do see this um, division within the mainstream local media in the Nashville area or Tennessee, in Tennessee, in that area. And I've not really seen a division like that. Like, I've seen the misinformation from the local news spoon fed to people, but I've never
Yeah.
seen it. I've seen a united front on that. I've never seen it divided. What do you think about it? C. Taylor, thank you for that.
So they never issued, see, I didn't actually look. I should have went and looked. They never issued a public, what do they call it? Like a correction?
Well, they said it at the end one time. Like, they totally ran with it. Like, I do agree with that they ran with it, and then they
Yeah, they
did kind
did.
of like they came out, but it's not like they came out and said like, and I mean, as much as they supported that crap, they should have came out and what do you call it? Darn it. They should have. I don't want to say disabled it, like, or just uh oh gosh, what is the word I'm looking for? Oh, debunked it. They should have debunked it just as hard, in my opinion, but they didn't. Instead, they like ran with it, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, law enforcement says it's nothing, by the way," But they still ran with it and made it into a story, showed it. Um, it was
Yeah,
odd.
it was odd. But then sometimes I think, see, what gets me when it comes to cases and stuff is sometimes I think, like, I don't know, is there a reason that they're doing certain things? Are they trying to keep, a comfort level, to try to get people to communicate? Like, is that what it was? Because like we all know, Ellie wants the more talking, the better, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's just standard from what I've seen and heard and read. And so then, like, I always wonder if that could be at play. It's really hard to tell, I don't know
It's
why.
weird because like some of like WSMV4 seems really more so on Chris and Katie and always interviewing them, and then you have
Yeah.
the Channel 4, I believe it is. Well, I'm sorry, maybe News Channel 2 rather, that is more so covering Seth's side of things, which is just odd to me because I've never really, and maybe it's just out of courtesy, like, okay, we're going to cover both parents. You guys are going to cover this parent, these parents are, and then we're going to cover this parent. But I still found it to be really odd. And I'm glad C. Taylor said that because I forgot about that really in my statement, that I just said. So it's just like, hey, allegedly innocent. So I just wanted your take on it because I find it to be interesting that there's a division, and I don't know. We
I guess
typically
we'd
don't
really
see that.
yeah, and I think we'd have to find out from Seth too. Like, have they alienated him? Have they invited him for interviews? You know, I think we'd have to know.
Yeah,
Right?
because
Maybe
Holly Thompson definitely seems that. Oh, okay. So
unless
okay, Hey
there's could
Jude.
be friendships. We never know, right?
Exactly. And Hey Jude says Holly Thompson of WSMV4 is more human interest than hard news. Okay, that makes sense to me too.
Um,
You know? Good
yeah,
morning,
because I know
Margaret.
how they were, right? Chris and Katie have been like where they don't want to work with anybody, it seems like from the beginning, right? They went on the Fox News. They
Hmm.
never went back there. You know, I would have been doing everything and anything to go back there and demand you put up current photos, but I won't go off on the tangent this early in the morning. But, you know, wouldn't have given them the photos to begin with. So it's hard to tell, like, is this the only place that they'll go? It makes you wonder why, right?
Sure.
Like, that makes you put your tinfoil hat on a little.
Just a tiny bit, just a little, just to see how it fits, if it still fits, and
Yeah.
see if I get anything from it.
Because there
It
could be
just
multiple sizes of the hat. You know, the hat can go up to helping Ellie, letting people talk, friends. They go on a date. Who knows with these people? You know, you never know.
Exactly, exactly. Well, and the circus doesn't help Just a Girl Who Loves Frogs. I agree. It does not help. It doesn't it doesn't help with our confusion, especially just as viewers, because then in that arena, I'm just a viewer too, and I'm trying to get a deeper understanding. That way I can kind of present it to you guys, but it's very weird. It's just very bizarre, these different little elements and nuances in this case that we're not, we're just not kind of used to seeing this, and it really does. But makes sense, Hey Jude. And also thank you, Hey Jude, because Hey Jude isn't like local, but she is local. So whatever.
Oh,
But she's very she's been very diligent and helping to find Sebastian, and just I appreciate everybody's contribution. But that's important to me, and especially too when people that live in the area that are more familiar with like the rules and regulations and how local government works, and all of these, in law enforcement, all of these things, I really um, tend to take that into deeper consideration. And I think that on the flip side of that, we are seeing that from like, the Crabtree. We're seeing that from the Clue and Cletus. We're seeing that from, a little bit from Elevated. Now I know he kind of has come out a little bit here and there, but either way, just so I think that it's very confusing for viewers when we're looking at it and we're saying, well, these people are local, these people are local, then some people are saying this, some people are saying this. It's totally confusing.
yeah, KJ, that's true.
What did KJ say?
The more comfortable they are in interviews, the more likely they are to be off guard and say a little more than attended, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes total sense to me. That makes total sense to me. I mean,
Thank you, Hey Jude, you're right.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, and that's one thing to always consider too. I mean, yeah, exactly. It's for says, I appreciate everyone who takes their place in Sebastian's army on God's command. Absolutely. Yeah, and then that's the way that we should look at it, like what would what is it that we should do to do the right thing, that we can do to help? Like, what is it that I can do? What is it, and I think a lot of it is just like, just to kind of wrap things up, because I know it's getting late, Mom, and I know that you're probably, because I know I'm tired too. But it's just been such a great conversation. I've enjoyed it. But just to kind of
Yes,
like wrap
thank
it
you.
up, it has a lot to do with that, because even um, and people are familiar with the scripture and stuff, and I'm probably going to say it wrong, but it's like whatever you do, to others, you're doing that to God. So before you say it, ask yourself, is it true? Is it good? Is it useful? And if it's not, then maybe think about not saying it or changing it up. But what would you like to kind of conclude with it? What would you like to kind of the message for tonight to be? Because I just think, again, and I will echo Dog's statement, with united we will prevail, and then I'll just like add in, but divided we will fail. But what do you think, Mommin?
Well, I think that we know, I think we know that this is a really somber topic, right? It's a really hard thing to talk about. And we can do it in a way that can raise awareness, but we can be kind of other people, right? And their feelings and what they might be thinking. Take it into consideration, but not allow it to, if it's weaponized and it's going to, hurt Sebastian in any way, get his name to not be discussed in a positive light. If it's going to harm anything to do with this case, that even remotely where you think it could hurt, right, or affect him, and it's something that Seth wouldn't be okay with, then we should know not to discuss it. I think that's just common sense, right? And the
Definitely.
bullying would be gone if we didn't let the bullies have a seat at the table. Now, trying to figure out who they are when they're in alt accounts, right, stuff like that is hard. It's not easy. But having these kind of discussions and talking to each other, I think, is helpful. And just kind of knowing what do people think is keeping the case worth their time, right? Like just getting ideas from people. Like they had the green light bulbs. They had the riddle-like puzzles almost, right? Even though it wasn't, like just these little things that we got to try to talk about, from Nick and all that stuff. That was helpful. Seth comes out and he has the visuals and stuff to be encouraging. We need just positive direction from people that we know that are established, that we know now. We know there's people that are established enough to trust their lead on certain things. And we should be humble enough to take that lead from them because it's not our child. We're doing something to help. But we should know toe the line of respect, right? Not overstep and be kind. We can be kind.
I think that's that's a great message, and just remember to be kind and compassionate. Like you said, compassion is a big one because we can all be frustrated, but that's not a reason to hate somebody. We can turn that frustration into something good and positive. Um, you know, um, and not to be silly, but like Bobby Boucher, right? He took all the bullying and all the crap that people did to him, and he harnessed that energy and he won the football game. I don't know why, Mommin, but we keep going back to sports analogies tonight.
Right. And I'm not even into the sports very much. I've tried because I have 3 boys. I have 3 boys, but
That's so cute.
I'm
That's
not
funny though.
I'm not good. Not good at
That's
sport.
that's
I
right.
always
Since
go
you're
for the
older, so
underdog.
the what? The underdog?
Yeah, I always do that, right?
I'm like
I
that
do
too.
want to
Truth
just
be
say that
told.
I did find a couple things that I wanted to say that I forgot that I had noted about the bullying. It's just a real quick advice that I had. And there's just, I think it was it five helpful tips, and allegedly innocent. She probably has talked about this stuff way better. But it says to stay calm, don't give the bully a reaction they want, keep your cool, set boundaries, stand up for yourself confidently if it's safe. So only stand up for yourself if you're safe to do it, and say stop firmly, right? This is how you would want to present it to children and also for us as adults. Tell a friend, family member, right? Or somebody you trust, and get their take on it. And I would suggest that to be like not on live streams. Try not to hit that button. It's
If
hard
you're mad, don't
sometimes.
do a live. If you're mad,
Yeah.
don't do.
If you're mad, you know, go to StreamYards and just talk away to the camera. It'll, you know, sometimes we have to,
Pretend like
you know,
you're
you
live.
get mad, you got to send a text and then you erase it, right?
Mommin, that's the best advice ever, and I'm gonna take that. If you're mad, just sit there and pretend like you're live and talk to the talk to your phone as if everybody is there. You will not have a live chat, but pretend like you do, and they agree with you, and they're just as
Yeah.
outraged. And it'll make you feel better.
It will once you, for me, I always say it's like the New Yorker part, but we're very like vocal, right? So I vent my feels out, you know, and sometimes it takes 2 or 3 times, and then I'm like, okay, well, this is really what's happening here. See, I was so mad, you know, like sometimes you have to do that, right?
Well, and it's kind of like the same concept of, basically writing a letter that you're angry, so you're going to write a letter and you're going to get all of it out, but you don't send it, right? And it's like, it's like that way you don't say anything you regret when you're angry, but you get your feelings out, and then nobody, and then go burn the letter and it'll feel great, right? Something like that. So it's so hilarious. I love that. But no, you're right. So all of those are good advice, and just some little things to remember. Stay calm. Don't give them the reaction they're looking for. Keep calm. Set
Which is hard.
boundaries. Stand up.
Learn your mute button.
Learn your mute button. Oh gosh, I'm gonna write this down. Your mute button. And then we got stay firm and tell them stop. Tell them in a firm way. Yeah, and stand up and make sure you're safe in standing up, because of course you don't want to go to the biggest guy in the room and pick a fight with them either. So be still, Forrest says. Yes. And but I don't recommend, if you don't feel safe. So that is such a good caveat to that. If you feel safe, make sure that you're and I think protect yourself would be a good one, right? Protect yourself, get support, report it.
Yes. Because the isolation is the biggest thing I've seen, right? Online with all this. They've done a good job at knowing how to isolate, because they come in and pounce.
Big time.
And
intimidate too, very good at that. Very good.
Oh yeah, of course. Perfectly imperfect boy mom. We all do. And I'll do it 20 times this week, I'm sure. And then,
Oh gosh, yes.
Whoops, I wish I didn't say that. I wish I didn't do that.
Yes. But, and just, that's the thing. We are all going to make mistakes and things like that, because we're only human. And that's another thing where what you were talking about earlier is just having that compassion and being like, hey, nobody's perfect, as long as it's not in a intentional, malicious way, or that targeted behavior we talked about earlier, because that's the whole difference, is that it's unacceptable, right? Those things are unacceptable, but the things that we can overlook and accept and forgive are like things where it's unintentional, when it's misinformation, and you didn't know everything, but then you do, and you decide, hey, I'm going to do the right thing. It's really about just doing the right thing, which can be hard to know what to do sometimes. It really can be.
Exactly. It is hard. It's hard. And this is a very confusing case in general to talk about, right? The whole thing is hard. But do you see what Jude wrote? This is like the perfect way to like, you would be loaded, Jude, if you just did like a donation thing. Donate time for Jude.
Now I see what she says. Hey, Jude says I should set up an 800 number and do YouTube counseling. You might have to have a second number for me when I call it. Because that thing will be off the charts, and I'll be like, dang it, I can never get a hold of Jude anymore.
It could be like a whole network, right? You
can have a whole network. I would volunteer. I'll help and volunteer.
Well, they have these AI things now. I was looking at the other day. They answer and talk, and they sound. Yeah, you can have them sound like you if you want. It's weird.
Cassie Roku says, hey, Jude, get a Google number, and your slogan will be Google me, y'all.
Oh, no.
That is too funny. Oh my
Oh my
goodness.
God. It's
How
needed though.
hilarious.
It's so needed in a
It's
way. That's the
needed.
worst part about it.
But you know, and that's where I think it's
Google
different
Jude,
that, you
y'all.
know, when we joke like that, it is Google Jude, y'all. There you go. Oh my good. See, but that's a healthy thing, I think. That's like me being on the green team and razzing Katie a little bit over on that side and being like, you know, that was cute, Katie. Well said, you know, or something like that. Or it's just funny because it's part of the case, right? But it's different if we're just being hateful and being like, gosh, that person is such a B and she's a C and she's a D and God only knows what other words they can come up with, other letters of the alphabet that are not including, you know, the person's name. Um, it's a totally, it's night and day. And I think that there's a healthy level of that we could use to motivate each other, and then there's the really toxic stuff that we're dealing with, and you know, kind of the subject matter that we talked about tonight. So
Yeah.
um
No, I thank you so much. This was great to be able to talk about everything and,
yes, thank
you
you
know,
so much for being here. I really appreciate you, Mommin, because you just did a great job of helping, you know, giving a good perspective, honest and thoughtful. And I just appreciate having you guys, or having you. And I know you guys appreciated and loved having Mommin tonight. So, and thank you for everybody in the chat too. Thank you all so much. Um, Hey Jude says you guys are so funny. Make sure to get outside and find some joy today. Life is good. Thank you, Hey Jude. That is a good message too. And I really hope that people will listen to the messages tonight, because um I think we're coming from a spot that's genuine. And then, you know, moving forward, let's keep Sebastian's name out there and talk about um just what happened to him. Where can he be? You know, what can we do to help? Share his flyer, you know? Yeah. And pray for Seth, you know? See, Taylor says, thanks,
amen.
Mommin. All
Well,
right,
you're
Mommin,
also
thank you
welcome. I
so
hope you have a great
much.
day. Good
You
night.
too. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, bye, guys. We love you. Have a good day for the rest of everybody. And thank you for being here and listening. Thank you. I think it's important.